Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Hope you're all doing great. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's another beautiful day of StarCraft 2 as we come in with the chill Monday morning or afternoon cast of WardiTV Mondays. We're going to start the day off with Hearthstone Rebellion, if they are here. See Rebellion. I'm sure Hearthstone's loafing around playing Warcraft or something. Let's go have a look. Let's go find out. Wow, not live. Oh my god, what if he isn't? What if he is in fact not actually here? Eh. Alright, well, we'll figure that out. But hello everyone, how are we doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're all doing great. Alright, Halston's on his way. Perfect. So yeah, we're gonna go into Hearthstone vs Rebellion. How's everyone doing? Welcome to the stream. Hi, what's up, Jan? Hello. Hello everyone on the Twitch. Hope you're all feeling great. Like I say, StarCraft 2 coming up. Just getting us started. First round takes a little bit of setup time. You know the drill. So we're just gonna sit and chill for a second. Like I say, Hearthstone is on his way. So Hearthstone was a bit of a silly boy, and he went to the PTR, and now he has to come back from the PTR, which means he has to patch the game. Which is funny because I don't have to patch the game at all when I go from the PTR to the other server, but huh. So yeah, anyways, we're waiting on Hearthstone. He will be here soon. Hearthstone about to crush the Rebellion. No, he is the Rebellion. Oh no, he's playing against the Rebellion. Oh no. He's from the Shopify Rebellion playing against a rebellion? Ay, ay, ay. Didn't realize. And drink out the wrong side of the candle was a good one. Good thing I had the ads on, so only premium members got to see that mistake. Bless me. Oof. Big haircut. Yeah. Big haircut. Apparently I'm just sneezing to start the day off. Lovely. Lovely. Again, how's everyone doing? Hope everyone's feeling good today. Thank you for joining us. Apparently I just can't stop sneezing. I haven't sneezed all morning, and apparently I started talking on stream and boom. Sneeze time. Ay, ay, ay. Hearthstone's online, so we all get Hearthstone versus Rebellion underway. And the winner of that plays Trap, so it gives us a good couple of matches to kind of start the day on. So we'll be doing that, getting that going. And yeah, I guess I probably should have done a little bit of checking for other players, but I think we're going to be alright. Yeah, I don't think we've got any troubling first round matchups where it's possible both players aren't here, so cool. Cool. Alrighty guys, we'll be getting going in just a few moments. Like I say, we're just waiting on Hearthstone and Rebellion to figure out their vetoes. Any predictions for Home Story Cup? It's very hard to predict Home Story Cup when you don't even know the full player list. You know? Maybe the super secret final invite will win the whole thing, you know? Maybe that's my prediction. It isn't, but it might be, you know? Do I have a favorite player? Probably Bjorn. For a few different reasons, but yeah, probably a Bjorn. I used to really love watching Innovation play and stuff as well, but Bjorn's definitely up there in the favorites list. There's a lot of players that I enjoy watching. It's hard to really pick favorites because I know a lot of the guys. It's very hard not, it's very rare to cheer against any of them, right? But yeah, Bjorn's always a favorite. Always happy when you see Bjorn doing well. Always think that's a lot of fun. Another Monday, good luck to the players, may the best one win, hell yeah. We will not have a WardiTV Monday next week, by the way, guys. Because I will probably just about be getting home from Home Story Cup, and with a bunch of players traveling, it doesn't really make sense to run a tournament which will be less participated in, I suppose. So yeah, we'll not be here next Monday, but we should be back for the Monday after that. I'm still working on prize money for that. We will probably have a prize money cut next month for Mondays. I don't think we can keep up to $400 a month next month, but we will do our best and see. I'll try and figure it out. Probably go to $300. Because I believe the OSC season is coming to a close, so I don't imagine OSC will partner with us next month. They might, but I'd be surprised. So you have in the top left-hand side to start the day off. Our blue Protoss player, Rebellion. And in the bottom right, our green Protoss player is Harston. Is the new patch looking good so far? Yeah. New patch is great. I mean, honestly, the game didn't change a lot, but a few changes that are generally pretty beneficial. Generally have been kind of going in a good direction, so yeah, I'd say the patch has been pretty good. Don't really have any major complaints. Very excited to see what happens when yeah, I'm very excited to see what happens, I guess, when we get to they actually being live on the live servers and then people start balance whining. I do wonder what the storyline out of this patch is going to end up being, because it honestly seems pretty good right now. Like, right now it seems pretty decent, but you never know how it's going to end up at the end of the day, right? Austin Rebellion is a PvP. A couple gates coming up on both sides. We might have a couple PvPs to start. Like I said, the winner of this plays Trap, and if nothing else is going on, when we come out of this one, we might just follow straight into the winner versus Trap. We are just going to start with 2 gateways each. You know what? I'm actually not excited to see PvP because obviously, just to reiterate from last week, but WardiTV Mondays is not a PTR tournament. So actually, this is PvP with a super battery involved. No. Man, why is the patch not on the live server already? Hello? Can we put the PTR live already? Can someone just push the button to update the servers? Oh yeah. I've been saying it for like 5 weeks now. It's crazy. It's actually been like 5 weeks. It's wild. Status was recently out as a map hacker. I don't actually have... Someone messaged me about this at some point with suggestions that he might be, but not actually having any solidified proof beyond a couple of suspicious things. So, unless someone can come out and show us that he's going to get banned from other things because people have really figured it out and it's guaranteed, I'm not going to be the one to step out. I don't have enough information. I haven't looked into it properly, you know? I mean, if the players have an extreme concern about him, they want to reach out and want me to look into it further, I will, but yeah, I currently don't have enough to go on to ban him, and no one else has banned him from anything. So, yeah, we'll just sit back and wait and see. There's the TLDR. I'm not a fan of banning people off of... I guess I'm not a fan of banning people preemptively. I'd rather just wait and see the guarantees and people knowing and stuff like that. Hallucination flies about from both sides. You can see the Stargate from Haas and the Twilight Council from Rebellion. Going to be our starting point at the moment. That's a couple of gates coming up. The Oracle is on the way. We just have our Blink building. And the Oracle of Harston will start to move out across to the top left-hand side of the map. As our Oracle flies around. Again, Blink, a couple of Stalkers coming up. The Probe's on the way through as well. And this Hallucination of Rebellion comes down that right-hand side. Again, just some Stargate play against the Blink. Harston is going to get himself a few probes. It's like an Oracle coming up from Harston. Out through the center of the map as well. Get to the top and See what he can find up over here. Oracles turn back around, a couple extra gateways coming online. Oracles continue to move around to the center. Nexus building from Harsum as he goes towards his third base. Will have some pressure from his opponent coming across the map, you'd imagine, off the additional gates and the blink, but see what happens. Give me 1 second, guys. Process a couple walkovers. Alright, so yeah, these couple of oracles will continue to move around. I mean, Harsum will have an immortal count, help them play defense if necessary. The third Nexus is going to finish from Harsum in a moment. The Twilight Council and Forge coming up on the side of Harsum as well. So all of that coming through. Let's just have a Stasis Water Sword getting set up in the main base. Do not mind that at all. Get rid of the potential Stalker blinking to the main. Take that threat away. The rest of these Stalkers continue to come down the bottom right. Well, the Mortals will fire. A couple Stalkers are going to get hit. I mean, these Mortals really should be able to hold their own. This is a question of can Rebellion kind of find a way to get some damage done himself over these next few moments. I'm not completely convinced that he will, as he's already on his way to charge and +1. Honestly, Harsum's just set up into a very good composition where he's basically just going to bypass the Stalkers, and if these Blink Stalkers don't find much for him, Harsum has a worker lead because of the Oracle play too. Harsum's just going to be on such a better army. Immortal Archon Charge Lot versus Stalker Charge Lot. Okay, this is not even going to be a competition. So again, very worried for Rebellion. This is the kind of game which could end in the next minute and a half. When the prism pops, we go across the map, we just take a fight. Harsum's army is that much better. The Stalkers aren't in position to punish the move out either, so you should just be able to come straight across the other side. Yeah, not exactly looking ideal as the Temple Archives are charging +1, all continuing through. Gateways are coming up, more gates coming in. I see our Nexus dropping down on the 4th base as well, so just going to get that into place. And again, the Temple Archives coming through, the extra gates coming online. Hallucination of Rebellion continues out down in the bottom. Cool, do you love the stream title? Yeah, I just wanted to be a bit dramatic for some reason, apparently. Yeah. We probably, I just mentioned this, but we probably will have to readjust the prize pool of WardiTV Mondays for December, but we will have them in December. And we will not have one next week, but fortunately there's actually 5 weeks of... there's actually 5 Mondays in December, so we will still just have 4 in December, which is kind of what we want to do, so we'll have 4 in December. Just not the first week, because obviously, like I say, we'll be traveling back from Home Story Cup and so on. Blind Ember's going to morph in. Fossil goes down, a couple probes going down, just going to be seeing the +2 coming in. Super battery. Coming around. Got the Mortal Archon coming about as well. I mean, this really is an army, I think, from Harsum, which should be able to do very well, but of course, we're on Golden Aura. Another problem with not being on the PTR. We got this map, which is definitely one of the more defendable maps. Harsum's actually about to be down an upgrade. I'm not sure if that's going to matter with the supply lead that he has. He's going to find his way up, so Rebellion gets out positioned a little bit, and this Nexus will go down. That's kind of a disaster here for Rebellion. That's the one thing he really wanted to avoid from happening. You've got the defensive capabilities to make this not happen. couple Archons continue through. Those Stalkers getting hit. Archon still getting whacked. Observer is in the sky revealed. I mean, Hearthstone is down the upgrade. That's definitely helped Rebellion, but obviously just getting the 4th base. Hearthstone, step away now. Keep some of these tech units alive. Go again when you've got +2 attack finished, and I think this game is still very comfortable for him. Especially having killed the 4th. He's just going to have so much more income now. He doesn't have the army supply he once had. If you look at the unit composition, he still has 2 more Immortals. That's pretty beefy. The 12 Stalkers are making up a lot of Rebellion supply, but that means he's got even less Zealots, and at this stage I think we would kind of usually rather have just, you know, more Zealots available. Zealots are such a good factor in these later stages of PvP. They're just so tanky, they can do so much. Going back to the middle. That's going to come through. The Archons will continue to fight. Immortal's just going to go bang, bang, banging away as a couple of Archons do drop. Actually going to turn around as well. Fire a few more shots off. Zealots will get warped in. And then you get rid of a couple of Immortals there. Archon's still dropping. Zealots taking a whole chunk of damage. Just look as though we've got a pretty convincing win in the middle of the map as Rebellion attacks into Hearthstone. Yeah, I mean, I get it, right? You lost your 4th base. You're probably not feeling too good about it. You maybe see a fight you think you can take, so you try and take it. Jeez. Has every player been announced for Home Story Cup yet? Wikipedia has 24 players. Wikipedia does not have 24 players. Wikipedia has 23 players. In fact, Wikipedia has 22 players. They just know that right now there's only 20 of the invites announced on Wikipedia, but they know there will be 22 invites, which is why it says 22. So yes, it says 22 because there will be 22 invites, but there's actually only 20 names if you do enjoy the activity of counting. You can find that out. There's round 1 games playing. Yes, this is just an open cup. Everything just plays at the same time here. Maybe we hold a match or 2. We usually hold the semi-finals. Sometimes we can ask like a quarterfinal to wait a few minutes for us, but generally the idea of these cups is that you just go, go, go. But there are other streams. Coca is the French stream. He's following probably Nicorect versus... He's actually watching DNS versus Winter right now. He'll probably follow DNS/Clem. Indy going to be following the Polish guys. Currently following Geralt's run, I believe. The Cranky Ducklings will be in-game. They are casting Smile against Trigger. And Inu is live casting on Korean. I don't know if he's got a matchup yet or if he's just waiting for something, but... yeah, there's a lot of different streams happening. Obviously, not all of them are in English, just the Cranky Ducklings, the other English cast right now, but other languages there if you do want to just see how specific games are going or certain series. As we kick off into game number 2 of this best of 3. In the top right, Rebellion. In the bottom left, Hearthstone. Hearthstone playing a solid game. Safe and steady, I would say. You know, the Stargate and Oracle's very safe. The follow-up was very much so just kind of setting up in a very convincing manner. And was pretty good about his pushes and his timings and of when to push out, so generally, big plus.
Hello, Ali. Baby, listen. Don't have any food. And there's no food under my desk. Okay?
Ali is absolutely convinced that we are hiding food from her. He's tried to look under my desk like 3 times this morning. Is there a tree this year? Yeah, once we get to December, we will have a tree. Probe Scouts up, a couple gates coming in. The Cybercore is going to finish. A couple of Adepts on the way out. gonna drop the pylon in. Get that rolling. Yo, SCT2, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Going out to buy Hammerfall. Okay, Noah. IIDT21. Riff 8 Thunder. Or RIFAI Thunder. I honestly, I'm so bad at Twitch names. I feel like I used to be so good at Twitch names. And nowadays, I'm just so bad at them constantly. Wow, coming in with the final gifted sub from SCT2. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support. The road to 1,000 subs is very, very real for a little bit. I mean, we'd have to have kind of a crazy couple days before Home Story Cup. Probably not going to happen, but one can dream. As our Stalkers and Sentries are going to go picking away at the Adept. So Adept play doesn't do much. Rebellion is going to throw a cold base down on his opponent's side of the map. That's definitely a choice to be made. That is one of the choices you can make in the world of StarCraft 2, yes. I'm not sure if I necessarily condone this one, but yep, okay. Yep, okay. Sorry, I just reopened my YouTube chat because I had it tabbed out while I was doing some admin stuff. Do you prefer we watch on YouTube or Twitch? You watch wherever you want to watch. Anywhere whatever is the best viewing experience for you is where you should watch. That's pretty much always our vibe. Is this the new patch? This is not the new patch. This is the only tournament we do pretty much all week where it's not the new patch. Just because one of our partners for this, OSC, they are part of a bigger tournament circuit that we will be casting the championship of in January. And they always just play on live server. Like, that's the rule. If the tournament is OSC partnered, then it has to be on the live server, and the PTR is just not live yet. So that's the only reason, and they are giving us a significant portion of the money to allow us to be, you know, putting this prize pool out as $400 a week as well. So in big part, this event is happening because of them, and so I mean, I'm sure they would also love it to be on PTR. It's a rule that makes sense for their league. So yeah, it's just a little bit of an unlucky crossover. PvP maybe one that, I mean, obviously super bad. Honestly, like, new patch is great, but I'm not sure if it's so different that's kind of jarring to go back to the kind of new patch. And it's kind of funny because I feel like the players don't really mind going back to the live server either. I feel like people have generally been enjoying the PTR, but like, people, you know, when we have this on the Monday, no one's like, oh, Wardy, come on, or hey, should we can't play on the PTR? But yeah, today's not on the new patches. Long story short. I wonder if there's any chance the patch goes live before Home Story Cup. I know, honestly, like, I can't believe it's not happened already. I'm so excited for halfway through a series in Home Story Cup for pros to just pop battery overcharge, and they're going to be like, oh, we forgot to host with the balance mod. Well, and that is going to happen at least one time, I'm sure of it. Absolutely sure. Yesterday was pretty crazy. 3,000 StarCraft 2 fans hanging around. Yeah, yesterday was wild. Honestly, good games on a finals day. Pretty neat. Does a lot for you. Halston is going to find this group of Stalkers here. Super Battery is going to pop to try and protect them. They're going to have to blink back. Put down a force field there to try and push them back a little bit. Force them through the choke. It's going to become very awkward because now, as Rebellion, you're fighting in the choke point, and Halston can sit in the concave and kind of hit the gold base. He's going to back away now. I think Glaive's about to be done from Rebellion. Not sure that necessarily changes all too much here. He actually blinks forward to get the first Immortal. Second Immortal will take a few hits, but can be microed back as well. As you blink forward, that's the problem. It's like, it's very expensive to blink forward because then you're not having the ability to protect units like you would usually. Let's see a few more probes going down. That battery will fall. The Adept Stalker sitting around the edges. And we still just have some Immortals building up. The rest of the Stalkers rallying forward as well. Immortal building. The Adept and the Stalker producing from Rebellion. We do have that one Zal going to go toward the upper right hand side. Adept warps in. We're just going to go shading through. It's going to be another nice force field just going to go down. We actually blink across. But the Adept shading in, the Immortals are hitting Adepts and not Stalkers. one Immortal and a half kind of died there before we even hit a Stalker. I feel like that was actually bad target firing by Hearthstone. I don't think there's any reason you can't take the Immortals and right-click some Stalkers there, especially when they've blinked across the force field. So you know that those right-clicks are going to be good. It's not like you're going to right-click and then chase because they blinked. I think that should have been some manageable micro. It's not really mattering. Hearthstone just has too much anyway. I mean, this gold base is going to get pushed away, and that is going to be Rebellion down on one base as Hearthstone's taking a third, so... we're just going to see the rest of our Stalkers going down. The Adepts are getting picked away at. The Stalkers continue to drop, and this is going to be... one more Mortal going down, sure, but yeah, everything else is going. Hearthstone will advance to the round of 16 to play Trap today. So that will be coming up in a few moments. To get that ready to rumble. Alright. Yeah, yesterday was kind of crazy. I was actually looking at the revenue from the WardiTV November event. I'm just trying to figure out what days it was on. It was on Saturday. We had 3 group days. Then we had some qualifiers as well, right? Yeah, I was just trying to figure out how the ad revenue did for it, but I actually think it's been a very successful event, the WardiTV November. The viewership helping out a lot. Yeah, ad revenue has been going good, which is nice. Apparently some people have an adpocalypse. But we're doing well enough to keep supporting our tournaments, so that's amazing. Considering we haven't had any bounties this month's still been pretty strong revenue rise on Twitch. Usually the bounties like push it up a little bit. You want the hat? Wait, what hat? Oh, there's no Monday at all? Yeah. If I could remove Monday for you guys, I wish. I would absolutely do it. Unfortunately, I don't have that much power. If there's no apocalypse, people just blowing stuff they don't understand out of proportion. I also think people, like, sometimes Twitch does this thing where it's like, sometimes your ad revenue does 2 updates instead of 1. So, like, the day after where you usually get your full ad revenue update, it updates, like, partially, and then the day after that it actually updates in full. And I actually think that was part of the thing that people were reporting. They're like, my ad revenue's just disappeared. It's like, or it's just doing that thing, which Twitch doesn't do it all the time, but it's done it multiple times over the past 6 years, where it just updates in clumps. Yeah, people be crazy, man. People be crazy. I think we are just gonna go Hearthstone Trap, by the way. I should have been looking at the bracket. Classic Skillers, Hero Wayne, Trap Hearthstone, Max Pax DNS, Gumiho Creator, Solar Nightmare. The problem is Gumiho Creator and Solar Nightmare started already, so... Actually, Gumiho Creator did not start yet. I kind of want to watch Trap Hearthstone. What about you guys? I'm kind of down to watch more PvP a little bit. Kind of down to watch some more Hearthstone, to be honest. Let's do it. You guys want to see Trap? Okay, yeah. I'm down for Trap as well. I'm also down for some Trap. Hell yeah. Do 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 do. And November's looking like it's going to have been the best month for us this year outside of October. October was also carried by a lot of bounties. Like, if you take the bounties away, November's already been just about as good as October. October was also carried a little bit more by gifted subs. There was like $350, like another like 100 extra gifted subs on top of what we've had so far this month. So, yeah, November's looking good, man. Which is good. Means we can keep running StarCraft. Sounds good to you guys? Hell yeah. Staff 7 on the Prime sub, thank you so very much. Classic Skillers, we could watch Classic Skillers, but I think I'd just honestly rather watch Hearthstone Trap, and then maybe we go like, if Clem and Classic win, Clem Classic round of 8. We could ask Clem Classic to wait for us. If we take a little while. I kind of like that as a round of 8, because the Trap Hearthstone is going to lead into another PvP most likely. Maybe Gumiho, Max Pax, Beyond Solar would be kind of some of the favorite. Like, they're not guarantees, but they're some of the favorites potentially moving through, so. You know, what's really crazy to me is when I look at my revenues, that January was so good this year. Like, I know the rest of my year was a bit meh because we had a lot of, you know, I took some time off in February and March and stuff, and then regionals came about, we struggled to run our own events. It's been actually a pretty difficult month. A pretty difficult year, probably one of the roughest years we've had on the stream, but yeah, kind of crazy to see that January was so powerful. Man, October was our biggest month last year as well. Wow, it's crazy. Why did we have so much ad revenue in October last year? Nuts. Apparently October's a good month to stream. Seems to be going better this than last month. Yeah, I mean, it's just a case of we do better when we get to run our own events. And we is it from September? No, September does very little for our stream. But yeah, this and last month, obviously we've just been able to run our own tournaments again, and that just makes the world a difference. It's really tough this year because like you'd have ESL Cups on a Monday. World Team League was like every Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then a lot of the year, there was Kung Fu Cup on Wednesdays as well during the World Team League season. So it's like Mondays, Wednesdays, Friday, Saturday, Sundays were just taking up straight away. And obviously as well, like, you know, a lot of other streamers are starting to cast those things as well. So while a lot of the time in the past, casting those events would still be fine for me and make no difference. Now we're streaming against 4 or 5 other English streams, and you know, when we stream Kung Fu Cups, ESL Cups, World Team League, and so on. So yeah, basically 5 days of the week we were kind of just having what I would call suboptimal streams, and it's just very difficult to, you know, obviously when you have less days you can stream to a full audience, there's less revenue. If there's less revenue, we struggle to afford to run tournaments. Never mind just the time to run tournaments, but you know, having the money to afford to run tournaments. You know, a lot of our support comes from being live consistently. It comes from, you know, actually having good ad revenue as well. That's a big part of it, and that just wasn't there this year because of all the other stuff going on, basically. So it made our own stuff more difficult to run. I mean, like I say, when the stream does well, we can run bigger things. You know, WardiTV October, we could only put $1,000 in. But WardiTV November, that we just wrapped up yesterday, we had $2,500. Right? Because October was such a good month for us. So, yeah, it's just tough when a lot of stuff comes in, and I tried to talk to the World Team League guys about it. I was like, hey, like, it's really difficult to, like, you know, I appreciate you guys are a big event and a big tournament, but, like, it's really difficult to run things because, you know, you're running World Team League, which lasts sometimes, like, 2.5, 3 hours, which isn't really even, like, that long. But you're doing 2.5 to 3 hours, on, like, the 3 prime days of the week. Like, I get it, you want to run on weekends, that's fine, but, like, having that be on 3 days, like, it'd be so much better if World Team League had been 2 days a week, right? And I don't think that would have been so crazy, because that's still only like 4 to 5 hours, which is actually, in general, one of the better lengths of stream in general. But they love this kind of just go live, and like sometimes when they do like Masters Coliseum, they do like 2 best of 5s in a day. It's like, you could put 3 of these days into 1 day and have a really good day of StarCraft. And instead you take up 3 days, which makes it so difficult to run other events. They don't care though. I tried to ask them about it, they don't care. So it's just the way it is. Yeah, it's just tough. Like, you know, since COVID, obviously a lot of people run online events and stuff, and I feel like one of the things that we've done more and more in StarCraft is trying to stretch like people have tried to stretch tournaments over like the same tournaments over more period of time, even though it doesn't need to be. You know, even like this Masters Coliseum they just announced, like it's 7 weekends in a row, every Saturday and Sunday from like December through January for like 7 weekends in a row. First weekend of December is Home Story, and then from there on, 7 weekends in a row you cannot run StarCraft 2 because Masters Coliseum is on every weekend. And it's like, I actually think this is one of the better tournaments for that, at least, because at least the group stages are going to be like 8 best of 3s and 7 best of 3s. I know those are good, solid streams. But the playoffs are over like 2.5 weeks. Like the playoffs are over 2.5 weeks. There are going to be some days where the playoffs is like, hey, we're going to sign onto the stream. We're going to do 2 best of 5s. We barely even reach like 60% of max viewership, and the day's going to be done. Like, this scheduling blows my mind. I really hate it. I really dislike it. I love the tournament. I love that they're putting the effort in. It's their tournament. They can do what they want. They have a crap ton of money in it as well. So, you know, they have, you know, they can completely own it. They can get away with it. But man, it's so frustrating when you're trying to run, you know, your own events and when you're trying to get more StarCraft out and stuff like that. Ah. So yeah. Masters Coliseum is going to be a lot of fun. Just kind of incredible how long they draw it out. Like, it would have been nice if they were like, hey, we're going to do like Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday for like 2 weeks for group stages, and then maybe have like 3 weekends of playoffs. Even that would have done a lot to give other events time to run. I actually, not so much right now, but in the past, we've actually had to turn down a bunch of sponsors because the sponsors, oftentimes when people come to you with sponsorships, they have very few requests, but one of the few requests they have is like, hey, we'd really like the end of the tournament, the big playoffs, to be on a weekend that has no competition, right? And I'm like, okay, that's great. And I'm like, that's like impossible during a World Team League series. Was it last year? I don't know if it was last year or like it might have been later in 2020, like this year. It was probably like later in 2023. I think in the second half of 2023. It was pretty rough because I actually think we lost like $9,000 of sponsorship tournaments because I couldn't give them a day because World Team League was on every weekend. And I told them, I was like, hey, look, like, we can overlap with this a bit. I don't think it's the biggest of deals. And they were just like, no, we want a weekend where there's just no competition. And I was like, that doesn't exist right now. and they were just like, oh, sorry, that's like literally the one request we have. And I was like, oh. Yeah, sorry. And they were like, I was like, I guess I could have made it work if, yeah, I guess I could have made it work if I make the Korean players play it like, you know, start playing at 4 a.m. in the morning. But yeah. It's, yeah, it's wild. But, what a good issue to have. Can't run StarCraft because there's already StarCraft going on. There you go. There's my not even really a rant, just an explanation of how things work and stuff. Not really ranting. Not really upset about it. Just thought I'd share. Thanks for streaming. No worries. Thank you so much for watching today. Top left is Trap, top right is Hearthstone. We get into a fresh best of 3 in the round of 16. Home Story Cup should last 264 days, yeah. Even 1 day to recover. I feel like you missed out on 100 days of the year, but that's okay. That's okay. Your youngest son is 5, and SC2 is his favorite game. He plays Zerg. There are new people come to SC2. There's actually a lot of people who are like newer to StarCraft, trying the game out, playing it, watching it. It's, I mean, awesome that your kid's into it, but, I mean, at the end of the day, it is a good game. And it's not for everyone in this day and age where, you know, TikTok culture and TikTok brain is a factor. You know, I struggle to want to play StarCraft 2 in this day and age. Fascinating game, amazing to play and watch, but man, it's so frustrating to play as well because it's that good of a game that it challenges you, and it's so difficult to be motivated to kind of take up that challenge after I haven't played it for so long in the past. But man, like, it is just such a good game. Like, people are gonna enjoy playing this game for, I mean, like, this game is not gonna go away. This game is too good to never to just die, right? Like, this game is not going to disappear. Yeah, it's going to get smaller. Yeah, we might not have a pro circuit or whatever, but, like, there's going to be StarCraft 2. There's going to be StarCraft 2 competitions. The game is too good for that not to be the case, you know? Yo, Captain Hare, thank you so much for the 57-month resub, mate. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thanks so much for those gifted subs as well the other day. Was that yesterday or was it a couple days ago? I remember seeing your name alongside like 10 gifted subs. Maybe even a couple times this month. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the resub. Is this a 50-50 chance matchup? Trap and Horse in the same strength at PvP? I think Trap is absolutely a favorite. I would say this is like a 70-30. Yeah, Trap is very good right now. Rostam is probably his best matchup is probably PvP, but I do think Trap has just actually got a pretty fairly significant edge. You somehow have the belief ESL is about to announce something amazing for SCT, like a huge prize pool for 2025 with the inclusion of Korea. Yeah, I mean, my prediction is that eSports World Cup will exist. There will be an eSports World Cup circuit, which will probably... My guess is there's going to be... This is complete speculation. I do not have any insider info. This is complete speculation. My guess is that we're going to have probably 2 GSL seasons. Or 2 Korean seasons. They might not be called GSL anymore. At least 1 round of regionals. And then maybe a Katowice. I know Katowice is like getting too close, but they might be able to last minute something. Wrong Katowice and a DreamHack. I think that's my prediction. With a ridiculous prize pool for the World Cup at the end of the year. So, like, the World Cup will be the majority of the prize pool, but Katowice and a DreamHack will be pretty significant, and they'll have, like, say, a regional system again, which includes a GSL. Maybe, like, a bit of a dumbed-down regional system where they combine it a little bit further than before, but, yeah. That's my prediction. It's not necessarily the, It's not necessarily the case. So I cancel a couple Stalkers coming up. So I was gonna get the Observer. Yeah, I think at this point, like, it's just... Clearly they're being held back on eSports World Cup info, and eSports World Cup are starting to announce their games, so I really feel like it's something along those lines that's holding us back from having that information. Person comes over, a couple of mortals inside. We're an optimistic crowd. Don't know if it's even necessarily optimism versus just like, it makes sense. Like, StarCraft 2 is a very good game. It had a great showing at eSports World Cup. It had amazing viewership on YouTube, for example, which is something they value. And it's a game that has a lot of prestige in its name. That's the exact kind of game eSports World Cup has no reason to get rid of on their roster. The only reason you get rid of StarCraft 2 on your roster at the eSports World Cup is because maybe you only have space for one RTS, and the newest, hottest RTS in the world is up and running, and everyone's playing it. But that's not the case, right? It doesn't make any sense for eSports World Cup to ditch StarCraft 2. The bigger question probably is just how much the eSports World Cup support the circuit, but I don't think that's a big sell for ESL, because, you know, you're basically saying, hey, look, you need qualifiers into this event, right? This, you know, you got to get some people qualified. Why not make a thing of it? It's basically good advertisement for the eSports World Cup all year long. You know, you can whack your signs and your names all across Katowice and a DreamHack. I don't think it's a difficult sell. So, yeah. Apparently, it's pretty cost-efficient to have SC2. Yeah, SC2 is a super cost-efficient game. Because StarCraft 2, you only have to fly a player out, and that's a participant. Like, say you have 24 players in StarCraft 2, that's 4 teams of, like, CSGO. Or 4 Dota teams, because that's a Dota team is, like, 5 players plus a coach, at the very least, right? So, like, yeah, like, SC2 tournaments are so cheap to run in comparison. So yeah. I think the Saudis only care about viewer numbers. I don't know. I don't think that's true at all. I think they care about making their event truly look at this. This is the eSports World Cup, and it has everything. And I think StarCraft 2 is a significant enough name and a significant enough genre where they would feel it looks bad if they drop it. And I think they would care more about that than if StarCraft 2 is effective to run viewership-wise. And and like I say, StarCraft 2 was their best performing game on YouTube, which is an amazing statistic, right? So even, even if you take what I just said away, it actually did do well viewership-wise. Maybe not on Twitch, but it did way better than some of the other games on Twitch as well. It was not the biggest game. It was by no means the smallest game at the eSports World Cup. So yeah. To me, all signs point towards something like that happening. We're just waiting for info, and yeah, I honestly imagine it's just going to come along with the whenever eSports World Cup announced the game. Like, I think we're genuinely held back waiting for that. But we'll see. This game's been fun. Obviously, I hope I've done a decent enough job observing it while not really talking about it. As Hassan, getting his army across here, has been losing workers to some of those disruptors. Fighting is so difficult because of the threat of the disruptors. So you've got to be very careful about that. Hassan kind of has to go, though. He does not have longevity written into this game for him. He's not got upgrades. He is going to be on a third base advantage now if he gets this cancel, which is something, but like I say, the upgrades are going to be an issue. He's going to start building Phoenix as a longer-term resolve to kind of deal with the disruptors. So we're going to charge up. That disruptor is going to connect. Archon and Sentry going down. Another disruptor flying through. There's another couple sentries going down as well. Immortal going to drop. The Zelds are going to get there. I think the disruptors honestly did enough here initially. Awesome is going to bully trap back into 2 bases, though. Army comes back down the bottom. Prison going across the right-hand side. SC2 doesn't move masses. It doesn't produce high revenue. No, but honestly, neither do half the games at eSports World Cup. Didn't like the Fortnite at eSports World Cup also have like no viewership on the actual official stream? It was all co-streamers. Like, that provides actually 0 revenue. Like, it's all well and good using co-streaming numbers to boost up your numbers you sell to sponsors, but like, people aren't dumb. Those numbers are worth way less than actual people watching a tournament stream. And yeah, StarCraft 2 was by no means the worst performing game of eSports World Cup. Austin's winning this game, guys. I mean, I'm still afraid of the fact that he's obviously not got the upgrades, and Trap has the ability to blink around with these Stalkers and do a lot, maybe, but I do love that we've seen, obviously, the Phoenix lifting up some of those Disruptors makes a big difference as well. I'll recall those results away. Stalker's still coming through the center. Pulling back up that high ground. Plus 2 attack finished. Again, Disruptor in the Nexus on the way through. Our army of Trap getting all the way over to the right-hand side. Here's a couple of shots will go off. Try and clean out an Archon. We're not quite going to get there. A couple of Zelds going to get shot at instead. Trap is getting desperate. Harston being able to remove the third base for a bit, giving himself that eco advantage, is definitely solidifying his position. Helping a lot right now. As you see, the Disruptors still producing from Trap. Like I say, the Phoenix, though, getting higher in numbers is going to be a genuine, real... We already saw it being an effective way to deny some of the Disruptor shots. That's only going to keep on building, right? That is only going to keep on building. Disruptor coming about. Stalker's going to get back through the center again. Robo Facility coming up as well. Does lifting a Disruptor cancel a shot? Yes. That's why the Phoenix are being made, because you can lift up the Disruptor and cancel a shot, and then it goes on cooldown. Back in the day when Disruptors were like a big go-to in PvP, like a bigger go-to than they are right now, Phoenix were like genuinely a very popular response. Nowadays, you don't see it as much because people get to Disruptors less quickly. People realize going to Disruptors is a riskier move in the first place. And so if someone gets to Disruptors, the game's a bit too chaotic usually to go Phoenix, but Hearthstone obviously had the Stargate up, this was a game where he was kind of controlling the pacing, and he said, you know, the one thing I don't have is I've not killed him when he's going to disruptors. Yeah, it was the perfect scenario for Phoenix to actually come out here. We don't really see this every day anymore. But like I say, when you do see it, it's genuinely a pretty good way to play it. Stalker's gathering in the center, Immortal Archon Zealot joining up as well. Couple disruptors coming through, Zealot's coming about, +1 armor on the way. +2, +1. +1 air weapons as well. You see our Immortal's turning, hitting a few Stalkers too. And we fire back into the middle of the map as our Phoenix come into the center, a couple of probes, and they begin to get lifted as well. No way they're about the revenue. No, they're not. They're 100% about... the thing is, I mean, revenue plus viewership goes hand in hand. And at the end of the day, I think viewership of StarCraft 2 may not have been the best, but like I say, the fact it was highest viewership on YouTube speaks for a lot. Because they are just trying to build our brand, you know? Like, they are trying to get that going. So, definitely a factor. Maybe the co-streaming numbers do mean a bit more in that regard, but I still think they'd be happier with numbers on their official channels than, you know, a logo on another stream, because logos on other streams do not do as much brand building as you want them to be honest. Anyways, enough of all that. As you see, Zealot Archon getting into the center there. The +2 attack coming in, the +2 armor building, +1 air weapons coming up. Our Stargate is going to get going in the main base as well. On the bottom right side, a few Zealots are going to work their way upwards too. Also playing very cautiously. I honestly feel like he's got an army that can kind of go and fight a little bit, but it's scary. You are up against 7 disruptors. They are not easy to get rid of all at once. You do have a good Phoenix fleet. That's going to have to pull back right here and deal with this War Prism, which is going to try and recall to the rest of Phoenix. Get there in time? It does. Prism goes down. Force Trap to have to rebuild that is definitely a positive. Take another step back out into the middle. Mortal Archon, Phoenix. Man, this army is so tech heavy. Every unit in this army of Hearthstone is worth so much. There's like a handful of Zealots. I think there's about as many Zealots as there are Immortal Archons. Those are some nice disruptive shots to start. Hearthstone was not ready for them to reach him, so that's going to be a bit costly there as the Zealots make their way through the bottom side. So Zealot's coming about, Stalker's going to shoot, a couple of Phoenix going to be taking some hits, the Immortals going to try and fire back as well. The Fleet Beacon coming up from Hearthstone, +2 armor, +3 attack, all on the way through. Disruptor shot or 2 going to come flying out. Nexus goes down, the rest of this army pulling over that right side. Phoenix and Mortal Archon over the left-hand side. Step up. Phoenix gonna have Colossus to work against here as well. It's kind of getting funny. Young Ghost River will definitely get into something of a standoff. Also gonna start making his way to carriers. I like that. I think it's getting to the stage here where teching up yourself further might be the better option at this point. Gonna step up. As you see, some of the disruptors getting lifted. A lot of the disruptors missing as well. We're actually just lifting Stalkers right here, keeping them away from kind of being able to retreat back up that ramp. These fights are getting a little bit wild. I say Hearthstone just pumping pure tech units out. A carrier, Immortals, another Phoenix. Upgrades coming through for him as well, including Phoenix range. D in the bottom right, going to cancel the base up as well, so something from Trap that Hearthstone will have to be a little aware of. Gets lift, gets taken down. The mothership's still over here, +2 air weapons, +3 attack coming through. A couple more DTs and Zealots on the way. Cannons are producing. We'll start seeing this fight breaking out over here as Trap coming through. Phoenix actually going to be able to get rid of a couple of those Colossus. The Mauls are firing away. Disruptor's getting lifted up as well. Just going to be seeing the Mauls continue to fight on in. Hearthstone is more or less win this out. I mean, the army of Trap is just so devalued. With the fact that there's so many of them, just... The Stalkers just... I mean, they're just not good units at this point, right? What do the Stalkers really help against? You can target down some Phoenix. The carry, like, they're just not good units to be having at this stage. Stalkers continue to move around the bottom. From Trap, as maybe their mobility can give you some power. The ship pops cloaking. I'm not sure if that was intentional. And mothership overhead, just going to be seeing a couple Phoenix come through. The Immortal on the way. Let's see how Rock's going to get knocked away at, as we do just have ourselves a Disrupt and the Probes coming through as well. Couple Phoenix coming out. As I'll getting chased back a little further as well. I mean, this stage Hearthstone is, I still think, just on so much of a better army. The fact there's 18 Stalkers, I just have no belief in what Trap has. Maybe the 4 Disruptors can make magic happen. Gonna knock down those rocks. We do have the Phoenix back over the right-hand side. I mean, the couple DTs, I do like the DTs. I do think there's something which is at least giving you a bit of hope, but this one, these two get caught by the Observer. The Phoenix are there to lift them up, so they do not get anything done either at the moment. Is going to go try and grab the Zealot. They actually get underneath those Phoenix. A couple of them get shot down. Like I say, the mobility is perhaps the one strength that Trap has in this army. Mobility on a small map like Ghost River is not exactly the biggest of deals. It's going to work a little bit here. Hearthstone's going to have to run back up to deal with this. Like I say, I mean, mobility on a map like Golden Ore might be something you can really make work in the long run. On Ghost River, it just feels inevitable that your mobility is going to run out at some point, so it's not going to be good enough. Phoenix can lift these Disruptors. We're going to pop the Cloaking. I don't even know if we've got detection. We don't. The Observers aren't there. There's no detection at all. That's going to be pretty darn deadly, as you do see the Disruptors just getting lifted. So they will not do anything. This fight is going to be so one-sided. Hearthstone is going to knock down the rocks, run up this ramp, and just keep on going. And this is just so much of a better army as Hearthstone. Letting the Phoenix go, but nothing else, apparently. Drop the Time Warp as well. Man, that's painful. Yeah, this really couldn't have gone worse with Trap in the final fights, but I mean, that was kind of an expectation. Because, like I say, there was a point here where Hearthstone's army just got to be way too good. Trap probably had timings with the Disruptors, but because he was kind of pushed back so much in the game, he probably just never felt confident enough to kind of get out there and do those things either. So, yeah. A few more Zealots around the bottom side. Zealot Stalker's going to go get grabbed. A few more Probes going down. The Phoenix is going to play some lifting games. Hearthstone's army just continues through bases. Like I say, you can do what you want with the Zealot Stalker Forces Trap. You're down 110 supply. It's not going to really matter. At this point, you don't even necessarily need the Phoenix anymore, as Hearthstone does not really Disruptors to lift up, so that's also very much so. Whatever, we're going to recall a few Immortals home just to help protect against that group of units. You can split your army in half. You can probably split it in three. It probably isn't going to make too much of a difference at the end of the day. That will be that. Okay, guys, I'm going to take us back to that fight I missed the start of because I was, unfortunately, got messaged about an admin thing at potentially the worst possible moment. And I looked at it at the worst possible... It caught my attention at the worst possible moment, I should say. So let's just watch back what happened at the start of this. I mean, this army already just is so much better for Hearthstone. Trap starts to run up. He actually blinks in, which just lets the Immortals turn onto the Stalkers, and then the Phoenix fly through. Disruptors do kind of hit the front line a little bit, which gives Trap a decent start. But man, there's just so much firepower. Like, there's so many Immortals left over. Yeah, it's never really going to go that way. GG's. Yeah, the blink-in feels like such a cool idea, and then it's like, you're just going to get murdered by them Immortals, man. Like, absolutely murdered. Game 2 coming up here in a moment, guys. Thank you for your patience during games. Sorry, we missed that one. Like I said, just, I got a message for an admin thing, and I noticed it just as that, like, when I guessed the couple of armies were not doing much, and I was just talking, and when I looked back, there was a big fight going on. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. Alright guys, well this first game was so long that actually Clem Classic are already starting as well, so I guess we'll probably not be catching that section of the bracket as I suggested we might initially. Nightmare 2-1 Solar, no! Our only Zerg of the tournament gets eliminated. Where's Shin when you need him, you know? Where's our boy Shin? Need him to represent today. Quite a pretty Protoss heavy affair. Let's see how some of the other matchups go. Oh, was sad to miss Clem Classic actually. Classic took a map off of Yeah, Classic took a map off of Clem. I want to say last week, might have been the week before. At some point in one of our events. Yeah. Solo soft form lately. Yeah, I mean, some people have more motivation during this downtime and off-season than others. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. A couple more big events come around. Some of these guys are going to start picking up the practice a little bit further. I mean, Solo's still good, just... We know how dominant he can be, but I think he's all well good to take a little bit of time and to chill out a little, you know? GLHF is called. In the top left side, our red Protoss player is Trap. Down a game in this best of 3. As in the bottom right, our green Protoss is awesome. Am I going to Home Story Cup? Yes, I am. I will be there. I'll be going there on Thursday evening, Thursday night. So again, just for this week in general, for my stream, just to, you know, while the topic is there, I will be here tomorrow for Alima League. Not live, we'll be doing that replay casting that we do. So we'll be doing that tomorrow for Alima League, because we're not allowed to cast it live on Twitch/YouTube. And then we'll be not here on Wednesday. I might do a non-StarCraft stream on Wednesday, undecided right now, probably not. But then I'll just not be here Wednesday through Monday because of ESL. Not ESL, Home Story Cup, pretty much. So, yeah. And we'll be back Tuesday next week. What are we going to do Tuesday next week? I don't think I have anything right now, but we'll probably start doing our Christmas events and getting stuff set up for that. So, yeah. Like I say, just our stream will slow down a little bit for the sake of Home Story Cup. Is the main point there. It's the Cybercore coming online, the pylon coming up. Hope you guys are excited for Home Story Cup. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's going to be really great. Expecting that to be awesome. Austin puts down a forward robo facility, so it looks like he's bringing the aggression here. On this game number 2, Trap. The last game did scout a hidden pylon that wasn't looking to really mean anything. This game, we are going to have a actual proxy. So yeah, the last game, I know it was 20 minutes long, but go back to the first 3 minutes and there was that kind of hidden pylon. Maybe things Trap, you know, maybe considers this isn't as serious of a threat as it might be. So something to think about there. Depths will hit, probe will go down. On the bottom side, our other probe continue to move about as well. Casters are on TL. You assume they're the usual? I don't know. They didn't tell. You know, honestly, they didn't even tell me anything. I just asked, like, I actually asked like 4 months ago. I was like, hey, can I book my own flights? And I just, you know, they didn't even ask me. I was just like, hey, should I book my own flights? Because I want to book like separate flights there versus returning, because I can fly direct on the return, but I have to fly transfer on the way there. And they were like, yeah, sure. They never actually asked me to cast. So yeah, I don't actually know who's casting. I assume it's just the usual trio. The local will be there. Because he wasn't there last time. Yeah, I just kind of realized that like they never actually asked me this time. I just sort of said, should I book my flights? And I did. I'm going to get there and be like, we don't need you to cast. We're not paying you. I'm going to be like, oh. Ah, cool. Who knew? Chap spotted the robo, so he knows what's coming. He's going to build a robo of his own. Let's just have a few stalkers and the immortal gathering up at the front. And the War Prism is going to be coming online. A robo facility coming through. The gateway is building. Well, probes go down. That Oracle putting some work in. Harsman's not going to delay his expand, which I think is the right choice after being scouted. Obviously, the big issue here is this robo is in a very far forward position. So that is just going to be a target, you know. It's not likely that he's going to keep that alive throughout the game. Unless he really can be the one to maintain map control all the way throughout. Stalker and Mortal Sentry just chilling on that low ground. The Oracle going to be gathering up there. Get some damage onto the gateway. These Adepts getting in. Not the end of the world. A little frustrating. Oh, I like that force field though. Try and keep one of them away from the mineral line. Actually does cause them to miss a shot. Yeah, only 2 probe losses. That is not bad. That is not bad. Stalk Sentry regathers the Immortal as well. Prism pops out the Robo Facility. Immortal building on the side of Harston. Oracle continue to come through. Prism loads up. A couple of Immortals coming down the bottom right. A couple of Oracles off over to the side. Probes is going to get picked away at that. 5 workers going down, make it 6. Now that's nice because he's just going to put Trap back into worker leads. He's going to do one of the advantages Harston had, which was the economy. He does have the double immortal drop, and Trap does not have a great. In fact, he has no answer to this. Oh my goodness, that's bad. Target fire on the probes was also not ideal, but yeah, he has nothing over here. I mean, 2 immortals are going to come in as a response to this, and he is going to eat the first shots. Got a panel and got 2 probes. That could have been more. The Oracle's coming down, the Hallucination going to be there as well. Fallon and the Robo setting up, Prism on the right side. Going to come back in, the Stalkers are there, immediately push the Prism back out. Link is on the way on that Twilight Council. So we do get that started. Again, the next is finishing. Prism. Gonna get chased by that Phoenix, so Phoenix actually is gonna be able that's just dead. These 2 moles just have to drop and they will just die. Harston's sticking around a bit too long. I mean, he knew there was a Stargate up as well, so that should have been in his mind as a possibility. I mean, it makes sense, right, to build a Phoenix if double immortal drop is gonna be there, because 2 immortals dropping is so powerful. We pull back. Phoenix is going to pull across. Now we lose the Robo as well. This is getting worse and worse here for Harston. I think this one might be heading towards Trap's favor. As the army heads down the bottom right, the Stalker Sentry gathers up. And blink about to finish. Those units out the front. This decision coming about, it's going to be seeing the oracles coming over. We'll see potentially more threats that they can provide. Trap not going to be able to push in just yet. Halston has got the third Nexus starting. So he's kind of going to invite Trap to be like, hey, come on then. You know, attack into me if you want to. Because Ramp's going to make it tough. Look at all that stasis ward going down as well. Shots coming through. Army is going to retreat away. +1 attack on both sides. Charge building. See the units of Trap returning away to the upper left-hand side. Some stasis wards. Trap ended up backing away, and we are going to get to 3 bases each. Halston is going to survive through losing those 2 immortals. This game will go on. I mean, now Halston's army is going to start looking a lot worse than Trap's, though. This is the game where Halston's going to have a ton of stalkers. Trap is going to be a lot techier. Already 3 immortals out. Halston will start charge, will start a new robo. Yeah, he just has nothing outside of stalkers yet, and I mean, I think he should be on the map with these. Obviously, there's a few stasis wards around and so on, but I feel like he should at least be poking and prodding and trying to find something when you've got this amount of stalkers. It's so scary to not do too much. Sentry still moving into the middle. That probe of Trap moves over the right-hand side. Army gonna step forward. Gonna see another sword coming in. Well, the Deb's gonna get jumped on. Is going to come across, a couple of shots coming through. Stalker in the center is going to move up that left-hand side. Just going to be seeing the Stalker blinking in. Stasis is going to get caught. This 2 attacks still coming up. The Immortal coming about. Coming through, just going to see the Stalkers backing away. Continue to pull away. A couple of oracles get in for some probes at the same time. Again, that +2's coming up. Cannons on the way. Nexus building. Extra probes coming about. Oracle still coming back around the top. Stalker Sentry going to gather. I'm just going to blink in. And our Archons, our Zealots, our Mortals are gathering through. Robo Bay, second facility, Dark Shrine all coming up. The Oracle's going to chase the Prism back down the right a little bit. That's a massive army of Trap that's going to catch Halston out of position. Halston's all the way to the right. Just going to be seeing Archon's going to jump there. A few probes still dropping. This Nexus will go down. Oh, a couple of Stalkers is going to jump onto those stasis wards as the Stalkers will continue through. This is going to be a base trade. In theory, Halston's army is okay in a base trade because it's Stalkers and it's mobility, but the sheer power of Trap's force looks a little bit rough. And we'll be still taking some damage. We see a lot of probes retreating. I mean, we're in full base trade mode. We do have probes actually out from trap, but they're in the bottom left, hunted by this one stalker. This one stalker's going to try and save the day, guys. So for shooting, a few probes going down. 36 workers killed. Units move into the main base, and Mortal Archon going to continue to play onwards. Still taking a lot of shots. Again, the Forges and Twilight Council will be going down as well. The Zealots are still coming through. Obviously, we just wait for this base trade again to the... I guess the part where we start kind of retreating back home and so on. The probes have apparently fought off the Stalker in the bottom left. We have already built a Nexus down there. Carson builds a Nexus top right. He's 45 army supplied behind. 35 if I can actually camp properly. Definitely not looking good for Haas. He's going GG. He's not in a good position. He doesn't have a better army. I think a GG out here from Hostum is not a bad choice as we go to a game 3 on that one. Well, this round of 16 has definitely taken some time. Now all the other matches are into the round of 8 already, so we picked the longest portion of the bracket today for us to go through, but that's okay. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Just means we're not catching any of those other matches that we kind of mentioned a little bit earlier on. That ain't happening. That ain't happening. Any estimate on when the new patch hits live? Let me just find my dice and I'll just roll it and I will tell you what the dice says. That's probably just as useful as any of the other information we have about the patch. The dice says 6, so anywhere between 6 days from now and 6 weeks from now is probably a pretty likely estimate. So there you go. December the 6th, yeah, you know, pick a thing with 6 in it. It could be any of those. Yeah. You've trapped so much time to spam stasis next round against Hero. This isn't PTR though, so you can't spam stasis as much because you can't energy overcharge the oracles. So there's less stasis available, you know. You appreciate the scientific solid method? Well, yeah. Why not? Trap top right, Haas and bottom left. We get into game number 3 here for this PvP. Working our way through matches. Let me just scatter around, take a few moments, 2 gates each coming up. Cybercore's coming in, gates building, probes reducing. Settled here for a couple of moments. Can I predict the player's openings? What with my dice? Or just with my general PvP game knowledge? Crimson Court to me is a proxy and just go for it map. This map, wow, you've not seen Crimson Court in so long. This map's very narrow until you open up the sides of the map. This is a very good map for just straight up pushes. You can probably kind of avoid playing Blink on this map. Blink is good because you can poke here and then blink the main and stuff, but if you can kind of bypass the Blink, I think it's very good for any sort of immortal charge lot push. So like Oracles into like a Robo, I think could be a pretty popular one on this map. You have a decent kind of get up the right side, hit the mineral line. You do have space behind the main. You can sit the oracles. Stalker gonna chase the probe. Rose is going to go down. Sentry's coming about. Wolfgate coming through. And the Nexus coming up on either side. The couple of Stalkers over here going to be moving about as well. It's a good couple of force fields from Harston. Terrible couple of force fields from Harston as he doesn't even get a Stalker out of this. God, what a waste of energy. That is sad to not get that Stalker. That is a 2 HP Stalker getting out of there alive. I mean, it's still low HP, right? So that's a factor. You continue through. That's another couple force fields that are going to result in a not dead Stalk. Oh no, this one died. That would have been funny though, right? Would have been funny. Destination goes down. Stalkers and a couple sentries going to get down to the bottom. Going to go after the pylon there, so we're going to nibble through that. That pylon will begin to drop. So that pylon goes down. Whole probe's going to go down. Just going to be seeing the gateway and the blink coming about. A couple extra probes coming in. Extra gates getting set. Gates and the blink still going through. Harston loses 8 probes in total, so a lot of damage taken. Prism comes through, a couple of probes. I mean, Harston is going to probably send this a little bit here. With the Prism out, he will have some opportunity. So we will step forwards. He's got an Immortal, some Force Fields. Just continue to that upper right-hand side. Stalker's going to find the Prism. That's horrible for Harston. A couple force fields go down. Another Stalker just going to blink back a little bit. A couple shots going through. The Army of Trap comes back down into the center. Guardian Shield pops up. Going to be heading down to the bottom left. Again, charging +1 coming through. The pylon in production. Twilight Council about to finish. I'm just going to get back home. I mean, losing the Prism pretty much shuts down this attack, and, you know, he's only a couple workers behind. I don't love where his army composition is heading to, but it's not unplayable. I mean, I'd love to see him start at Twilight if he's going to stay in this. It looks like 2 more gates, and maybe he's just not going to stay in this. Just shut down these Adepts with the Stalkers on the counterattack. Harston can recall back, but even recalling back is not exactly a fun choice right now, as the Sentry... Force field in the ramp doesn't work if your opponent can blink, right? That's actually honestly not a bad force field to try and make it more difficult for the pylon to go down, but even then it's going to be rough because Harston just needs to go. He's going to get a Prism, and I think he is just going to go, but man, Trap's going to make it as difficult as possible with these Stalkers. Just staying on the map, staying aggressive. These few Stalkers move back over. The Temple Archives, the Nexus, charging the +1 coming through. Probe facility about to finish as well. The Stalkers are trapped. Still moving over to the right as the Observer comes overhead. Stalkers make their way down the bottom. The rest of this army moving about. Immortal on the way. Charge building up. Hostam actually just takes the forward Rich Vespine base. I think that's a very risky one to try and get away with, no? Stock's going back up the right. Stalker's moving about, charge about to finish, +2 attack on the way. Stalker's down the left-hand side as well. Those is dropping, 4 workers going down, a couple of depths still firing. More shots coming about. The Adept's trying to step forward. Immortal's going to be there. Stalker, Zealot, Sentry all taking a lot of damage. The Archon's going to step through. The Adept's going to have to step back. Temporal's going down the other side. This is just a must-win fight for Hostam. Why is he warping in Adepts? He built Charge. Did they think he'd build Glaives? Like this feels like he thought he built Glaives. I mean, Adepts are just as bad against Archons as Zealots, but in terms of like surviving, but like Zealots at least will go and do something if you've got Charge. I wonder if he meant to build Glaives for one final attack. I'm gonna ask him. Genuinely curious. Yeah, he meant to make Glaives. Ah, that's very sad. He was meant to make Glaives. He didn't realize till I told him. You just saw his face on stream when he got my message. Nice. Well, the quarterfinals are already underway, guys. I mean, we could just wait for like Max Pax, Gumi, or Beyond Nightmare to come out of game and just join those, and then that semifinal will be the first to start. I think we're just gonna do that. Yeah, what do you guys think? Do you think we should go hero trap? I honestly, I just feel like I've casted so many PvPs in a row. I'm very ready to just be like... I think we just wait for the bottom side semi-final to come free. Gumi or Max Pax 2 minutes in. Something not PvP. Yeah, I don't really want to cast another PvP. That's the thing I'm thinking of.
Hello?
Hello.
Who do we watch?
I don't want to watch another PvP, so I'm waiting for the bottom side games to...
Max Pax Gumiho, perhaps? Or
Yeah,
Clem Classic?
I'm waiting. I think Clem Classic's gonna be done. They started game 1 before you, like just as we started your series. Or just after. And you
They were
played the long
very
series.
fast in the bracket then, eh?
Clem lost a map to Rex. I want to know what happened.
You want me to tell you?
Yeah, if you know.
Rex went for Lingbane opener, then into Hydra. He destroyed Clem's initial push out and then counter-attacked with Lingbane Hydra and killed him. This is my guess.
Is this, I was gonna say, is that actually what happened, or is that what you just making up?
I think this is my guess. I have
guess.
been watching Rex, and I think he is not bad if his early game is untouched. Like, he has good timings then after.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think that is what happened in my mind. I think his CVT is quite good too. So, and that's the only way I ever see Clem lose against worse players.
Yeah, just...
It used to be Roach all-ins, you know?
Yeah, but he got really good against the Roaches.
Yeah.
He figured it out.
He started building tanks more often as well in the early game.
Yeah. Helps.
Oh, Clem is done. No, he's not. I lied. I think Max Pax is gonna eat Gumiho for breakfast, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, they're already playing. I just didn't want to do another PvP. I mean, we might end up in another PvP anyway, but I figured I'd just wait for the bottom semi instead of holding people up.
Okay.
So yeah, we're just chilling.
Sounds good, buddy.
Sounds good. How's your weekend been?
It's okay.
Yeah.
I feel bad about this loss now. I feel like when I play against Trap, he doesn't really understand what's going on for the first 6 minutes. But then he always runs by with a depth. And I think his micro is better than mine. His unit movement in the mid game is surreal to me. Like, also in the first game, he still got so much stuff in with like when I had full map control.
Yeah.
I think I might just be too slow, but I don't even think Trap is very fast either. I think he's just good at moving and he knows what he's doing.
Seems like a good combo.
Do you think he's very fast? No, right? He's slower than Max Pax, I think.
He's definitely slower than Max Pax.
I think he's also slower than Classic.
He's one of the slower Protoss. I don't know if he's slower than... I think Classic's
I think he's faster than me though, for sure. I think I am one of the slower Protoss. But I think in PvP it tends to be irrelevant how we play now. Like with the Stalker Zealot stuff, when that was really popular, I think it mattered more. Now it's more about like keeping your lead and then pushing it. You like my late game, right?
You like game?
Yeah, the Phoenix stuff. I haven't lost with it yet.
Do you always go Phoenix or just when they go Disruptors?
I mean, just when they go Disruptors.
But they pretty much always go Disruptors when it gets to that point.
Yeah. So very often what happens is I'm ahead in the mid game, and then we kind of sit there, and they're like, oh, my army seems worse than Hearthstone's. Then we get some Disruptors or Colossus. And against both, I think Phoenix is fine. You need to have some in case they have like some Disruptors. And then you get Mothership, Carrier, and you have really good air upgrades quickly. Another sick thing is that if you're kind of like in stalemate positions, is that the Phoenixes can harass their workers. And it puts them, you know, in a weird spot. I didn't really do that in the last game, but I think there were some theoretical points where I could have done it. Yeah, it wasn't perfect, Wardy. But you know what? It's a trick that I've learned recently.
What?
If you don't watch the replays of the games that you win, you can just pretend like it was perfect.
Great suggestion.
Yeah, it's not good for the improving, but it's very good for the ego. And sometimes the ego is the only thing that really needs a boost, you know?
That's what I do. I always know why I've lost. No need to look at those. So I just watch them.
Exactly. You also do it with losses. That's a bridge too far for me.
No, I know why I lost, and I know, but I guess I'm the opposite. I know I want to make sure I know why I won, so I go watch the games I win.
Ah, okay. I like that.
But I don't look at the mistakes because they weren't important. You know, it was good enough to win anyway.
Max Pax is done. I messaged him.
Yeah, I know that's 2-0. I'm checking to see if Beyond Nightmare are still going on.
Oh, you're going to Korea, Asia?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, they're aiming. I can check the score because it is in the game. Hang on. Beyond Nightmare is 1-0 to Beyond, so we just wait for Beyond Nightmare to go game 3 or the winner versus Max Pax.
Cool. Did you do anything good this weekend? Yeah, you ran tournaments, didn't you?
Yeah, I casted all weekend, right? What did I do on Friday? I did something on Friday, I think. I don't stream on Fridays. Oh yeah, I went to the beach on Friday with the dog.
What great weather for that, I bet.
It was actually pretty nice on Friday. And then on Saturday, it was... I mean, on Saturday, like, our airport had to shut down and stuff because it was too much snow. So, yeah. Friday was the good day to go out.
Yeah. We went to 2 museums yesterday.
You go to
The first one was about planes. It was a bit mediocre.
Yeah.
The second one was about boats.
Was it better?
And yeah, it was much better.
You guys go to a lot of museums.
Yeah, we got this card, which is like $60, and it gives you entry to basically all museums for free. And it's running out in like 3 days, so we've been, you know, anything
and anything
that we thought looked interesting, we just bam, 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 we bang them out now.
Yeah.
And then we'll never have to go to museums again for the rest of our lives. We've done all the good ones.
Well, that's the thing.
plane one.
That's the thing with museums, right? Like, they don't usually get a lot of new stuff, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, what are they gonna get updated? I mean, I think they upgrade their storytelling though quite a bit. Like the newer museums, almost all of them have good audio guided tours, and the old ones, you know, it's like you have to read signs yourself, and there's no videos playing, not even touch screens. I'm like, ooh, yikes! Feeling like the feedback form, like 1 star on everything. You might want to get some technology in here, boys. Just because you're in a museum about old stuff doesn't mean all of it should be presented in an old way. Lol. And leave. It was free anyway, so I don't care. Yeah.
Well, free minus the $60.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but museums are freaking expensive, man. If you don't have this card, you're paying like $20 per museum.
Yeah, I know. We went to the Van Gogh one earlier this year.
Van Gogh?
Yeah, because I had the Pokemon thing.
Ah, right. Did you get it?
What?
The Pokemon card?
No, we didn't get the card. We didn't go on the first like 2 days when they had cards before they got shut down. But
yeah, it was wild. Like kids were getting beaten up out of sight and stuff.
I
think this happened like once, but this is a story I remember. So
they literally were like rioting in the store to just grab anything with Pokemon on it. Like the videos were insane. Like just people like grabbing at anything that has a Pokemon on it.
Yeah. It really wasn't that good though, was it? The Pokemon exposition.
No, it was like literally like 5 pictures in like a corner of the museum.
Yeah.
Like they make this out to be some really big thing. It's like it was literally like a wall. Like not even a big wall. They also looked
AI generated.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, it was like honestly like it was probably the worst thing we did. Like that's why we went to the Netherlands. You know, we just went like overnight, and it was like that was like why we went. But it's probably the worst thing we did the entire time we were there.
What else did you do, Wardy? Smoke some grass.
Ate some food.
Oh.
Walked around. Went to the Amsterdam dungeon.
Oh, I bet you liked it as well.
No, we liked it because it was so similar to the ones in England, even though it was in a different country.
But were you into the one in England? I couldn't stand the dungeon, man.
We've been to like 3 of them in England.
Oh wow.
It's really funny because they have like so many of the scripts for each of the bits are like just the same, just like edited to like slightly reflect where you are. It's,
really?
Yeah.
Well, I did not like it one bit. We went to the one in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
That is terrible. I just cringed all the way throughout. It just wasn't for me.
Yeah, I can imagine. Helen loves it. She loves the audience participation.
Oh yeah, I bet she does.
Yeah.
Okay, who are we waiting for now, by the way?
Beyond and Nightmare. They are maxed out on our side. And Clem
Wait, how do you see this?
It's on Inu's stream.
Ah. And it's the last game?
It's game 2.
Oh.
But we can just...
So maybe we need to go...
We can go game 3. I'll tell him to wait if you need to go over. Okay.
Well, Indy's stream right now is just checking the bracket now.
No, not Inu. Korean stream.
Oh.
Twitch.tv/
Into the Inu.
Into the clan.com. We're terrible at this. You know anyone in StarCraft?
No, but I check on Team Liquid. He's called Into the Inu.
Did you see the Beyond Max Pax series yesterday?
No. Yesterday I was on museums.
This first game of Beyond Max Pax was so good. Like Beyond just decided he wasn't gonna let Max Pax have any successful harass, and he just played so well defensively for like so long. Won like a 25-minute game. Lost the series afterwards, but the first game was really sick.
I want to see it.
Yeah, it was on. I think the first game was on Ley Lines. It was a very good game.
Ley lines.
That map's very popular. It's the
Yeah, it's a good map.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be really bad because it had loads of bases, but it's actually really good.
And the bases are very spread out, so
Yes,
you don't even get
yeah.
proper turtley ones.
Yeah,
It's
no.
one of the best maps that we have.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I know.
this is the best way to make a standard map, in my opinion. The way the guy
Mhm.
did it on. Who made ley lines? Do you know?
I can find out.
The other day I was crap talking a map, and then the guy who made the map was in my chat. I felt really bad.
Oh, I should take it as advice.
Killer Smile.
Killer Smile. He
Good
makes
map,
good maps.
Killer
though.
Smile.
He makes good maps.
He does? Which other ones did he make?
He made Solaris, I think.
I did not like that map, but it played out well most of the time.
He played Data Sea.
Meh. That is everything that's wrong with the map is on data. See, too easy for bases, watchtower that covers the rest.
I'm not going to say any more. You're just absolutely murdering them.
Well, I mean, I think I like the data C from a Protoss perspective, but not from an entertainment
Okay,
perspective.
but I mean, like, he's made multiple maps that have been good in like the TLMC and stuff, you know.
Look, I'm not saying these maps. I'm just saying with the current knowledge, I don't like data C. I think back then I thought it was okay, but it's unfair because I think data C was during the Void Ray era as well. No?
Yeah.
Yeah. That always puts a
Not
buzz,
really.
you know.
Doesn't really count.
Yeah. Ley lines though, very good map. Because even the first 4 bases aren't so secure. You know, there's like 3-4 entrances, and there's airspace that you can attack on both sides. The base setup is just really good.
Yeah, it's very good.
And then he's the only person ever that made Rich Vespine geysers work because of the mineral blocking. Also cool. So I'm just a fan of this map, man.
Yeah. Cool map.
It's just a good map.
We don't get many of them.
Yeah.
Where everyone agrees.
I
it's
think
just a
the
good
new
map,
map
though.
pool is good though. No?
Yeah, no, I think so too. I think the new map is very good.
Except I don't like Ultra Loft, but not because of any particular reason. It's too dark or something.
No, I don't like. Well, Snowpiercer is kind of weird too, no?
Yeah, but it is different and exciting. I actually like it. It's also
Okay.
no,
I mean, that's fair enough. That's allowed.
yeah.
That
Geez,
is
they're still
allowed.
playing, eh? These guys. I'm gonna go to the toilet real fast.
Okay, sure. Go
I'll be
on.
right back. You got it covered.
Yeah, I got you. Where's Zerg? Bro, Zergs don't play in tournaments. Shin doesn't play on the Mondays for some reason right now, so it's just like I think he doesn't want to play old patch, which is fair enough, but it's grim trying to have Zergs in your tournament in this day and age. It's grim. Hero Trap started. Yeah, we didn't want to go into Hero Trap because we just did 2 PvPs in a row, so we were trying to mix it up, but obviously it's Max Pax Bjorn ended up finishing, and then Bjorn and Nightmare are playing a very long game, so the games that we wanted to get into otherwise have just not come available. Like, they must have both just started a game just as we were kind of waiting, instead of going into the PvP. So yeah, this is like a designed wait, but it's just unlucky that the games have ended up going so long, you know? So yeah. Yeah, which Bjorn and Nightmare are playing a pretty cool game. It is on the Korean stream if you guys want to watch it. I think Nightmare might win, which means we would get a game 3. If we get a game 3, then obviously we'll just jump into that game 3 as well.
Hello, I've returned.
Welcome back.
Thanks, buddy.
No worries. You excited for Home Story Cup?
Yeah, dude. You're coming to play football with us?
No, I've told everyone this. I can't. I get that too.
All right, you arrive late at night.
Yeah. I have to fly at like 5 p.m. But then I have to go through Amsterdam as well to fly. It's so dumb.
Yeah, man. Sucks to suck. What can I say?
+1 to that.
There's gonna be a game 3. Should I move to Asia
Yeah,
already?
yeah. Come to Korea. There's definitely gonna be a game 3. Unless Nightmare just gets out of fight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do all this to not cast a PvP, only to cast a PvP, aren't I? You can already tell.
No, Beyond's gonna eat Nightmare for breakfast. I can smell it.
One game 3, you think?
Yeah, yeah. I'll give him some advice.
So yeah, 1-1 between those two. We'll go into game 3. And then the winner of this plays Max Pax, that'll be our first semi-final. Well, it might not be. If the other semi-finals are ready before then, the other one, but whatever.
Whatever, man.
Whatever.
You're the only cup right now on the Monday.
Yeah.
That's dominance.
Is it?
Are you in the lobby?
I'm trying. Is that dominance? Or is that just persistence?
Dominance.
Is there not a Monday
you
night
own
cup?
the Monday right now.
There's still the Pickasaw Cup.
One more time?
Pickasaw Cup.
When is that?
Like, midnight. 2 a.m. actually. 2 a.m. for you.
It's too late for me, so I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
watch it.
Well, I know, but like, that one got name changed a bunch of times. Like, a few different people did the NA version, and it's now the Pickasaw Cup. But, yeah, I mean, what can I say? It's just persistence, you know? Why would you leave the lobby? Oh, because the players.
Because it was the wrong player.
Yeah.
He saved the lobby. Now we should
Like-
go without him.
Yeah, we should definitely start without. I did that once, you know, in my own tournament. I left, so they fixed it, and they went without me, and they didn't come out of game after either. I was so livid. Hey, Roddy. Apparently, Roddy's doing a community tournament, so maybe you can join that.
But it's for worst players, no?
Yeah, you'll fit right in.
I walked right into that one. At the moment I said it, I knew what was gonna happen. Not even upset about this. Well done, Wardy. You fulfilled your task. I hope you're proud of yourself. Yeah, I made a joke. Boys in chat, 3 people said KW in the chat.
It's just the fact you walked into it. Like, I can't believe you just.
Yeah, you set it up well as well.
Usually, you're the one to be like, you know, you'd be like, you know, it's for low-level people like you, you know, and I don't even get the chance, but you just left it open this time. You're not on your game.
Yeah, I push you into my traps.
Yeah.
You let me walk right in it. Well done.
Oh, I guess I own the Mondays until 2 a.m.
Yeah, very true. I mean, it's not like you have any tournaments afterwards anyway. Or, but like, it's not like you're still going on. I guess that was the same with the KSR. It's not like you guys were overlapping.
No?
But it felt like some people, you know, they waited for the KSR. I sometimes would skip yours to play just the KSR.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, if that's the one you want to play, then that's fine. I don't think I never thought it was a good thing to have all the ESL cups on a Monday. And I appreciate like why we all went and put these new cups on a Monday, but I really feel like I understand, like, you know, I always streamed on a Monday more daytime, so it made sense for me to do it. I get Roddy streamed on a Monday evening. I feel like nobody consistently did the Monday nights. But I really feel like they could have made the NA one like a different day, you know? Yeah, I guess
StarCraft did the Monday nights, surely.
Yeah, I guess you went back to back on that.
And Pig as well, no?
I don't know if Pig did it consistently though. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know either. Usually I'm asleep at that point already.
It just felt like the Monday night one was so much less of a set in stone thing. They could have moved it to a different day and had a better time, you know.
Oh wow.
Wow. Unbelievable play.
Keisaki. What does that mean?
I don't know.
K is a dog, no?
What? I don't know.
It's a bad word, I think.
It means something like scandalous. Or
Really?
what a scam. Something like that, yeah.
Bunch of guys. They always chat so much, man.
Yeah, Bjorn's a big talker.
Yeah, he's huge on the chatting.
Shouldn't have been chatting though. He lost an SCB.
Yeah, I would have given up. I hate when that happens. I get
Me
really
too.
upset as well. This
Yeah.
type of stuff.
It's funny because I get really upset, but like I'm at the level where it's just acceptable to do that.
Yeah.
But I hate it. I'm like, God, why can't I survive the first probe harass in the game? You know?
Yeah, it feels so pathetic. And you know that the other guy is also smirking too. They're like, God. It's like, that's the ultimate skill check, you know?
Yeah.
It's so sad when you don't pass that one.
I told you about playing Paddy Mac at Epic Land, right?
No?
Where he did I not? I swear I told you. where we were like the last match playing the group stage. He's like, hey, do you want to play our games? I'm like, oh no, it's fine. Like I'm just chatting with people and hanging out. He's like, oh no, come on, we should play. And I'm like, okay, fine, yeah, we can play. So like I logged back into StarCraft. I get my StarCraft. I had to turn my VPN back on because the internet's crap or something. It won't let me log into StarCraft normally. So I do all of this. I load up and like, I guess he just wants to play a couple of fun games or whatever. He cheeses the shit out of me. Like he pulls 2 probes to harass my mineral line or something. I just like completely fall apart. He 4 gates me. Game 2, he like proxy 2 gates me and just full on kills me. Series is like 5.5 minutes long, and I'm just like, bro, I literally said you could just take the win. like
he wanted to earn it. He's a real competitor.
Yeah,
it doesn't count if you don't earn it.
It's almost like he's like, come on, it'll be a good experience for you. I'm like, oh yeah, this was really great. I'm really glad I logged back into StarCraft, man. Like,
that's very cool. I like that. Hey,
absolutely murdered me.
You know, I've been seeing Max Pax do a particular thing lately. Is where he'll go across the map with all of his initial units when he plays Blink. Have you been seeing that too?
Yeah, he sends the Zealot Adept over and stuff.
No, also like Stalker.
Oh, Stalker?
Yeah.
I probably just not paid enough attention. But yeah.
It's very wild. I was thinking of it today a lot. And I think it's good. Obviously because he does it, but also just the concept. It makes sense to me.
Is it mostly like a PTR thing because the Cyclones that's good, so you're more able to just go across and get more done?
I don't know, because it feels way more deadly if you are against a Cyclone, you know? Like the new
because the Cyclone has more range, right?
Dude, it's fast as hell.
That's
like you're not escaping that guy.
True.
Absolutely no shot. Okay,
I kind of forgot how good the Cyclone was in the past. Like not necessarily good, but like how fast it was.
Yeah.
Because initially when they changed it, right, they kept the speed and it was absolutely nuts. It ran around everywhere, laser beaming everything down.
Yeah. I think it's actually, if they open up Cyclone, it's really hard to scout what they do in the PTR version of the game. Well, in the current version of the game, you can almost always see the Cyclone come out and then you can just run away with your adepts. So it feels... But the Cyclone is a bigger investment in PTR, so... I don't know. Make it up what you will.
Stalkers from Nightmare as he gets ready to fight. A couple more warping in. Gun's gonna find the warp in. It's nice. Oh, cancels the warp in as well. Even better.
2 kills on Stalker. That's really bad. Cloak's gonna finish up. Pylon's gonna spot the Banshee though. That's a pretty big deal. It's going to allow Nightmare to maybe prepare a little bit better. Maybe get an Observer out. He hasn't started yet. There we go. Wasn't paying attention to the minimap. This Banshee shoot Cloak's not gonna get hit by anything. At the same time, Stalkers in the natural are gonna kill a couple of workers. Tank now on their heavy fire should die as well. Second Banshee will stay at home, but the Prism gets recalled with the Stalkers in it. Where's that Observer? I saw him chrono one out. He sent it across the map accidentally. Oh. Is that what he did?
Yeah, I think so. Gun's gonna turn around, by the way, as well. He's not gonna set up the siege on the natural. I think he was gonna commit there a little bit, but good recall back, got a few probes, so maybe he's just happy with that as enough. Obviously, he did lose a siege tank, so reinforcements are gonna be pretty weak for Bjorn as well.
Can we really blame the guy for not wanting to attack upper ramp into a 2-base toss? Because I really can't blame the guy. Like I understand what he's doing here.
I felt like he needed to try and get a little bit of something done, but I feel like he got it done without commitment to the siege, at least.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do some damage here without pushing up the ramp. You can siege and like pick away at the pile and the battery, then maybe back away. But if you have reinforcements coming, but
yeah, and I'm not sure if I dare doing that against 3-gate Blink, you know? Like, you're not just exposing your army, you're also exposing your mineral lines quite a bit more, and you have to set up. There's no third base. Do we really need to go in if we have better tech? This is, by the way, this is the Nightmare build from like 6 months ago. And I guess he still does it. I mean, it's the build named after him, so I'm not too surprised. This is where he'll go 8-gate Storm before... Like, he'll get a third base, but Storm before third base, basically. Then he gets, with the Prism, he goes across the map, and he pops out 2 Templar and does like a fat Zealot Warping in there. And then he does it as you move out, or he does it if you're trying to defend the third base, basically. I've seen him do this a couple of times. It looks really, really sick. I'm a huge fan of it.
I haven't seen Nightmare play much lately. I'm just trying to think. But, this guy's been kind of like, he plays, but I feel like he keeps losing before I get to see him. But I mean,
you of someone?
Does it remind me of someone? No, well, no. I watch your games before you get knocked out usually. You have that viewership goal.
Nice. Okay, 9 probes go down extra. That is a big deal. If I'm beyond, I'm staying at home for till the end of time right now.
Yeah, he's gonna get some more on his third base as well. It's kind of a... Has that base always been that way around? I don't know why, but this base looks so weird to me. Like, why are the minerals so to the left?
Yeah, it is. That's also odd to me. This is one of the best maps, like, for air units.
Uh-huh. Yeah, because they can hit their natural on the third base.
And the main.
Right, yeah.
Like, none of
position.
that is manageable by stalkers. So you need to blink very accurately the entire time. So imagine they start threatening the main base, then they go to the natural, you blink down, and then you threaten to the low ground on the third, and boom, back into the natural, you know? It's like, you need so many stalkers to deal with. Even like a Raven can be super hard. That's why I play Phoenix every single game on every map, because Amphion is bad. Oh, here we go. We're gonna get Templar drops. This was good, I guess. He gets quite a few kills. Uses a lot of energy, but... Oh, hello. Does he have any energy left on him? I don't think so,
I don't
right?
think so. I think he used everything.
Oh, fat quality of life change that I want. I want to be capable of seeing how much energy my Templar have in the prison.
Yeah.
We should be capable of putting that in, no?
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Okay.
You can,
Remind me after the game.
But you can you not do it if you're in-game playing?
I don't know.
I think you can do it if you're playing. It's this UI which doesn't let you check.
No, I think you can't.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think you can.
No. I wanted a reason to hate on this UI some more. I feel like you can see it if there's one unit inside though, no?
No.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Even if you're right, that remains true. Ooh, look at this Zealot runway on the right. That is his entire Zealot force.
A lot. Gun has been very good at playing defensively though, and he's instantly getting sent towards those Zealots. Both Barriers do not fight that many Zealots. The EMP's his Marauder. Not sure that was the play, but it does fend the Zealots off.
I like it. EP into nothingness. Okay, we have a fourth base now coming out for both players. I think this is a good spot for Beyond. I felt like his spot would be better though, given the early game, you know?
He did so much damage.
Yeah.
I thought he'd be in a ridiculous position, but we are going to see him actually stepping forward a little bit.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I feel like these moves, before you really want to fight, are great to bait out the Zealot attacks, you know? It's like saying, hey, I'm out on the map, please attack my third base. And right now, Nightmare isn't falling for it, so Beyond's actually going to be looking for these Zealots a little bit now. Nightmare's going to be moving him towards the right side. He's going to corner himself. Oh, Beyond does not want to chase into this. Nightmare's going to move his entire army to the middle of the map, only with a single Colossus though. There are a bunch of Templar nearby too. We have some Templar at home. We have 5 Templar at home with a lot of energy. 1 Templar in the main as well. So defensively he's well set up. He's on a low worker count. That means his army is huge. He's going to be hitting before 2-2 of his opponent. I mean, with good Templar micro, this is perhaps possible, no?
Yeah, I mean, if the Storms hits, I mean, there's so much power and potential there, but obviously you've got to be super careful with EMPs. The Zealots are going to go spreading and thinking about their possibility to dive on in. Not going to go just yet, though. We wait.
Banshees tried to go back in into the third base, but flew into a cannon. One of them died. Here comes the attack onto the planetary. Good flank as well with the Zealots. The Prism gets sniped down. We still get one good storm. A lot of the army here, though, is attacking the planetary, and not a whole lot is attacking Beyond's army. Planetary is gonna go down, so that is a big deal. But a lot of Nightmare's army falling is also a pretty big deal. This fight was before Thermal Lens was done. This third Templar is gonna die, Immortal's gonna fall as well, and now the defensive Templar will need to hold for a little bit longer.
That's a great storm. Or two, it was just needed to not be hitting the planetary. Needed like the full fight, right? I think he would have been pretty okay as well, because the storms were very good.
Yeah, they're phenomenal. Despite the Prism going up. I mean, if you lose the Prism like that, it also sucks because you have no reinforcements, right? And there were no extra Templar there.
Uh-huh. As it goes down, Bio gonna knock down the rocks. At least make a go of it. As you do have the Bio can continue down, and I mean, just again, Nightmare threatening these Zealots through the bottom right. At this point, I feel like Gun's so ready for it as well. He's like just expecting it. Already was moving across into position.
Yeah, sorry, I was distracted. A guy in my chat said that this is a replay because he watched this game last night.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sick.
He went to bed after this game. Beyond wins. Sorry to ruin it for you already, Wardy.
It's okay. Yeah, I'm glad someone finally called us out for trying to pass off replays as live games.
You're so stupid as well for doing the same game that you showed yesterday.
Yeah, that's really silly. It's just really impressive as well, because Nightmare must have changed his name for the match he played yesterday too.
Who was it yesterday?
You played Max Pax? Not on this map,
okay.
and it was also on the PTR, and it was also not against Nightmare, but... you know, you're right. we've had so much kind of undercover. We changed some names, we changed the map tile set or something.
It's possible. The name change is possible.
Yeah.
Everything else would be difficult.
Holy.
I like that. Alright, what's the current ghost count? We're at 7. 6 Templar, couple of feedbacks. Could definitely help out. Nightmare has managed to once again get up to a big army. This is a pretty significant Zealot run by near the 3rd base as well. He's so freaking aggressive with this force, man. It's insane.
Yeah, he's just stepping in like he's got all the rights in the world, but I don't like his army, man. Like, 3 Colossus, they're going to get EMP'd pretty quick. This is not the PTR where they have a bit more health and less shields, right? So, they are the more vulnerable Colossus too. They have, I think, like 2 Storms available as well. Like, I just do not like this army at all right now. For Nightmare, that was his Storm, by the way. He doesn't have a Storm now.
It's a fragile army, but at the same time, moving across the map for Beyond is tricky. As long as Beyond is not on the other side of the map, you can stall forever with like a Templar here, Templar there. You don't need to hit an insane amount of storms because there's only 4 Medivacs on the map currently. So you hit like 1 or 2 storms while it's moving across, and that move out is over. That's not a good storm. That means we only have 3 remaining in this current army. Something I would really like to note, by the way, is the worker count just keeps growing for Beyond, which is insane, no? Like, earlier it was like 80, and I already thought, ooh. And I was like 93, and it's like, whoa. Yeah. It's like, what are we saving up for here? Like, surely having 20 more supply is actually more useful.
I mean... Yeah, I don't think you need... I mean, as a Terran especially, you're usually never meant to be rich. You're the one that's meant to have, like, the larger army and dominating a little bit, so... Because it's so easy for a Protoss to potentially overwhelm you if they have, like, too many units that, you know, you can't chew through in time. So, yeah, I feel well.
Yeah.
The count's a little scary. And you kind of want space right now to start moving into libs and stuff as well that you can't currently do.
I'm just curious when he's gonna get rid of him, you know, because right now I think he's built like 3-4 extra command centers, and he's building like 4 more, so he's gonna have like 8 or 9 orbitals. Like, we need to go down to 60 workers at that point. If his goal is to rush into the late game in that fashion, I'm kind of okay with it. If he says, hey, my defensive position is good enough, I'm just going to be playing very defensive StarCraft, Viking Ghost against whatever it is you're doing, get an insane eco ASAP, and then we go to a super low worker count straight after. I actually kind of dig that, but then you do need to get rid of your workers, honestly, right about now. Like, you're going to need to get rid of 25, 30, 40 workers or so you can get that army lead right now. You know, you made the investment early on into better eco, you threw down all of those orbitals, and now's the time to pay off. Because if you wait much longer, Nightmare's going to have a huge bank, and your fights are just not going to be efficient, so Nightmare can just kill you.
Well, Nightmare's making the switch into the Fleet Beacon and the Stargate as well. He's got so many Zealots as he runs up this ramp, and he'll send a few in, uses the Storm to try and zone out a little bit. Turns back around. Not love him running through the choke with the Zealots. It's one of the narrowest chokes on the map, so definitely not the place to be. Nightmare's army is also just... I mean, it feels like a part is just like it's terrible as well, though. It's like it's Mass Zealot Stalker, the Colossus are sat back, the High Templars are back. Needs to be careful with what he does have on the map at any point.
Yeah, now he wants to transition into Stargate units, which is understandable, but he doesn't have any upgrades yet on air. Beyond already has +2 ship weapons done, +3 on the way, vehicle plating also on the way. He has 3 command centers in the main base that haven't turned into orbitals yet. I really think him staying at this high of a worker count is just a huge liability for him.
Vikings going to try and get themselves onto the Colossus. Does not look like the Colossus will last very long as Stalkers finally start turning themselves onto the Vikings, but a bit of bio from the south helps out. Nightmare definitely... I mean, Nightmare keeps losing these fights. Even though Bjorn had so many workers, I feel like Nightmare should be doing better in these fights, no? And this feels so bad for him.
Yeah, generally running in with pure Zealot into Marauder Ghost is not great.
Yeah,
And I think if you're not fighting in good positions, you're just not going to win, right? Like, Bjorn is not attacking into his opponent a whole lot. He's now going to try to go for a bit of a Doom Drop. This did get spotted by the Observer, which is a relatively big deal. Bjorn is still trying to sneak by towards the left side. Not sure if that's actually viable. It's adding in more command centers. We see 3 more being queued up. I think 1 is actually... Oh, never mind. It's going to start now, yeah. How many orbitals does he have already? He has 9 orbitals, so it's going to go up to 12. I mean, that is plenty.
Well, going to move up. Couple cannons going to be taking some shots. We EMP down a battery. So we are going to get up here. This base is going to be in some trouble. And I think this is the right kind of thing for Bjorn to do. Move around the map because Nightmare's not really had to think much about being defensive. You know, and I definitely think there's openings for a couple drops here and there to do very well.
Yeah, I think so too. Right side base is not protected by any Templar, which is one of the main purposes of Templar, is protecting outside bases. You can hold them with cannon battery. Not like this though. Beyond has lost a lot of units on the far left side. That's a lot of cash in the bank too, and I think this is an absolutely fine trade. He takes out 2 bases. It's gonna lose a base here though, and now loses a lot of workers. Nightmare doing him a favor.
Yeah. That Liberate count is building up and up and up, and Nightmare, because he's taking bad trades, has never been able to really go into the Stargate units like he at one point suggested he might want to with the Fleet Beacon. So that's made that a lot, very tough. We're actually going to lose this Planetary Fortress as well, though. And a few, quite a lot of SCVs have gone down. He's still building up with his bank, but has a lot of money to spend before he gets maxed out. And by the time he spends his money, he'll only just be about maxed out as well. So Nightmare with a good few moments for himself here, and continues to move from left to right with his main army. And he's going to try and continue to find these base locations. There's a lot of oversaturated SCVs on the right side.
Yeah, I might want to send some of those into battle as well, just to lose them. Liberator count. I mean, whenever you transition into Liberators, there's always this moment where you can't really be on the map anymore because you have so much supply kind of tied up into your starports. And until you have a good enough Liberator count where you can start pushing forward again, it is just scary, and you're giving the opponent a lot of momentum. That's what's happening here. Nightmare has that momentum. He's gonna try to take the best trades that he can. He managed to take out quite a few of these bases, which is nice. But right now, I think Bjorn is well set up. He's going for a second planetary on the bottom right side base. He's rebuilding the planetary here in the middle as well. So we see Nightmare jump forward. Good storm. Might be capable of getting this base. EMP misses. Now an EMP hits, and without Templar energy there, it's just going to be very, very difficult.
Starboard, Vikings, Liberator, Marauder, Ghosts, everything on the way out right now from Bjorn. As he just gets the rebuild continuing. Nightmare is kind of struggling with money a little bit himself. He's actually was mining less than Bjorn, but of course mules do have a factor to play in that.
Yeah.
It's going to get to a point where that far right base and far left base that Nightmare's currently taking, they're definitely going to come into play, right? And Bjorn could even take the bottom left base above his main. Could become a factor too, the deeper this game goes.
I honestly have a very difficult time seeing Nightmare kind of keep on this pressure for much longer. Because we're one bad fight away from him just being pushed back. Like, he doesn't really have the stuff.
Yeah, he's already kind of in that position, right? Where right now his army supply is just so much less. And this is where I feel like Terran are really dominant in this stage of the game against Protoss, but obviously we've not been able to get there because we've had too many workers. Now your army supply can be a lot stronger. There's a lot you can do. We just walked in 12 DTs, great harassing units, but they actually just got scanned as well. He's scanning for the base and sees the Dark Templar. That is a huge scout, but does he do anything about it? I mean, got double planetary there, but only one missile turret would have to scan.
I mean, there's plenty of scans. I cannot believe he jumps on this. That is wild, especially knowing that you got scanned. First planetary goes down. Second planetary also under some heavy fire here right now. I don't think he's gonna get it. Kills 13 workers. Once again, just doing Beyond a favor. I mean, clearing the one planetary is nice, but if I'm Beyond, I'm just putting a single lip on there, and it should be safe in the future. There's plenty of other command centers around as well. We have 2 more CCs going up. Every SEV that dies is honestly a great kill for Beyond. Because his army just continues to grow and grow and grow. He has the orbital count in 10. Like he hardly needs any mineral mining right now. All of his SCVs should just be gas mining. Like, I think you can go down to 40 SCVs at this point.
Yeah, this seems particularly brutal right here as we do see the buy going to turn around. The DTs are going to take some shots. It's going to clean those up and push those away as we do have ourselves 14 additional Zolds coming out. Bio chasing up that right-hand side. A lot more Vikings and Commanders coming out as well.
Yeah, I don't mind the approach that Beyond took here. Rather than keeping a Liberator there, he just sent his army. Now has a split army set up already for a push-out. And with his higher army supply, I mean, there's no Disruptors, there's no Tempest. We're still just working off Colossus, Templar. Like, this is an army that is great at minute 12. Minute 24, when there's 15 Ghosts on the map, not so much Wardy.
We just got stuck as Nightmare, right? Like,
yeah.
I feel like he really believed in his ability to just kind of shut it down and to make this game kind of come to a close. And like, there was a point where he's like, actually, I may need like the Fleet Beacon and the Stargate. He's like, actually, nah, I'm okay. And he did just get stuck on this army without ever improving it again.
Yeah. Beyond kept on innovating his army. Going up to Liberators, higher Ghost counts. You know, post-patch, this would be 14 more army supply for Beyond. It still would be a good army, though.
Yeah. But it'd still be a good army. Alright. Kind of crazy the Ghost change.
Kind of crazy that it happened so late, you mean?
Yeah. I think Ghost could have been changed for a while. It's very obvious what the issue was with Ghosts as well, right? Where it's just like, sometimes you can just get too many of them. and still have a massive army while having a lot of them, so... I'm surprised it took so long for the supply changes. Ooh, Storms from the bottom. Stalkers from the left. Whoa, Bjorn just got 360 surrounded. Link on top. Bjorn just lost everything. Holy.
Dude, that was the fight of a lifetime.
Oh my
God. I only was focused on the top side.
Yeah.
So for me, it was just as big a surprise. Then the storm comes on from the right, and then the left, you have like 20 stalks. Like, wait, where did these bad boys come from? Dude.
Wow. That was really ridiculous.
That was an insane fight. There's no Ghost on the map anymore. This is still a relatively crappy army, right? We have like one Storm with it, one Colossus. If Beyond manages to get back up any amount of Ghost here, it could potentially still be fine, but he can't afford to lose all of his orbitals here. Still has 9 remaining. Liberator's gonna try sieging up, but 2 get sniped before. 2 Ghosts now come out. We have 8 barracks. Mineral income is only at 1200 a minute as well. That orbital died with like 150 energy in the bank. More Liberators now coming in forward, as well as a Zealot flank moving in. Liberators sieging up. I think Nightmare, can he push into this?
Yeah.
Probably yes.
Wow. What a fight. Wow, so you're talking about how troublesome Nightmare's position is, and it really was. I mean, fight of a lifetime is actually what it needed to take this down and to turn it around.
This was unlosable for Beyond, I think. Jesus, what a fight.
This was sickening.
Where did these Stalkers come from?
They were in the top left. They were just on the left-hand side near the Protoss bases.
Oh, they were just stopping a drop that didn't exist.
Yeah. And then a couple of storms go in, storms from the south, and then he realizes he's trouble. There's only one storm left as well when he gets to the corner, so he has to lift up, and then the Stalkers get all 3 of the medevacs that had units inside as well. That's nuts.
Oh, dude, these are some massively fat storms. There was like a minor EMP dodge as well on the right. Dude. Okay, they actually get all of the medevacs that have units.
Yeah,
that is
yeah.
so sick. I think if he keeps 2 medevacs alive there, he's probably still fine. I also think in these types of scenarios, what you should be doing is just giving up a position. Like, he tries to semi-defend his base up there, you know? I think you just kind of go back, build Ghost, and then you hang out. You don't want to lose any units in this case. I think he fought too many times in a row. But if you just give up like 3 orbitals and then you go, maybe it's fine. Dude, he had so many mules as well still available. I don't think he had the bases in his main hotkey because they all had 200 energy. So he still had like... He had something like 20 mules available for him.
Crazy.
That's a lot of money, Wardy.
A lot of money.
Comes okay, I'll come. That's like what?
What?
How much money is that? It's like 200 per mule, right? If you don't care where they land.
No, it's a lot.
It's a lot of money, Wardy.
Gun was in a very good spot. that fight was so disgusting, though.
Surreal.
Surreal. Alright, we're gonna go Clem Hero because they've been waiting for us for 22 minutes.
Clem Hero?
Yeah, they've been waiting for us for 22 minutes.
Hero beat Max Pax?
No, Hero beat Trap. Nightmare plays Max Pax.
Clem beat Classic. And then Clem Hero.
Yeah. In the lobby, yeah. Alright, we can start. We can go.
I'm hyping Hero up in the DMs. I told him, you are a powerful toss. And he told me, thank you, thank you. So if he wins Wardy, I want part of his winnings. Just like when you hire like a rapper and they bring up their hype man with them, you know, that always pronounces the last word. That's what I am for Hero.
Right. I've got a hilarious story about Hero yesterday.
Tell me. I'm very curious.
So yesterday, Hero played Max Pax. That's Max Pax, right? Yeah, Hero played Max Pax yesterday. This might be the worst performance of all time I've ever seen someone have against the Stasis Ward. Like, you could legitimately have just put the Stasis Ward into the semifinals because that alone won this series. Hero walked into every Stasis Ward possible in the entire match. Everything. He lost game 1 that he was ahead in because of Stasis Wards. Game 2, Stasis Wards. And the best part was, by the time it got to game 4, I think Max Pax realized Hero was having the worst time possible with Stasis Wards. So not only did he start just putting Stasis Wards everywhere, and Hero would keep on walking into them, Max Pax was then like showing off against Hero's Stasis Wards and like popping 2 with 1 Stalker and blinking out, so it didn't catch anything. It's like, this entire series just evolved into Max Pax absolutely clowning on Hero with Stasis.
What was the score? 4-0?
It was like 3-1. Hero did win the one game. He won the first game like pretty nicely, and then Stasis Wards came through the rest of it. It was so funny, honestly. Like the second game, I think he was in a fine position, walks down a ramp, gets stasis trying to defend his natural, and then gets stasis as he tries to get across to defend the DT. Just GG. It's like.
I think there's nothing more frustrating than walking in a stasis as well. Like, it hurts so much.
Yeah. I saw a great clip of you the other day walking into a stasis. When
did I do that?
Well, apparently when you said, I hate it when he goes Oracle first, when he goes Void Ray first, and you walk onto the ramp and you get stasis, and you go, I hate it when he goes Oracle first.
I did remember that. Yeah.
You know, so someone sent me that one. They said it was a must-watch.
Yeah, it was a must-watch. Oh wow, look at this. Clem opening up with a Reaper first. What a gangster he is, eh?
A gangster.
Do you remember this period last year when Cure would play one gas Reaper every single game in TVP? Unless he went for Proxy 2x Marauder?
Yeah.
That was last year, right?
Was that another year before? I don't know.
No, I think it was end of last year, I want to say.
Yeah.
When he was so dominant in TVP? Or is it longer ago?
No, he was dominant in TVP like Game is 8 last year. In like August. So like, yeah, I guess around this time last year, maybe a bit earlier.
Yeah. I remember there was this, he looked so freaking good, man. And he would play the same opener every single time. And ever since then, I've realized that when Terrans feel very, very good in the matchup, all they do is play like single gas, Reaper first. Because it's super safe. And I think the opener is not actually good. Like, you're not going to be ahead against, like, theoretically, you're never ahead. You're always just behind, basically. But it gets you in a position where you can just play from. And Clem legit plays this, like, 60% of the time. And if you play this against Hero, I can also understand it, because Hero doesn't play standard StarCraft very much, right? He plays a little bit wild, a little bit crazy. So I do get it, but it is interesting.
It was so good in TVP in that period. That was ridiculous.
Who? Pure?
Yeah, in that period is ridiculous at TVP.
Yeah, he was actually very good. It's crazy how that can just turn around, no? Like,
Yeah,
because
like,
he's not
like
bad
he was,
anymore at all.
Yeah, like he was like the absolute best at TVP, and now it's just like TVP's fine. It's nothing special.
I don't think he's top 5 TVP in the world right now.
No, I don't think Q is very good overall at all right now. Like I think he's fine. Like I would struggle to put him in the top 5 Terrans, even though he was like one of the best at World Cup. Like right now, especially, he's just in the off season. He's
Who would
definitely
be put above him though? Clem, Maru.
Clem, Marubian, and Gumiho straight away.
Yeah, I'd also put Gumio above him. But
Yeah.
then that's only 4.
Oh, well, that's okay. We can just make a top 4 to make my points.
Top 4. He's definitely not
Yeah,
top 4
top four,
material
yeah.
already. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Good call.
I mean, only.
Lost the Reaper, you saw that?
Yeah.
He was probably busy microing his Widowmine drop, flying into Stalkers. Terran players. Surreal. I mean, this is completely fine. He sees the third base. I wonder if he's going to do anything with it. I don't think so.
No?
Because I think Clem was mentally preparing here for something else, you know? He has like the barracks in the cool position. He's now gonna swap him. He's gonna have a late third barracks. And I think he was preparing for like a 3 or a 4 gate blink. And now that it doesn't come, he probably feels like a bit of a clown.
Bit of a clown. Well, a couple of mines going to sit behind the main base. They're just going to wait for a chance to come through. Obviously, there is a bunch of stalkers there right now, but you keep that medevac there, you can absolutely find some potential at some point, right? You don't have to rush into it.
Yep.
That jumps off the tech lab, moves over to the reactor. Marine's going to come about as well, just going to be having the Colossus and Twilight Council again the charge, so make our way to the next step of this game, which is going to feature probably just once Clem gets Stim in +1, start seeing some action on the map again. Until then, we're in the build-up phase.
What time do you think this double mine drop is gonna go in? If you were a betting man, and theoretically the odds, you know, you get your money back 20 times if you are within 3 seconds.
7:37.
7:37.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna go earlier than that.
Yeah, I kind of think so too. For some reason I had 7:30.
Oh, you're up by like a minute.
I'm up by a minute, but it was a terrible time to go in.
Yeah, but he did it anyway.
Yeah,
you just
well,
lost all of your money.
Yeah, well, I assumed Clem was...
Why would you put your house on this, Wardy?
I assumed
Huge
Clem was a
mistake.
smart player, you know?
Jesus.
Typical Terrans thrown when they're not on the PTR to get buffs or something.
I'm not even sure how that would work, but I like it.
Well, I assumed he was more so going to time it up with his attack, right?
Yeah, me too.
I figured the attack's going to be 7:30, and around then, maybe a bit after the attack, you'd go in. That's why I picked 7:37. But, yeah. Clem was just like, you know what, I'm just going to drop now and pretend he has... Oh, no, lost the Widowmine.
He still has a second, though, so he could go in again with it.
Yeah, well, you know how the betting works. We don't get a second chance.
True. You just lost all your money already.
Turns out Clem is the bookmaker. God damn it.
He really is. Oh, this is an interesting push. It is kind of important that he gets... well, oh, what the hell? There's no way this is correct.
I mean...
Is that allowed?
That was... I mean, he's going to get the base. And I guess the tanks keep the Colossus from chasing as well. Look, 7:37, he's gone. He's literally right on time.
Yeah.
God damn it, why did he go the first time? Oh my god, get 6 probes too. It was the perfect time.
Yeah, you just called out the perfect time rather than the Terran timing.
Yeah, it was a perfect call for me.
Why was that move allowed? I don't understand.
I don't know. Like, he just lost all of his Marines, and apparently that didn't matter at all. Now he's just going to drop in the natural.
I guess if there's no Zealots, the Marine count is not as important. And then he kind of fought before Zealots hit the map. Drop in the natural, I thought was going to actually just kill Hero, but Hero teleported and then actually gets an okay trade.
I'm salty about the Widowmine drop, man. I could have looked like a genius.
Yeah.
Now my chat's accusing me of watching the replay.
Again?
Yeah. Stalker's coming across to get a Marine by on the right side is... I was with you. I really thought the drop on the natural was going to kill Hero. But That's not pretty. He's gonna have his stalkers in a rough position. Okay, now you can just chase. These Colossus aren't protected well enough. So now you're just gonna die. I can't believe that first fight went okay for Clem.
Yeah, we're gonna set our best agents on the case. I'm very curious. I mean, I kind of understand. Well, the goal there is to kill the fourth, but I was surprised how good the what do you call it? The supply count looked afterwards.
Yeah.
I thought it. That's the thing that surprised me the most. Because like if you snipe like 2-3 stalkers, you lose 10 marines. That's actually kind of okay if you also kill the Nexus, which did not get cancelled by the way. So that's 400. That's like the equivalent of 8 marines, but still. Oh, that's a sniper on the disruptor. They always know exactly when to go in. This is a damaged army, by the way. But there's only one disruptor and no Colossus, so it won't matter. Hero's gonna need to tap out here, out of game number 1, as Clem is going to be taking Oceanborn. Lovely to see.
Yeah, very nice, solid game from him. Just, yeah, honestly, the only mistake I can point out is that first time he decided to dive in with the medevac. Terrible choice.
Awful call by him.
Awful call.
Insane.
Yeah. The rest of it, absolutely spot on. GG's.
Hold up the next game. I'm gonna quickly 8 times through it.
Okay.
I'm really curious. Okay, 350 to 437. 350. He was up after the fight. After he lost all the Marines. Up in resources lost. I just didn't realize that. He killed the sentries? I don't even know what he killed. He killed 2 sentries? And then like a stalker or something? But he was way up after that engagement. Also because the no cancel on the Nexus. It was even before and there was a 900 resource difference after. Did you guys start without me?
No.
Thank God.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, thank you. So that was just a good fight. I would not have guessed that.
Was it? Yeah, I mean, it was just. I'm honestly kind of perplexed by it. Didn't really make sense to me.
The thing is, sentries are too expensive, so they also show up too big in the resource loss stat.
Yeah.
You have 3 sentries. Each sentry is worth 150. Make that make sense. Does it feel like a unit that's worth 150?
A sentry?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. And it's just not a fighting unit though. It's a support unit.
But I think it gives weak support. Like, it gives support just once, you know? And not even that great. If you compare it to like a medevac, you know, medevac is there for everything. That's a real support unit.
That's true. I mean,
Templar is a real support unit. You feel something there.
sentries are extremely good though, in the right circumstances.
Yeah, but they're limited. I think in almost all scenarios, I'd rather have a Templar with Storm. Actually, in all scenarios. Oh, what the hell is this?
Yeah, but
Proxy 2 gate? Or second gate proxy,
Second
I
gate
guess we should
proxy.
call it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just talking about different stages of the game though. Like, you have the sentries because you had them earlier, right? Or you need like a few extra moments sometimes.
Yeah, but I mean, it is the worst support unit out of the support units. No?
I find it very
Yeah.
difficult to say that something that can just force field is bad. Like,
No, I can say that. I think I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just the worst support unit out of all the
I think
support
the problem
units.
is like a High Templar isn't really a support unit; it's a fighting unit. You know, like
But
it does so much
but by
damage.
itself, it's not very good. It supports an already standing army.
Yeah, but it's a completely different kind of unit to a sentry.
Yeah, it's better.
Well, yes, because it can literally nuke an army.
So I rather have that as support.
Right, but
If
imagine,
you are
imagine,
on the
okay, but
battlefield
okay,
and
but
they call
imagine,
in, we're sending some support units, and you see 4 sentries show up. I'm shooting the general next time I speak with him. But if 4 Templars show up, I'm pretty freaking happy.
yeah, it's completely different. Yeah, you're just comparing two like apples and oranges, you know.
2 apples and oranges. 2 apples to 1 orange, or just 2 apples to 2 oranges?
Like, the Sentry is extremely good in certain scenarios, and the High Templar is much better at a later point in the game.
Yeah, but the Templar's always better in every scenario, is what I'm telling you.
But I mean, yes, because the High Templar is a high-tech unit. If you could have a High Templar early in the game like you can have Sentries, it would be ridiculously good.
Yeah, it would probably be overpowered. But I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that the Sentry is the worst support unit. Out of all the support units, it is the worst.
Okay, sure. I can agree, but it's a stupid point.
Yeah, that went very smoothly for you, that agreeing. Graceful in verbal defeat you are, Wardy. It only took me 3 minutes to convince you that the Sentry is not a good support unit.
No. It is a good support unit. You're saying it's the worst support unit.
It's the worst support unit, yeah. It's compared to the others.
So
I said it's a bad one compared to the others.
No, it doesn't make it a bad support unit. It makes
compared to the others, yes. It's
compared to the others, it's the worst. Yes, but it's not a bad support. Yes, but you started off saying it was bad.
Compared to the others, it's bad, yeah.
Yes, compared to the others.
If someone tells me you're getting support units and I get sentries, that's bad news.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. He's coming in with a sentry. If this works, I'll be shocked. Oh my god, I'm shocked. Okay, this is one scenario in which the sentry would be better than the Cyclone. No, because it baited Hero into a bad fight. Once again, the sentry being absolute bollocks. Surreal. This unit always baits you into awful stuff.
In what world is that a bad fight?
No, check resources lost. Okay, it was fine.
You're so anti-sentry. Oh my god. Yo, these adepts gonna jump. That Cyclone's pretty hurt, but the medevac can obviously play the micro games. That helps a lot. And we lose an adept here as a couple of adepts will shade up to give high ground vision. Gonna go for this depot again. One more adept going down. Cyclone is good at range, helping to just push this back.
He's gonna try force shooting a guy in that has the medevac. If this works, I'll be shocked. Again. It's actually possible. If the Cyclone moves down and you push it forward and the medevac isn't in position, maybe you can get him. I like the way Hero is doing this with the adept, like shading up, gaining some vision. It's pretty banging. He's also keeping his opponent from mining from the natural. Clem is pretty significantly supply blocked. Did Hero see that pickup? I think he did, right? Force shields the ramp. That's a nice one. I think Clem still should move in to clear that sentry, but he didn't. I guess he doesn't really see value in killing a sentry because it's such a bad unit compared to other support units. He's like, ah, 3 sentry, never mind. I'd rather have him have 2 supply and a sentry than a Templar. That's what Clem was thinking here.
This is just stupid. Run up.
Oh, I was gonna walk into a mine. Hate to be that adept.
Well, Pylon goes down, gate goes down. Should Hero be on the map with these stalkers? I guess he's about to have blink. Doesn't have blink yet though.
Oh! If he was truly ballsy, he would have walked to where the tank is and would have lost all of his stalkers.
Yeah. At least now he has blink. Micro from Clem, picking up the Cyclones, continue to chase. He's gonna chase that way. Liberate gonna siege up on the natural. I'm gonna see a bunch of probes gonna start going down. So that's going to work in his favor. Very slow response. We'll have to recall home on the Stalkers, and the Liberators is going to unsiege him back away.
Yeah, it looked good for Hero, honestly. After that initial exchange, he was mining quite a bit. Does it still look good for him? I mean, there's no stim. Oh my, wait, we're on 1 barracks? He's supply block again, by the way, Clem. Look at this.
We're not on 1 barracks, 1-2 barracks.
Yeah, but I mean, he wasn't doing anything from it.
Sure.
No stim yet. So it's going to be, what? 100 seconds before stim is done? That means that Colossus will be out. Clem needs to do some technical plays now. He's gonna send out the medevac. I agree with this. I think it's uncanny how good Clem is at reading his position in games that are kind of chaotic and weird, you know? Because you never see him do this type of stuff if it's not necessary, but I think right now it's very necessary. He's in a bad spot. I think Hero could probably take a... Max Pax probably would take a fort base, post like 4 gate or so. You know, 4 gate, Colossus, fort base, then go up to 8 gate, fort gas. Forge as well in there. I wonder what Hero's gonna do. I think Hero tends to be the more earlier aggressive type, you know? Max Pax really appreciates the 4 bases.
Mm-hmm. Hero's definitely more on that aggressive side of life as the Marines gonna come through here and gonna get lifted up and back away into the main base instead. As Hero is looking to take a fourth. Stalkers blink and they will just force the medic back away. Half HP.
Yeah. Was close to having a volley with 3 stalkers though. I don't think it would have killed, but it would have been close. And you could have It's no forge, by the way. Make that make sense, Wardy.
It's Hero.
Okay, now he gets the forge. He gets the fort base as well. Oh, this Immortal Sentry army. I am not liking where it is positioned at this moment.
No, a little bit far forward. These Zealots get caught as well by pre-charge. They don't even have a speedy getaway when they get captured. And we have a Colossus with no range. Clem's got 3 siege tanks. He can easily set up something to get him into range. We are going to hard push into this. We're going to get absolutely blasted.
I like this the siege up fort, but losing 2 sentries for that is not great. Tanks are now starting as well. Oh, he's massively supply block hero, that is. He wants to force another far away siege up. And this is just an awkward position. He overcharges the close by battery, which is kind of wild to me. Clem is just moving in. The battery is actually going to last the entire duration. Rest of the stalkers now show up as well from the high ground. One tank goes down, second tank goes down, third tank on the way to going to hell as well. And there's nothing left in the main base to deal with this drop, so we're going to need to see a recall. It is available. Hero has a lot of cash in the bank because of that supply block. We have a double drop heading in towards the fort base as well. Yeah. So it's still going to be rough for Hero here, I think.
Yeah, this drop over here is the killer because he just recalled into the main base. Forcing that recall means the units now have to walk back over here, not watching, so he loses a stalker, loses all of these probes. Now on the third base again, and this is where Clem just pulls you apart. The probes keep on falling, and Clem is looking to waltz into the finals.
Yeah. Waltzing, he doesn't indeed. What type of music do you waltz to? Do you know that?
A waltz? A waltz is
it just called a waltz?
Yeah. I think so.
What does it sound like? It's like a different type of like rhythm or something?
Maybe it's not a waltz. Maybe a waltz is just a dance.
I think you can waltz to the waltz. Are you Googling it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to look it up. Waltz is a musical style.
Oh. So just whatever dance you do when the waltz is playing is theoretically a waltz? Or?
There's probably a specific way you're meant to dance to it, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
Do you know how to do the fancy dances or no?
Fancy dances?
Yeah, like proper dancing or no?
No. But what
just
makes you think
dancing?
I can do proper dancing?
Like the shopping cart and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Wait, what?
You don't know the shopping cart?
I'm just surprised you think I know any sort of dancing in life at all. I don't think I've given you any reason or purpose to think that.
Waltz is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, like a 3-4.
I don't know.
That's why like a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 is like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Yeah, it's like a 3-4.
Okay. I keep forgetting you're also a piano master.
I'm not a piano master. Just, you know, I actually did some...
You're pretty sick. You're a pretty piano master.
I just did I'm really not a piano master. I'm pretty sure you're better at me at music nowadays.
Oh, no shot. Absolutely no way.
Yeah, I don't really play at all.
But it's all in the head still, Wardy. Playing piano is very much like riding a bike.
Well, you sit down, you can just do it again.
But that's not at all how riding a bike goes. It is much harder than it used to be when you were younger, but you can probably still do it. You know, you can pull it off.
I haven't tried to ride a bike recently, but I feel like if I got on a bike, I'd just be able to ride.
Yeah, but not as well as you used to back in the day. Yeah, just like you can still play a little bit of piano. It's not like you're like, what do the white ones do? Yeah.
My boy AC comes in with the waltz is a particular way of stepping to music. You can do a waltz to many types of music, including but not limited to waltz music. There you go. AC can dance.
AC knows how to dance.
Yeah, yeah. But I was literally going to mention this, but then the man's in the chat himself. Legendary.
Who did I meet? I met someone at a party, a dude.
Uh-huh.
We were, for the Stormgate tournament, we were in...
Cologne.
We were in Cologne. And then I can't remember who it was. It might have been a Take TV employee, but he did dancing when he was younger. And while we were there, he randomly met his old dancing partner from when he was 16 that lived in a really small town in Germany. He was randomly at this party.
I see.
I thought it was a crazy coincidence. If you were there, your mind would have been blown. They hadn't seen each other in like 15 years or something. And then they reconnected.
That is crazy.
I heard they're getting married next week. It's true.
Oh, at Home Story Club?
No. I can't remember if it was an employee or not of Take TV. I have to ask Irene. I bet she'll remember. It was very romantic.
I feel like I heard this story actually.
There's no way you heard this story.
If Irene was involved, I probably heard it. Yeah.
True. It was wild. I remember being gobsmacked.
Gobsmacked.
Yeah. Are you big into hot chocolate or no?
I'm thinking I like hot chocolate, but I wouldn't say I'm like a hot chocolate connoisseur. Like I will.
Yeah, no, me neither. But like you like the.
Yeah,
you know?
I would drink.
Oh, we talked about this last time already.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said that Helen used to make it for you, but she doesn't anymore now.
Yeah, and ever since then I've been getting hot chocolates all the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah,
man.
we just bought some new marshmallows to put in them as well.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I also have some marshmallows now. Do you like with marshmallows or with cream or both?
I'm not a big cream fan, so just the marshmallows.
You put the cacao powder on top or no?
No, we're not that fancy.
I never understood much of that either. The cacao powder,
it's all fancy and stuff. I don't need that.
Yeah. I do like the cream, though. I prefer marshmallows as well.
I mean, you can get both in a lot of places, right? You can go
yeah, but I think both is too much. It's too fatty.
I just don't think it needs it a lot of the time. Like the hot chocolate's just good in the first place. Like, why do you need to glam it up?
Yeah. You know they often do the apple pie with cream as well. I'm not a huge fan of that.
Apple pie with cream?
Yeah.
I prefer
apple pie pure.
Yeah, I prefer apple pie with custard.
With what?
Custard.
I find custard truly disgusting. So I don't like anything with custard. Custard is the worst support unit for dishes.
I feel like people, if they don't like custard, they hate custard. Like no one's just like, custard's okay. Like you either like it or it's just like, oh my, like how can you even eat that?
It's because there's something off with it smells a little bit weird. So if you don't like the taste, it smells really disgusting. And also the texture is nasty. So it's, it loses all the other things. Some things, at least the texture is okay. So if you don't like the taste, it's like, well, it's not the end of the world. With custard, it hits all the wrong spots,
I don't know because I think it's really good.
Yeah.
Although to be fair, sometimes like some custards are just not nice. So I guess I can appreciate it from that sense.
Yeah.
Does Nightmare have a chance against Max Pax?
Realistically, yeah. Theoretically, has a huge chance. Nightmare has a massive brain. I think Nightmare, he's always one of the guys that I think is about to make it big,
He was really good when the last set changes came around, no? I mean, not this patch, but the last patch. He got really good for a while.
Yeah. I mean, I really think every time I see him play as well, it's like, this is so close. And it feels like he was improving a lot for a while, but now I'm afraid he has stalled a little. Whenever I asked Beyond always expressed serious admiration for Nightmare's work ethic as well, which is insane because Beyond's work ethic is
unreal.
Sir. Like, I told you, when I'm with him in Canada, what happens?
When he has like 7 tournaments every day.
Well, 7 tournaments every day, but also he just wakes up before everyone and he just plays like the entire time. Like he's literally playing. Then he has like a meal, chicken. He freaking loves chicken. And then he goes back to playing, like legit 13, 14 hours. Bam. Then he sleeps and boom, we go again. And the only thing he did, like he's not reading like a news article in between playing, He's talking with Maru and Ryung about strategy in between the games.
It's just nuts.
Yeah, he's legit a machine. I've never seen something like this.
Well, that's fine, Nightmare. Keeps getting better, but lacks just a little bit of finesse to finish some games, and then gets drawn into really silly games. I feel like that's what he misses.
His finesse?
Yeah, like he just doesn't have the finesse to finish a couple games off, and then he ends up in some silly games. And I feel like he spends more time playing silly games than he needs
the
to.
actual game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like that affects him overall.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Whenever I watch him play, I always think to myself, this guy is very good. But then I watch him play against someone that is slightly better, and then it's like, oh, I guess he's not good enough. But that next step is never there. I don't even know if there's like a particular thing that I would, be like, oh, there's Nightmare sucks at this. It's often not just one particular thing, though, is it? People like to think it's one particular thing. It's like where they say, like, Clem has really good micro. It's like, yeah, he has very good micro. But his macro is also surreal.
Yeah. That's the tough part about StarCraft. You can be really good, but just not quite good enough across the board, right?
Yeah. This is also the thing that isn't, like, it probably used to be true at, like, the start of StarCraft 2, when you had guys that had, like, good micro, because the other guys just didn't. And there were dudes that were, like, great at, like, building drones, or, like, spreading creep. And that's the one thing they did. But nowadays, you need to be way more complete. Like, post-Caspa is a change game,
Yeah,
Alright, what the hell is Nightmare doing? Sorry?
What I take from that is that basically in the Casper era, you could just be a one-trick pony.
Yeah, absolutely.
Typically.
Yeah, I'm surprised that I didn't do better before that.
You did, though.
He never loses it.
He's got a
like
Void
him.
Ray.
It's the correct call, though, isn't it?
Against the gates, yeah. It does seem to be. You think there's a good chance of Nightmare breaking through this? This feels like one of those typical Max Pax going to defend the crap out of this scenarios.
Yeah, if he walks in a stasis, that would be very sad. I think he spotted it, though. Right?
Yeah, he's definitely looks like he's playing around it, and suddenly Adept's through. As the Void Ray is going to activate, and actually will chase for Stalker, will not get it. Adept Shade out of the stasis. It's not good day to see that.
I don't think you're going to burst this down. I don't think you're going to burst this down. And that means that's 2 Stalkers wasted right there. Like, you're not actually bursting it down. You can't burst it down if you couldn't burst it down before.
Like, the chance was when he had all the Stalkers, and then he tried it again when he already lost one, and he tried it when he lost 2.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. Like, the healing rate remains the same.
Yeah.
But sometimes you really want to believe, Like, here it makes more sense because there's no super battery anymore, but it's too late. Yeah. This does look like a Max Pax ult. He actually had a good chance. I think he should have just given up on the 2 Adepts.
Yeah.
Give up on the 2 Adepts and try again. Like, he would have had a pretty significant Stalker count. And he has the ability to lift units, which is also really sick. I mean, now the Stalker count is the same. Actually, it's better for Max Pax. And Max Pax also has Void Ray and batteries. So it's like triple wins for him. I did like this build, though. Was this 4 Adept or just 2 Adept? It was 2 Adept,
2
right?
Adept. 2.
I think it's a fine build. We don't see this build enough, I think, for the strength that is out. If you clear the first Oracle, it also becomes easier. So he got a bit unlucky there. I think ideally what you do is you wait longer with showing the first Phoenix. So you deal damage with Stalker. So unit 3 and 4 are Stalker, right? These units, they need to hit the Oracle like once or twice. You can pretty consistently do that. And then Phoenixes, double Phoenix kills that. I think, if you're fast. Especially if your Stalkers are still nearby. And also, you don't have to rush across the map with your Stalkers, right? Because you need to wait for your first warp in anyway. So you can focus on killing the first Oracle. I think that's more important. The nice scouting, kill the first Oracle, and we're good.
Right. Do that next time.
Yeah.
It's rough.
This build should be much better after the patch.
Yeah, without the overcharge.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's how good overcharge is.
Yeah, it's very good.
Alright, let's jump in. Bottom left-hand side, Max Pax is up a game. Top right, Nightmare's trying to pull it back. Getting into game 2 on Dynasty. do you think we get going on Dynasty? Weird map, right? PvP.
Awfully weird. I have a feeling Max Pax might just go for the 1-gate expand though.
Well, that's Max Pax every game, but you know.
What if you take the Nexus first on the gold? I guess you just lose workers to the Adept.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
What
that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't sound great.
Yep. A great idea for about half a second of thinking, but you know, you apply our brains for like 2 seconds, it doesn't work out so well.
Max Pax playing blind double gas. Didn't I tell you that he's been doing this quite a bit? He's been where he used to love to, like in this type of scenario where it's a second gate scout out of Nightmare. So that usually indicates some type of straight up proxy. Max Pax used to go Nexus before core, but nowadays he very often plays straight double gas because he doesn't believe to be safe otherwise, I think. Is this going to be a really close proxy pylon? No way, right?
I've broken my screen. Hang on.
You've broken it?
Yeah.
What's happening? Tell me on your screen. Is it black?
No, I've somehow activated. I somehow activated. You know when they used to do like fancy like intro when they do the intros, they used to have like fancy like things that popped up with like information about the players.
Oh, it's tilde.
Yeah, it wasn't tilde. That's the thing.
Shift tilde.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It's on a different key for some reason. Because the command is based on a different keyboard, the British keyboard, so it's not the same. I fixed it now. Mine was the @ key.
Really?
Yeah. But it's because it's based on like a different thing. And then when I looked at the thing, and it was like the grave key. I'm like, I've got no idea what the grave key is. Anyways, all done.
Yeah.
Moment of panic.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna do the same thing again. You know, I truly do appreciate that.
Yeah.
No, but he's not doing the same thing though. He's going 4 Adept now. Oh, wait, it's 2 Stalker and 2 Adept. So it is different but the same.
Different but the same.
If this Adept goes in, I'd be very sad. Nice. It doesn't get in. Can't clear that, I think, because it's only 1 Stalker. Second Stalker is not in the right position. Double Adept is not going to be shown here. First Phoenix start. Oh, he's actually going to expand behind it this time. In this case, denying the scout is going to be even more important than anything in the entire world. He gets the Adept, that's the first scout. Second scout, as we know, is the Oracle. Void Ray will be the follow-up unit. Here goes the Oracle, moving across the map. Phoenix needs to come in and deny it. It will be too late. Max Pax gets the scout. He had to pick between the 2 bases and he guessed the correct base. You know how frustrating that is? Extremely frustrating.
That's bad to lose a coin flip.
Yeah. Because now Max Pax can go full worker production. He can probably add a Twilight Council. We did see this Adept getting 2 kills, which is nice. It's more than you usually get against Max Pax because he's always in position. This time he was really looking at stuff. Twilight starts. I think single Void Ray is probably good enough. You add Gateway 2, you add Gateway 3, and then it's a win. Or well, it's a win. It is a significant advantage.
Okay. Let's see how it plays out as we have got the Void Ray in the middle of the map. He's going to turn around and help against those Phoenix. There's a couple Stalkers are going to fight them as well. So, yeah, a little bit of skirmishing starting up. The Phoenix going to pull back around the center a little bit here. Try and see what they can do. The Void Ray going to come up as well to get onto those Phoenix. As we are going to see the Phoenix say, we'll get some shots, but the Void Ray really can hold its own against Phoenix. I'm very surprised by that every time.
Yeah, Void Rays are okay. I actually think this move out is pretty crazy out of Max Pax. I'm not a huge fan of it.
Yep.
Void Ray is going to go down. Both of these Stalkers should fall as well here.
Yep.
Recall's not available. Oracle's going to die most likely. It's going to get maybe 3 kills, 4 kills, 3 kills, and it dies. All these Stalkers will go down. This Zealot should fall as well. It should fall, and it will.
So everything just
I wonder if you just move across the map with everything right now.
Just go.
Yeah.
We'll send you.
I mean, you're in a
gold base.
terrible spot.
Yeah. I'm with you. And that is currently what Nightmare is doing, just going straight across the map. 20 army supply to 6. Max Pax has Blink halfway done. That's not going to finish when Nightmare attacks. And the base is on the low ground as well, so it's an easy attack in, right?
Yeah, workers are pretty okay against this, and there's still a super battery available, of course. I do believe we have the energy. Yeah, we do have the energy, so super battery will activate soon. Ooh, that battery is actually falling pretty low. 4 workers do end up falling. He went for worker kills over anything else. It is probably allowed, but he's going to be behind right now. And Max Pax is planning on this is a 5-gate timing attack, to which I'm not sure if Nightmare is going to have much of an answer.
How does this go so badly?
3 gateways available. He lifts all the probes, doesn't go for kills. I mean,
Yeah.
we've got our story there.
Crazy. Crazy. Alright, well, Max Pax, like you say, is getting an extra gate up. He's going to be having a proxy. He's going to be able to sit behind the gold base now because he already has blinks. He's got that advantage as well. And this is going to be rough here for Nightmare, who has already taken some big shots from some stalkers. And you're kind of forced to fight this because you got to protect that mineral line. The Phoenix is going to step up, but they're going to nearly take a loss. One of them very nearly going down. As Max Pax just sits here and continues to pick at those probes. I mean, this is... Wow. The way that this game... This looked so bad for Max Pax not 2 minutes ago, and now... I mean, it looks as though he can't lose.
Yeah. I mean, it never looked bad economically, right? He just had...
No, yeah, but he just felt like he was about to die.
Yeah, there's no reinforcement though. So, like, the army you move across with is the army. But I agree. It felt like maybe more was possible. Nightmare has built an Oracle in an absolute banger of a call. If he hits right now, does he get, what, 3 worker kills? 1, 2, well, that's 3. It's gonna be 4 maybe if he micros it. Definitely could have gotten 5. At the same time though, he's losing the same amount of workers on the other side of the map. Yeah. Oracle's gonna continue pushing in. We don't have any type of like secret sauce here. There's no dark shrine, there's no faster upgrade. So Nightmare is just going to be behind in everything. 3rd base timing, infrastructure. I guess he has an Oracle and 2 Phoenixes, but I'm not sure if I'd be too happy with that as my bonus units.
He has a gold if he can ever get to mine it properly. You know?
Yeah. It seems like more of a liability than an asset. Right? Like,
yeah. No, I
if
agree.
he doesn't have a superior stalker count, he can't mine. It's like, oh, nice that you have the gold. But
I always felt like this gold was just a base in this matchup.
Yeah, in this matchup. Unless you have like a massive lead, or like you do something really aggressive early on, and then you can sometimes take it, and you can threaten like base trades and stuff, and it's okay, but you need complete map control. And he lost that map control the moment his opponent had faster blink. I mean, Nightmare is still theoretically in it, and I think he's going to hit these 2 adepts here with that stasis ward as well. So that is nice for our good friend Nightmare. Nightmare's also going to be jumping over 4 blink stalkers over the gold minerals. Could go on the high ground, maybe kill some workers, and could also just go to the main base, kill some workers. He is down 15 though, so he's going to need some serious damage here.
Yep, he needs to do a lot, especially as Max Pax is coming across the map as well, so he's likely to get some damage done too. He kind of double guesses where to go. He's going to go and chase units up to the top side. There's a few stalkers there he thinks he can jump on, which he will get 1, 2, and just not quite the 3rd. Obviously, he can still hit the mineral line from here, and then he'll be able to blink across and will have the numbers in his favor.
I'm not sure if I would recommend blinking across though there, Wardy.
You don't?
I feel like the real value is just denying mining on that base anyway. Like, you don't have to go across. It's fine for you to just stand there.
Just thought he had enough stuff. Thought he was under.
Next to a battery, you pull like 6 probes. It's not really stuck against probes. Oh, here we go. Interesting fight here for Nightmare. You get a double lift on the stalkers. There's not enough stalkers for Max Pax. Now we have reinforcements coming in. No upgrades either for Max. And army supplies are extremely close. Who's going to be winning this fight? I'm not even sure.
It's very close. It was very bad for Max Pax to begin with. That was the biggest issue, is that his units were just everywhere. Some from the top, a lot from the bottom halfway through arriving. Had a big impact as the Immortal probes, a couple of adepts coming up from Max Pax as well. We are going to see him still warping in off that gateway as well, so those warping stalkers just kind of get picked off, and Nightmare comes out massively ahead on army supply.
Oh yeah. Huge moves there for Nightmare. Honestly, I thought he was down and out, but he's making some big plays. Leaves the gateway for now. I think that was a misclick. Probably some all-army hotkey movement there. Yeah, it's going to go back to try and finish it. Does need to be careful that he doesn't get over eager here in the chase. Good target fire, though. Once again, Nightmare with really decent trades all around. Starts his +1. Starts his Nexus on the 4th base as well. I am loving this position here for our Korean Protoss player.
He's definitely turning it around, man. This game is a roller coaster. We go up, we go down. It's definitely not been a convincing one throughout just yet. As you see, our gates are charged and our +1 all still coming through. Stasis Ward sets up. Just going to be seeing units going to continue to gather in.
This is a rare spot to see Max Pax in, is where he's struggling to stay alive. Usually he's the one in the driver's seat, but he just got kicked out of the driver's seat, and we have a new dude in town. I think this fort base can't go up, right, for Max? No shot.
No shot. I mean,
legit no shot.
just so many stalkers. He's down 20 army supply. Seems like a no.
Does get an okay trade here at the start. Takes out 2 stalkers, loses none, takes out a 3rd. Lost one of his own right now. Impressive micro. It's gonna end up losing 1 more though. High ground advantage is for Nightmare as well. So this base is toast. Double adept shading in towards the natural of his opponent. Cannon is available though, needs to be a cancel, will not get cancelled. Nightmare's probably paying attention somewhere else. We have a 4 Zealot Warpin now heading in towards the 4th of Nightmare. Stasis Ward is hitting in a big way on Max Pax's army. If these Zealots can do something, that would be huge. It's gonna target down a couple of workers, but they're gonna need more than a couple of workers. They're gonna need like 9-10 workers here.
Yeah, starts off well, but it's going to be tough. The Immortal gets blinked on as well, so Nightmare can continue to go. +1 in his favor. And too many Stalkers as he keeps on going. And does really look as though Nightmare is making this happen. Stalkers themselves continue to fly. A couple more Stalkers going down. Does seem as though we have Nightmare in a very commanding position. Going to step forwards here. Zealots get warped in, but he has a few Zealots of his own, so he will also be able to get onto the Stalkers. And that just feels very good for him. He keeps on taking very good trades, right? Nothing really go Max Pax's way still. We'll chase this back.
That was really cool, man.
Good game.
Yeah. GG. Nightmare tying up the series with a build that I don't think I've seen Max Pax lose to before. I guess he didn't really lose against the build, though.
No, it wasn't the build. It was some decisions later on. All right. Game number 3. See if Nightmare can cause the upset. Deny us the Max Pax Clem finals. Fun?
Nah, no way.
No way.
No.
It's just fated. It's just fated to happen. Crimson Fort coming through.
I'm starting to get hungry, Wardy.
Yeah.
What have you eaten so far today?
I had a festive bake from Greg's.
A what?
A festive bake from Greg's.
What the hell's that?
It's got like it's like a pasty. It's like a Christmas pasty. It's got like chicken, stuffing, and bacon in, with like a cranberry creamy sauce.
That's the only thing you ate?
Yeah.
You must be starving as well.
And a bag of crisps.
A bag of crisps? That is no breakfast, Wardy.
There's no breakfast, there's my lunch.
Ah, true. I had some eggs and an apple.
Nice.
No, not really.
That ain't no lunch.
No, yeah, no, I forgot to eat lunch.
Silly.
It's because your tournament started so fast.
We streamed beforehand?
No, my parents came by in the morning. So we hung out for a bit. And then they left and I was like, should I eat or should I just go sit at my PC for 10 minutes before the Wardy tournament? I decided to sit on my PC.
Yeah. Should have ate.
Yes.
Go get a snack right now.
No, there's no snacks available. It's because we're going to Home Story Cup. So then what we do is the 3 weeks, whenever we have travel coming up, we don't buy anything for the next the 3 weeks before because we're about to leave for 2 days. Like, don't forget, we shouldn't buy so much because we're leaving 2 weeks from now. I was like, good point. This is the reality. Yeah.
I got it.
Consistently do that wrong. So no snacks available. Also, yesterday I ate some crisps and I don't know what happened, but ever since then I've been feeling sick. Just like a nauseous, you know,
Well,
bad headache too.
The bad
Yeah.
crisps.
Yeah, I don't think it was the crisps, but they, you know, they felt like they were the start of it.
Yeah. Done. Probe nibbling. Island taking damage. Cybercore's coming through. This PvP takes a couple minutes to set up. Build
You
up
know
some
what
tension.
would really improve this matchup? 6-worker start.
Oh my god. Who's brought this up? Because
I just know.
no, someone's brought it up because everyone's trying to fight it.
Oh, no, I don't think you understand, Wardy. You'd have more meaningful interaction in the early game.
No. I had a rant about this yesterday because someone brought it up. Someone's like, someone they started talking about it in chat, and I was just like, I have to shut this down. Like, and then Loco tweeted about it earlier today, and I started to write a reply. I was like, no, I'm wasting my time. Like, there's no point. Because it really makes me irate. I honestly think anyone that thinks the 6-worker start is better is not capable of watching StarCraft 2 at a level where you can appreciate the game.
We should community note Loco's tweet.
No, Loco said he doesn't think 6-worker start would fix things. Or something,
Yeah, so we
and
should
he went on
community
about
note and tell him that everyone agrees with Loco.
I just, that's what I mean. Why are we even discussing this? Nobody in their right mind thinks the 6-worker start is better.
Really? No one?
I don't know. If I honestly don't think anyone that appreciates StarCraft 2 and understands the game can think a 6-worker start is better.
Really?
Yes.
What if I name you one high-profile caster that does?
Then I tell you they're probably trying to clickbait or something. Honestly, like, it was so stupid.
Alright. In that case, no one thinks it.
Okay, good. I mean, I literally casted a 6-worker tournament halfway through Legacy of the Void. I casted multiple because the French guys ran like $5,000 prize money tournaments on this. Because one of them was adamant it was better. And it sucked.
Really?
Yeah, I talked about this yesterday. Like, honestly, it was so bad, it made me not enjoy the game again.
Really?
Yes, it was terrible because you just
And
sit
it's crazy
there.
because
there's
you love
nothing-
this game.
Well, just nothing happens for so long. It's like, oh my god, they went 10-10 proxy barracks. You can't do that anymore. It's like, wow, but you can also, you know, you can go 12-12 if you really wanted to right now, like instead of 12-14 or something. I don't know. I hate it. It's just so stupid.
You know who these people are? These are the people. Have you ever had a cheese croissant?
No.
It's like a croissant with cheese in it. It's
Yeah, sure.
really freaking tasty.
Uh-huh.
These are the people that buy a cheese croissant and then they are upset that there's not enough croissant. You know,
Yeah,
they just
yeah,
want a tiny
yeah.
amount of cheese in the middle.
Yeah,
It's like,
sure.
just buy a regular croissant then, you prick. Like, we real enjoyers of the cheese croissant want as much cheese in there as possible, but not these guys.
See,
It's like, why would you want the boring parts more of it? It doesn't make any sense.
the only argument they have is that it increases strategic depth, which it just doesn't. It's just like you're just ignoring the nuances of builds in the current day. Because like, yes, right now the nuances are a little bit smaller, but they're still there. Like, you know, I let you talk about the game, you talk about the 12 versus 11 gas timing, or you know, this and that, and you build an extra probe and all. Like, you can talk for days about it, so it's still there. It's just not as blatantly obvious. Like, I'm sorry you need 6 workers to see the strategy of StarCraft. This really pisses me off. I hate this topic.
Really? Do you have VOTs to the 6-worker tournament?
Oh, mate, this was so long ago. Am I on YouTube? I'm gonna have a look.
Yeah, I'm very curious because I feel like people now are planning on running tournaments again. We just keep repeating the same mistakes every couple of years. You know, someone comes out like, "What about 4 workers, guys?" I heard that worked well in Brood War. Do they have 4 workers in Brood War? Or is it 5? 3?
No,
I don't even know. I
4.
think I could see the start of a Brood War game. I still wouldn't be capable of understanding what is a worker and what is like where the nexus starts, where the worker ends, because the game is so ugly.
Hmm. I'm gonna find there must be some 6-worker elements. 42 6.
True. Oh, we have some micro, by the way.
Oh, yeah,
I kind
yeah.
of missed the entire early game.
Oh, that's fine.
If this was a
That's pretty
6-worker game, we wouldn't have missed anything, though. So.
good. So true. Yeah, I've got the entire tournament on YouTube, I think.
Nice. I'm willing to watch at least one game. I'll sacrifice my time for the greater good of StarCraft 2. Okay, what do we have?
Surely Innovation Zest was good. I'll copy the link and send it to you.
Okay, cheers. Appreciate it. Okay, 16 Stalkers for Nightmare against 12 of Max Pax. It does feel like the other dude should be in control then, but we also have 2 oracles on the map, so that means you can't really walk out with any of these oracles. On top of that, or sorry, with the Stalkers, on top of that, Max Pax also has more workers. So Max Pax is just in a superior position. I'm kind of sad that I missed the early stages of the game here, because a lot seems to have happened in the first 5 minutes. But we were talking about something else.
we did the classic caster thing.
Yeah.
Not paying attention to that game.
It doesn't look good for Nightmare, but if there's one guy that can make the comeback, it seems to be Nightmare, because he's very smart.
He did it before.
He did it before, and he can do it again. On a cold, rainy night on the Crimson Court. The weather's been garbage here. The only good day was Sunday. It was like 3 degrees on like Saturday, and then all of a sudden on Sunday it's like 16 degrees. Like, how does that even work? Make it make sense.
On Saturday morning, funny enough, our area didn't have snow, but like 10 minutes away had like snow. Like my local airport had to shut down on Saturday, and then Saturday evening, it was like 12 degrees, 13 degrees. It was like you could go outside and it's like it was not cold. It was quite mild. You know, it was quite pleasant. I was like, what the hell?
It was windy as hell yesterday, though.
It's windy here today.
Understandable.
It's not really cold.
I didn't know how much impact it has. I was driving yesterday. I'd never driven in wind before.
Oh, yeah?
Holy crap, you feel it.
Yeah, if it's strong, you can feel it in the car.
Yeah, I was shocked. Sometimes when you get like out of a tunnel and it just hits you from the side, like, whoa.
Yeah, or you get into like an open space on like a fast road and it's like doesn't have a trace on the side.
Absolutely. I didn't know. I'm getting all these new experiences. I've been driving in the rain and night the other day. I did not like that. Freaking scary, man. I'm such a terrible driver, so also that makes it extra scary, you know?
Yeah.
It's like double the fun.
I heard you're driving the home store.
Yeah.
Sounds...
I'm bringing Calazur. This is gonna be like a roller coaster ride, except there's no safety regulations. You're not sure if you're getting out of this one, buddy.
Max Pax so good with that Oracle, by the way. Always waits and waits and just finds the moment he's got his opponent distracted enough to make the most of it. Gets a bunch of kills and continues to trade well. I mean, Nightmare's kind of standing in it. Now he walks into the stasis ward, though. That's not going to help him at all. This is where Max Pax absolutely will just make this a lot more one-sided. That's a brutal set of Stalkers getting caught there.
Nightmare has a very large army count, though. Like, lots of army. He's the king of army. 58 army supply against 50. Max Pax has a lot of workers, and I mean, it's going to give him more money over time, but for now, it's Nightmare still has a fighting chance at least, so that's nice to see. I mean, 8 gates versus 8 gates, Max Pax is adding 2 more. Honestly,
Max Pax is just taking bad fights, no? Like, he's been too aggressive into positions where he just can't get anything done, so it's like costing him units.
Yeah. But, so we could say that Max Pax is taking bad fights, but maybe it is Nightmare who is taking good fights.
I mean,
I can guarantee you, if this was a different player in Nightmare's seat, I don't think Max Pax would have been struggling so much, you know? Nightmare's really good at this. He's very good at staying alive. It's one of his many skills that he has. Like, remember the games, even against Beyond, he was doing it. Like, his positions were not good. He was there, man. Army movement, phenomenal stuff. I would love to see some Stalkers in the main base, but that's just because I know there's a Prism coming. Cannon is there as well. Oh, and it's a battery. Look, this is a freaking setup and a half. He's well prepared for everything, man.
He's actually having it. Like, this is exactly the same as the last game, where it looked like pretty bad for him when he looked at certain things, but he's, like you said, some good fights have definitely helped him to just stabilize, and the game seems to be very playable. I mean, Max Pax this time is getting himself into Dark Shrine, so he's definitely going to have options. We'll see how that goes as Nightmare finishes up his +2, so he'll be a lot happier to fight now. It's kind of a weird fight he's taking because he's choked up on the top side. Try to get a bit of a spread along the bottom, but not really quite getting enough.
That assimilator is so important, by the way, the double gas one. It's very frustrating that it can get sniped from the low ground, but it's also a cool mechanic, because otherwise they would just be sitting there. Dude, this has been a good game. Yeah. Max Pax gonna move him forward. It's gonna blink in here as his Prism was the bait, and Max Pax saw that this fish took the bait, jumped in, reeled it in, killed a couple of Stalkers. Now he's in a bit of a supply lead. Working on at 84, which I think is too high. I'm also not loving the lack of a follow-up here for Max Pax.
Yeah.
It scares me. I know that he always finds damage, so it's probably not the end of the world. I mean, he's probably just going to take some good trades, but he needs to really be careful. He really needs to be careful, because if you keep attacking into someone and they have slightly less workers, their defensive position is better, you can just start losing fights. And I wouldn't mind seeing something coming out right now for Max.
Yeah, I'm with you. Just kind of improve the position a little bit. You're always going to have something of a bad fight when you're trying to attack him like this. Loses a few zealots, trying to step away from the fight as well, so Nightmare can continue to hold on out. Base count equal is, again, +3's coming through. Max Pax is getting that Shadow Stride online, so he'll have the DT harass opening up, and he has a Prism going to send a few units around as well, so keep going with that.
Yeah, meanwhile, Nightmare, though, pushing in the middle of the map. Zealots are going to start hitting the cannon on that 5th. Nightmare actually smells blood in the water, going to continue moving in forward. Does not want to blink aggressively, instead is just going to try and save his 5th base, which I think is the correct play. Good control on those zealots there. DT gets warped in as well. Does reveal the fact that there is DT tech. I actually think that is a mistake here for Max Pax, because now an observer starts instantly. Max Pax is going to continue applying pressure here, and once again wants to cancel that Bridge Vespine Geyser.
6 probes going down. I mean, it's nice to just have damage being done by Max Pax. Definitely going to make some of the fights he's been taking a little bit more sustainable. As the DT just still able to kind of sit around on the natural. That Rich Vespine, as you mentioned, is going to fall. As Nightmare just about plays cleanup. Kind of a frustrating game, right? Where it's like, he's just constantly on the defense. It's like, you're doing well enough to survive, but when do you manage to step forward and do something better? Now he actually loses a straight up base here as well.
Yeah, that sucks. That absolutely sucks. His work count is very low, blinks in forward. This is exactly where Max Pax wants to be fighting, of course, on his opponent's side of the map, after he gained himself a bit of an eco lead. Because now Max Pax can just get back up to 200. He can attack in again. He can get back up to 200. He can attack in again. He has 12 gateways. So as long as he doesn't take a god-awful fight, he will be fine. Theoretically, if Nightmare manages to max out, he's going to have a massive army compared to Max Pax's. But Max Pax is not going to let that happen. He's just going to continue trading here and lose 20, 30 supply, then try to disengage. And then just basically go back up to 200 supply pretty much instantly. And this is just exactly the way you should be playing with an eco lead, right?
Yeah. Absolutely true. As our Nexus is going to come on the way in from Nightmare. Just going to be seeing our Stalkers coming into the center, so just going to be pushing up. I mean, Max Pax is just going to keep on trading. You get rid of another Nexus, I mean, Nightmare is just going to struggle to... If you can't get these Nexus back online, he's just not going to stay in it. He knows where this is going. GG.
Yeah.
I see you made a video. Did you make a video defending against the 6-worker start?
I talked about it on my stream. I did not make the video. My talented editors did that.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's my thought if you actually wanted to change that, like make an overhaul and change to fix the problems people have.
Wait, let me open a notepad.
Why?
Okay, I'm writing. Wardy.
Well, no, I don't think it's something you need to write down.
Give it to me.
Well, I think a lot of the people's issue is just that like the economy comes so fast that it can maybe take away some decisions early, right? But like
economy comes fast.
The speed of the game is generally a good thing. So what if we just made tech overall more expensive? So that you have to wait a bit longer to tech, so you have a bit more early game drawn out in that aspect, but then you don't have the boring part of just waiting forever with nothing going on. Because the problem with 6 workers is like nothing happens for a long time.
Tech more expensive. I don't understand what that would do.
Because people's complaints are like, there's no early game, right? And the thing is, the early game doesn't exist because you tech too quickly.
But there is an early game.
But yes,
I disagree with the premise.
Yes, I'm on your side. I completely agree.
Then what are you trying to fix?
I'm not trying. I'm trying to fix that.
That there's no early game.
Trying to
make tech more expensive.
No, I'm trying to fix their problem with it. You know, the people that want to
exist.
Yes, well, I agree. I'm just saying. I think there's like if this was actually true, like what they say, we
should make a massive dome around the Earth to stop the aliens from shooting at us. That would stop it.
Yeah, look. I'm not saying we should. I'm not saying anything needs to change. I'm saying if they were correct in what they think there's an issue.
If aliens were shooting the Earth, we should be making the Iron Dome. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. But there's no problem. But if this actually was an issue that actually existed, because this is the thing, their entire argument depends on that there's no early game. But that's not true. But that's all they say and repeat. when they talk about 6 workers.
But this depends how you define the early game, though. If you define
yes.
the early game, the moments from 6 to 12 workers, there's no early game.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's silly. Like, I get it, you expand fast now in StarCraft 2, but I just don't think that's a bad thing. Like, I don't get it. Like,
I think. Do you want my hot take?
yeah. Always.
Actually, it's not a hot take.
Oh,
This is
probably
not
the correct
even.
take.
It's not even warm.
Jump to Europe, by the way.
You want my refrigerated take?
The refrigerator tag, yeah, hit me.
My refrigerated take is that players have gotten extremely good at reading all the all-ins. That yes, there are a lot of viable attacks and all-ins and cheeses, but there are also responses for it that people have learned over 14 years of StarCraft 2.
Like the game's
The reason why we had 6 pools was not because there was 6 workers, but because
people didn't know how to hold it or defend.
every TOS player had a different opener in PvZ. You know, they were like, oh, some play. I don't even know what the Nexus timing was, but you know, they just had no clue what was good. Everyone sucked. Oh, we need to go to EU. I'm on the way.
I told you this.
Nah, yeah. That is it.
Yeah. I actually think people getting better at the game is a bigger issue than going to 12 workers was.
So what we should do before tournaments?
It's just randomized unit stats or something.
No, smash 2 of their fingers of all the top players. And then if they're still top players, that's very impressive. And we just keep smashing until they get worse. And then new ones come up. You're going to have more volatility as well at the highest level.
Amazing. Very cool. Apparently I don't watch any StarCraft content because I didn't realize that this was an active, ongoing discussion or debate.
Not me either.
Crazy.
Are we in a game yet, or what's kicking off?
Well, it doesn't look like we're in a game, does it?
Yeah, thanks.
They're vetoing. Max Pax is hosting. I want to know how Max Pax hosts so quickly. It's very impressive because he manages to host the game while still vetoing. And usually most players can't manage to veto without doing anything else, but Max Pax manages to host and veto at the same time. It's really a talent.
Yeah, he's much better than the rest, let me tell you. How many fingers of the top pros until you are the best pro does Harstem? The entire hand. It depends on whether the fingers are spread or not. If you do 5 on one hand, I'm pretty sure I could take any. If a Zerg 12 pools and you go Nexus first, you can hold it literally with workers and mineral walking. No, that's not true.
Yeah, if the Zerg also doesn't micro.
Yeah, if the Zerg doesn't micro, you could, but it's not possible.
See, these are the sort of takes that make me just realize that the people on the side of 6 workers are just don't know what's up. I'm sorry.
I mean, Nexus first is 100% that against 12 pool. Like, 100%.
Like 98%, because like you say, sometimes you mess up the micro. There's a
yeah, Nexus first dies like unless you do like a fast scout force response with Nexus first. But if you play Nexus before core, should not even be viable. Even if you get Zealot before Nexus. Do you even try to understand Pig's reasoning? No, I haven't even watched the video of Pig's thing. I haven't seen anything. I just dealt with the arguments in my chat. I can watch Pig's video. I bet it's gonna be a short and what do you call it? When it's small? Compromised?
No, not compromised.
Compromised? No.
No.
Comprised.
Yeah.
Comprised?
Concise.
Doesn't sound correct.
Concise.
No.
No?
Comprises is not the word I'm looking for.
Compact?
Compressed.
Compressed.
Compressed. Compressed is what I was looking for.
Granny
I knew I was in the neighborhood of the right word.
Pig wanted to see how 8 workers would go. I actually talked about this yesterday because I was like, I don't necessarily think 12 workers is the best thing in the world. Like maybe they could have tried 10 or 9, but like at this point, like we're not going to change the amount of workers. So, like,
are we not?
No, there's no way we're going to just suddenly change the amount of workers to start a game of StarCraft 2.
Why not?
That you think people would like let that happen? There's no way.
Why, absolutely.
No.
If it's good, yeah, I think so. I think Blizzard would be less likely to do this.
Hmm. Apparently, the explanation in my chat right now is that Pig advocated for 8 or 9 workers, and so all the 6 worker believers took that as a platform to make a stand.
I think I don't know enough about 8 or 9. I've never
Right,
seen.
and no one's ever
like
tried
that.
8 or 9 because we just went
Yeah.
to 12 and decided to never try anything else.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm actually not opposed to 8 or 9 either. As a
I think 8's too little. I think 9 or 10 personally.
You know what I think also isn't bad? To just swap numbers around. Just kind of randomly. You know, like the pylon.
Mm-hmm.
Make it like 75 minerals, but like more, like less supply or something, you know? Or, you know what I mean? I think it's nice to change fundamentals for high level stuff, but it is not nice for lower level players. Because lower level players, they want to have the same experience often, you know?
Yeah.
Because they get frustrated by a lot of stuff already.
Mm.
So it's hard. But to me, I mean, I wouldn't mind if we got the 25 workers or 7 workers or 8 workers. Hell yeah.
You should
Well,
just
7's too little,
you
but
should
like
just
9.
randomize your worker start.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't care about it. I think that is cool. That is a cool type of randomization. I think making maps with 8 spawn positions is not cool randomization.
Mm. Look at that Deb go, pushing that Reaper back, chasing that away. We are in Max Pax Clem finals. We kind of glossed over that. But
Yeah.
this is why I hate
the
this.
early game with 12
Yeah.
workers are so boring.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have to fill.
See,
for
this is
an
why we need
entire
the 6
minute and 50
workers.
seconds.
If with 6 workers, we could have this debate for the next 7 minutes. Amazing. We've got 2 Reapers. We're gonna start dancing with his adept. Obviously, gonna have to find a ledge to jump down to stay safe. So they're gonna go back away, and that will be that for the moment. Early game is looking pretty chill.
Yep.
You know when I say yup, people when I'm casting, people call me out.
On Yop.
No, like I say yeah, yep. Like I just agree with what they said. Like you know how you just said you were like yep, you know. Like especially Ben, Demi calls me out for it all the time while we're live.
Who?
Demi,
Oh, demo.
he's like, did you just yep me? And I'm like, yeah, because I just agree with what you said. Like I'm just like pausing for a second. I don't have anything to straight on add to the next bit of it. He calls me out every time. Now I'm very self-conscious about it.
As you should be.
But you just yep with no concerns. That's how I used to be.
But I can't be embarrassed about. You can't embarrass me about these types of things.
I'm not trying to.
I don't think they're bad.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying, like, I've been shamed out of doing it.
Yeah, but you can't be shamed for something if you don't feel shame for it.
No, but he brought it up so many times. I felt shamed for it. He bullied me. Into
How
it.
could you feel shame? But it's a good thing. So if I would start shaming you for washing your hands after the toilet every time, you would stop doing that too? It's kinda
Well, no,
nasty.
because I believe it's a good thing, right? It's not
Yeah, I also
necessarily
believe saying yep is a completely normal thing.
Yes, well, yeah. Universally, I think that should be a thing, but apparently, like, a lot of people think it's really hilarious that I just say yep, and just because they seem to think I don't pay any attention to what he says, I'm just like, yep, whatever. But it's more like a yep, I agree, and I'm just gonna wait a moment to see what I should talk about because nothing's happening.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but if you truly believe it, then you wouldn't care what other people say.
Well, he
I know
made-
some
he made
people
me
that
down by
believe that it's good to be a little bit dirty because it boosts your immune system.
I mean, he made me doubt my belief. That was all.
Okay. But I reinstalled it in you.
Yeah,
Okay, let's talk about the game. This is actually a cool build. Clem is doing some Marine Cyclone Liberator tank. He has 2 mines on the right side of the map, which are currently inactive. And he's gonna snipe a probe here. Sees the timing here on the Nexus. I'm really curious what the plan is. Like, if this is a real move out, I am shocked. But he also doesn't have stim, so it feels like it should be a real move out,
Yeah. It's gonna be the Phoenix obviously trying to get a couple shots off already, and Clem is gonna continue coming this way. Is there? I mean, Max Pax has 6 Phoenix. He does have an Immortal. I don't feel like Clem can do anything with this, right? Do you think this tank sieging can be impactful enough?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think you'll have to cancel the 3rd here.
okay.
And maybe that's okay. Like, you fly across with the Phoenixes, you kill the production line, you pretend to want to hold the third base, but I'm not sure if you need to commit to a hold here.
Yeah.
I think he's going to commit to a hold because his Phoenixes are going back home.
I guess with the Liberator and a couple of mines, and you see it all in position, it does look that much scary. When it was coming across, I just didn't really have much belief in it from Clem, but you know, so base going to take some shots. I mean, that's a Colossus. If there's a time to do it, that's going to be it right now. Liberator is going to be able to add a lot of value into this. The tanks are going to do a lot. Max Pax realizes that is not going to work, and that's a lot of damage taken for nothing gained.
Well, he killed
But
a
you got
tank.
killed a tank.
I mean, I think this was a good trade, man.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, backed away before he really lost anything, I suppose.
Yeah. I kind of liked it because now Clem, like, he can't push forward with one tank because you have no coverage. Max Pax moves across with the Phoenixes. This is, by the way, the thing that... Oh, hold that thought as we have an actual attack here in the middle of this. Mines are gonna connect with Stalker Adapt. I would love for Max Pax to just kind of run around and go for worker kills. Oh, we have a turret in the main. Good call. Clem is well prepared for at least in the main base. He's gonna lose the Liberator here. I think if Max Pax gets to jump in the natural, it would have been great, but Max Pax was too afraid to go there. Now he's going to find the turret in the main. Could still kill 1 or 2 workers, but not too many. Vikings are nearby, are going to clear, well, no Phoenix, but at least push it back. Good start here for Max Pax. Not necessarily game over. I think Clem needs to play very defensive StarCraft 2 in the next few minutes, though.
Building those Vikings as well, 2 at a time. You mentioned this a while ago about how, you know, the response to these higher Phoenix builds is to kind of go the Vikings first and then some Medivacs later, rather than just continue to build Medivacs early. And it really does so much to zone those Phoenix in terms of what they can do, how they can poke about. That's exactly what we're starting to see with that Viking count building up. It's going to be tough for Max Pax to do too much there. But yeah, I don't think Clem's going to be marching out across the map either, even when his upgrades are done. It seems like a sit back, let a third base get up, and get some real supply under your belt before you try and take some fights.
Yep.
+1.
Templar Archives starts as well here.
Now I feel like, well, are you just doing it to see if I have a reaction now? Like
Just making
like
sure.
that, it doesn't bother me, because to me that's a completely normal action. I'm glad. I was glad you were on my side until now. You're testing me. Like, oh yeah.
No, you're good.
Okay.
We're good.
Yep.
Okay, second force coming down, I think, is the correct call. Clem is... I'm not sure if he's very all-in with this, actually. Needs to probably deal some damage. Clem usually looks at these types of scenarios and really wants to kill a fourth base. I think if you clear the fourth base here, his position is fine. Do you think he can, though? He's gonna bring the tanks, he's gonna bring the mines. We have a Zealot flank set up. Charge is... Oh, it's pretty far away, though. Still like 10 seconds or so. Can Max Pax win that time?
Battery died here as well. This is going to be a little difficult. Guardian Shield is up, but the fight's not really happening. Clem dancing in and out of that base. Here come the Zealots from the side. The Widowmines are just going to obliterate those, but we are going to get to lift up the siege tanks. One of them gets dropped back down on the ground. Bio going to get rid of the Zealots. We've got a bit of Bio left over, but the Colossus, I think, is going to be too much. Tanks drop back down, but we should be able to clean up on that, and kind of a fantastic fight on both sides, right? Like, fascinating one to watch. Clem gets pushed away. Max Pax survives with the Colossus. Lost a lot of his Phoenix. Clem might. Do you think he has enough reinforcement-wise? I mean, I don't like Max Pax is so far forward right now. I don't know why he's in the middle of the map here.
Yeah, that was a huge blunder. Now he loses the 1 Colossus he had, despite there being 0 Vikings out. Good feedbacks on those Medivacs. It's going to make the sustain on this push a little bit worse. We have a Prism being set up as well with 4 Zealots. I think Max Pax was a little bit over-eager there with his movement. His spot was genuinely very good. His fourth base was up and running. He just found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. If he's moved back on top of that ramp, waits for 2 Archons to finish up, his spot is going to be great. Prism now hits the main base, gonna get a couple of worker kills. He just can't afford to lose his fourth base, and I think he just might.
Bio continue to trade as we see the base going down, and I mean, this group of units, as low HP units from Clem, it's difficult to continue to justify the chase, but man, that Colossus and the Archon's so tempting to just run and try and grab a hold of. He does end up backing it away. He's got a Zealot in the main base to deal with. He's lost 10 SCVs during it, but getting that 4th of Max Pax gives him a lot of leverage in this game that he definitely didn't have before.
Yeah. I think theoretically, this is not a great game for Max Pax right now. We have an armory done, we have 2 E-base. The one good thing is that Clem doesn't have enough gas to start 2-2 instantly. There's also not that many air units. The medevacs are fairly damaged. I'm just afraid of any fights that hit in about a minute from now. I'm not sure if I'm afraid of the fight that's gonna start here. I don't think Clem needs to take this, does he?
Don't think so. I mean, he's gonna try and push up. He's obviously feeling good about just momentum right now, but I think you do just stepping back and, you know, more tech on the field, maybe even a couple extra Vikings, because there's 2 Colossus out, a 3rd one building. And Viking count would be a nice one to rebuild up on, so yeah, there's 4th base established too. But man, he is desperate to keep on trading here. Yechi does get rid of 1 Colossus already, those 4 Vikings. Thought he only had 2 Vikings, Yechi has 4 there, so that definitely makes it a bit better.
This army is fairly damaged already, and medevacs are empty. Planetary wasn't done yet either, which is why I said, I think if you wait a minute, you kind of heal up your army, get a bit of energy on the medevacs, wait for another round of air units. Whether there's going to be medevacs or Vikings doesn't even matter so much. I think your move out is going to be a lot stronger than what it was now. Colossus are very good against low Viking numbers, but at some point, once you hit like 6 to 8 Vikings, it doesn't really matter how many Colossus you have anymore. This Zealot run by is huge, by the way. Clem did not clean that up properly. It's going to end up losing 23 workers. I think right now, Max Pax probably has the Clem given right of being allowed on the map.
Kind of surprised they got so many workers with that in Zealots. I feel like Clem was in a fine position to defend. Clem's also, his army, because he's been so active and had a low medevac count, so hurting, so much got so much pain on it, lacking so much health. I can't find words. So he's really missing HP to really kind of go out and keep fighting, I think. So has to sit back, and Max Pax's supplies looking good, man. Recovery is real, very real.
No second robo though, so that could be an issue if we're not going into disruptors here. We have a gateway count of 10, which is decent, but not, well, like, insane. We see Max Pax setting up at least some stalkers on the right side. He's not really trying to do anything at this moment. Just perhaps wants to get his 6th base up. I feel like a second robo is almost mandatory here, no? Like,
yeah,
maxed out fights,
just rebuild. Yeah.
Maxed out fight, Stalker Zealot, Colossus, Archon. Can we do that against Terran?
I just don't think there's ever a world where you don't take a second robo anyway, right? Just
he's completely skipping on disruptors. Why? I don't get it.
Not just disruptors, but like disruptors or storm. Like, I could understand if you had storm and you maybe hold off on disruptors a little bit longer, but like to not have any kind of zone control. Yeah, I'm shocked.
I mean, I think if you're not transitioning, you also want to fight faster. Right? Like,
yeah.
Because then the only thing you have is the fast reinforcements. But he's not transitioning and he's not fighting. So now Clem waited until he was maxed and wants to push. He's probably pretty surprised that there's no good disruptor count or any disruptors here whatsoever. Clem's gonna go in once more. Super battery still active. There's a lot of stalkers in this army. Good control on those stalkers as well. Viking count is only at 2, so Clem is going to get pushed back. The Zealots waiting to go into the 3rd base. Prism not alive anymore. New Prism is on the way. There's double starports. I mean, we're still only on 10 gates. 4 medevac dropped towards the left side. 10, 12 more workers going down. We've seen 52 workers getting killed already so far in this game.
Yeah, it's been ridiculous run-bys. The potential from Max Pax to just get so much damage done has been huge. Clem's drop here is going to work his way through some side defense. Finally, just turns onto the Nexus, and that is going to be a kill before Max Pax can truly respond. We'll get a couple of Zealots as we kite away. The Stalker's going to blink forward, though. We start killing some of the Ghosts, and it actually becomes a much more expensive trade for Clem than it originally was. Max Pax continues to chase. Chasing too far, though. The rest of the Clem's units show up, and that becomes a bit of a mistake, perhaps. But Max Pax does have money to rebuild currently. We can step back.
How can we win a fight here, Wardy, as the Protoss?
That's a very good question. This is one of those, you've got way too much Terran units, right? Yeah. Okay, you can't.
Yeah, but also the TOS units. I mean, we've been stuck on Stalker, Zealot, Colossus for 5 minutes now with no intention at all of transitioning. We haven't seen a very high tempo play either, where he kind of uses momentum to keep pushing and keep trading. He's just been waiting for Clem to max out. And then he's also maxed out. But the Terran army, if there's no disruptors, there's no storm, there's no tempest or carriers, it's just better. Like this is not even a micro thing. It's just like, it's just better. Ghost, Marauder, Viking beats this army. He's gonna push this back and has some I guess, deals a little bit of counter damage, but this did not feel great here for Max.
That's the exact kind of reason you have disruptors, because Clem can never get up that ramp if there's even just like 3 disruptors or something, right? Like, you just fire a shot, you force him to... If he does get up the ramp, he comes up split, and then you can actually take the trade, because you're fighting against so much less of the bio at once. Yeah, you kind of shot. Now a disruptor starts, but yeah, kind of surprised that he just never went into any of those tech choices. Like I say, no zone control, and if you don't have zone control, you know, 3 Colossus splash does not scare the Terran enough at this stage. GT's getting caught as well. Not going to be fun to lose a chunk of those. Now we pop the super battery here very preemptively on this location because of trying to keep those DTs alive. It's not really a battery you can protect as the EMP lands on the Zealots as well, and Clem just steps back. And he's just going to stand here with this army once again. Same army as before, right? Marauders, Ghost, Vikings. Just going to be so much better. There's the 1 disruptor shot. That's not going to be enough. And Clem will claim game 1. Wow.
That was a stolen victory.
Yeah, I think so too. Why do you think? Is there any reason he doesn't tack onto those disruptors?
He probably thought his harass was more impactful than it was.
Yeah, and that just Clem would never have the numbers for it to matter, and he just needs to
Yeah.
hold out like 1 more bio push.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think because 1 disruptor doesn't do a whole lot, right? You need like 3.
Yeah,
so
if
it's like,
Clem
I'd
just
rather
like
have...
if Clem just says screw it, this is bad, let's go. An extra Colossus is just way better, but
Yeah.
Clem got a much better army than that.
Yeah, but Clem just kind of waited and sat on relatively low worker counts, so it is somewhat understandable. But I think in those scenarios, if you don't want to waste robo time, what you could do is just tech into Storm to at least have like a secondary type of splash. It is not as powerful versus Ghost, of course, especially if there's like 9-10 Ghosts out, but still, I really think you need to make a transition into something at some point. And it's obvious that pure Zealot Stalker is not going to be winning there.
It's a rough one. As we go to game 2, Oceanborn, Clem gonna steal that first game a little bit as you go into map number 2. In the top left-hand side, our red Protoss player is Max Pax, down a game against Clem, who is in the bottom right corner of Oceanborn game 2. Let's see what the start of this one is gonna look like.
It wouldn't completely surprise me if we see just a very calm start for Clem. The only thing he really likes doing against Max Pax every now and again is putting like an eBay block or so. But I don't think we're going to be seeing that, right? Ooh. No, we will. Guess first.
Guess first?
Yeah, and the rally point of the depot man was sent across as well. It's a quick scout, though, out of Max Pax. Faster than he used to. He's been changing it up. You know, for a very long time, consistently, he would send the worker that just popped out. So, like the 17th worker, he would send that one across the map, rally it across the map. So the entire time you have 16 on minerals, which feels really good. But nowadays, he's been going for much faster scouts. I think it has to do with the Proxy 2X Marauder.
Proxy Tour, you want just to double check that it's not that and make sure you're not going to die to it.
Core before Nexus, eBay finishes, or at least gets up enough health. Max Pax instantly knows that the SCV is going to be over on the regular 3rd base, so he sends his worker to the alternative 3rd. And that is a significantly worse 3rd base as well. This is not a nice base to have because of the dead space
to
the left of it. Yeah.
Do you think is that really a better base to take than the triangle?
Oh, the triangle was blocked by the SCV.
So that's really
yeah.
horrible. Yeah.
So he instantly went here. I think he saw it with the gate after he already sent the worker to the kind of the line 3rd. So this is not a great base to have, but I think they've played this scenario enough. I do believe that Max Pax has a pretty good response to almost everything. Very frequently we see double Hellion, but Clem has also been, Beyond has been doing a lot of like 4 Cyclone pushouts with this, which can also be hard to hold. So I'm curious to see what Clem decides to do. He's not building a star port, so it might just be Cyclone. No, it's going to be Hellion. Okay.
Double Hellion. I think just because of the 3rd base is in such a weird spot, he likes the Hellions to go and kind of run around, and it feels like there should be an opening for him to get damage with that. Obviously, Cyclones, and because the base is forward, could have been great as well. Yeah, no starports. As Clem just gets a CC star, these Hellions will start to trade with the Adept a little bit. Obviously, as long as they stay at range, they should not take too much damage. Just wanted to try and avoid having to bring the Hellions back to repair. And you will probably have to take that one back, right? Sending that across the map, low HP does not feel great.
Yeah, but I mean, if you kill 2 Adapter first.
Yeah, I guess so. 2 Adepts. I guess with 4 Hellions, you still have 3 healthy Hellions as well, right? So you're still going to have one-shot potential for a little while, so... Not so bad. Not as bad as I thought when I think about it. Let's go.
Okay, Hellions are gonna try poking in towards this natural on the 5th base location. Is they're gonna run into the main now. Do we have a battery in there? We don't. Oh, this could be bad still. Second Phoenix does come out. I mean, 3-4 workers should be enough if you kill that. Especially because he already cleared like a bunch of other dudes. He's gonna get 5. He's gonna get 6, Wardy.
Oh, but still have 6, yeah.
Still have 6. You knew that already.
Yeah, I could tell.
You can smell it. You're like 2 more Hellion shots. He's gonna regenerate shields just as that final shot hit. They're gonna get Twilight. He's not comfortable with this style, by the way. The Phoenix Twilight stuff. He does not enjoy playing it as much. He much prefers Phoenix Colossus or the like just straight up Blink. So this is, yeah, it's gonna be a bit awkward. I wonder if Clem's gonna go for any type of follow-up push. He already has the next barracks coming in. He's building some Cyclones. And the thing is, right, if you're pumping Hellions on a reactor, you're gonna have way less Marines than usual. But he also managed to clear 2 Adepts, so maybe he can still go. Like you're probably gonna be down, what, 6 Marines or so because of the double swap, right?
Yeah.
Takes a lot of time. And the fact that you're building Hellions instead of Marines. So these pushes are gonna be weaker than usual, but because he killed some workers and there's some other stuff, it might still be fine. Second battery is now going up on the natural base on the 5th. Phoenixes are seeing this move out. Ideally, we're cutting off reinforcements if they're coming across the map, but Clem isn't even sending them because he knows that's what Max Pax wants to do.
Yeah.
Max is just going to go in from behind. Not going to be capable of getting any pickups here. Stalkers can't defend the natural either, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, he needs to go to the 3rd base because Cyclone Marine will just clear this. But you still want to kite somewhere. So it's a scary moves here. Very scary. Charge is halfway done. Max Pax doing one hell of a job defending.
I'm kind of surprised Clem didn't step towards the natural. Do you think it just feels like that's too committed? Because I feel like there's definitely openings for him to take trades here, no?
He didn't even see the Nexus timing on that natural. So, I mean, otherwise it would have made more sense, right? If you see that the Nexus is really late, you could say, hey, maybe Charge is about to finish up and I'm afraid.
Yeah.
But he doesn't know that. So now he's going to actually change his angle a little bit. But being on the map once Charge finishes is actually extremely risky.
Yeah, I mean, once Charge is done, the only thing that's not going to make Charge amazing here is the lack of gateways / current Zealot count. We only have 4 Zealots. We only have 3 gates. So the Zealot count isn't going to be overly, overwhelming to begin with, at least. And that's the only reason why Clem is maybe still able to be here without being in complete danger. But even then, it's a little scary because Charge is still just so good. Now the Phoenix is going to get a couple units over toward the natural, and the army is going to kind of get intercepted on the way back. Going to siege the tank, and Max Pax is going to respect the army and just back away. Not going to take that trade. Phoenix going to get shot by the Vikings a little bit as they go out. Just going to stay alive there. The siege tank's kind of on its own. Force field is not going to do anything at all because Clem doesn't need to step back there, and Max Pax... I felt like Max Pax realized he couldn't fight that army. I don't know why he suddenly decided he could when they got back to the natural. It's not like the Phoenix was suddenly there to help or anything as well. It's weird. I feel like if you're going to fight that, you may as well have fought when you had the tank kind of separate on the left side originally.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. It felt like Clem always gets out of these situations better than he really should. No?
Yeah, but that's kind of the power of Clem, right? Figuring out what you can do and how to get away. I mean, I feel like if a lot of Terrans in that position, I feel like stick around like 10 seconds longer and an extra Zealot warping comes in, then they really do get caught going home. Is that the difference, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even sure who's winning in this position. I think Max Pax is not in a great spot because there's the high ground. And the drop just hit the main base as well.
Yeah, it's not feeling
This
good
is
at all.
this is the worst the worst timeline here, Wardy.
The worst timeline. Battery's gonna stim in. That battery gonna get taken down. Those probes gonna be in a lot of trouble. Super battery's gonna pop, but I mean the units aren't even here yet. As super battery finally gets to come into play. Water mines gonna help clean up the Zards. At the same time, we've got Marines hitting the base on the other side. This really does look as though we've got Clem in a very confident spot. Just gonna let the Zealot Warping go through. Oh, he didn't really stop the Zealot Warping. There's 2 pylons there, but that Zealot Warping's gonna come in. He's currently dealing very well with the counterattacks as well. So Zealot Warping enough to make a difference. The Siege Tank will go down. We are still gonna get this Nexus at the end as well. Very hard to recover from a position like that as Max Pax, especially after you lose 18 probes and you kill 3 SCVs yourself. Recovery is going to be nigh on impossible.
Yep. I think Max Pax is pretty dead here, to be honest.
I think it's some very good analysis from you.
I mean, he's down 10 workers, Marty. What
Yeah.
else do you want me to say?
No, I'm dead serious. It's great analysis. I think he's very dead too. I like it when you don't sugarcoat things, you know? I can just hear the reality of the situation. I don't need it to be, you know, softened up for me.
Yeah. Max Pax is gonna try. I mean, I appreciate that. It's, it
He's
does
dead.
look pretty... Yeah, he's dead. Wardy.
Awesome.
It would be sad if we get a 3-0, wouldn't it?
a little bit.
I would not enjoy that one bit.
No, 3-0 is always sad, but my, my positive outlook on it is that at least today's tournament wasn't 2 hours long before getting to the final, so we had some good games earlier, you know?
Yeah.
And hey, at least the first game was already kind of fun as well, so 3-0 is always sad, but at least you can get good games while getting a 3-0, you know? It can absolutely be worse.
Yeah, that's true. I just like it when Max wins. It makes me happy. You're gonna get a
Look,
minor pickup here.
He won yesterday, man. Like, you can't have it all.
Oh, you can actually. He's had it all many times before, and he would like to have it all again. This is. I
getting
appreciate
greedy.
that he's staying in for the fans, but he's. This is not happening, Wardy.
Yeah, last week Max Pax smashed him. Wasn't even close. This army obviously coming back, but we just got reinforcements for days. Goes to here with EMPs as well. We kind of said it last game, but 1-2 Colossus just not enough to scare a Terran player at points like this. There's so many Widow Mines as well that are just burrowing up. They're just going to get rid of so much of this buffer. And that is going to be good for Clem to take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that was mediocre.
Sounds
You know what it all comes down to?
What? What is
These
all-
2 adapts. If you don't lose these 2 adapts, I think you're in a fine spot.
Very different game.
Yeah, completely different game. Who could have thought? First 2 units, shouldn't lose them. Okay, I'm gonna mute completely for a second. I need to rectify some fake news in the chat, okay?
Sure.
Yeah, it's important. Okay.
Okay, so we are just going to get going into game number 3 of this best of 5. Pick this off and get this going. A couple moments, get into our potentially final game. Hopefully not. Hopefully we do get the fight back from Max Pax. It has been a good couple games though. Been a good couple games, I think. Especially game 1 was particularly good. Is there no WardiTV stuff in December since Masters Coliseum takes all the weekends? We will run some stuff, but it will be smaller stuff because it's very hard to justify when you don't get the big weekend viewership finishes to help support. The ad revenue across weekends is so powerful, so not having that makes it very difficult to run stuff to as high a standard. I mean, there's going to be a lot in December because it's generally just a busy month anyway. But yeah, I mean, it's tough to run stuff when there's less days. That's all. When's the Christmas tree come up? It comes up on December. We're not there yet. Bottom right, Max Pax, top left, Clem, Site Delta for game 3. See how we go. I really want to know what the fake news is on Hearthstone's chart. I'm very intrigued. Rex gas coming in, gate gas coming in, probe scouting. Max Pax playing safe down 0-2, doesn't want to lose to something silly and quick. We're moving about, SCV's coming around. Hansen drops in, Nexus drops in on the other side. Cybercore's going to start up as well. That's all settled here for a couple of moments. Factory building, bunker on the way up. It's going to be seeing our warp gate and our Nexus continue to come by. And yeah, even that bunker just being pretty safe here from Clem. As we get ourselves the Adept shading out onto the map, moving over for a little bit here. Take a few moments to step across. While I cancel building, the Nexus is on the way on the natural, so we get that coming up as well. The Adept continues to the upper left-hand side. Marine just in that bunker. It's going to hit the Adept. And a couple more Marines in the heli and continue now. Starport on the way. Again, Twilight Council is building here from Max Pax. And again, the Twilight Council finishes. So Max Pax with some blink opening. RS most likely coming through in the near future. See how aggressive he wants to get with it. We'll see what he wants to try and get done. We have our warp gate about to finish as well, so that warp gate will be done. Extra gate coming through. Again, gateway count going to be one of our big question marks right now. See the Adept going back. The Hellions are coming over. The Marines are going to be there. Just going to step forward, and that first Adept already taking quite a bit of damage. The other Adept coming over as well. It's going to be 3 gateways plus the robo facilities, so that real in-between, not going to fully commit to a 4 gate. Going to have, you know, a bit of pressure still on the Stalkers, and we'll get the expansion behind it at some point, but not the fastest expansion, so that real kind of, like I say, in the middle build. In the middle is pretty good a lot of the time, though. Well, Hellions still moving. The Medivac with a couple Widow Mines overhead moving about. The Marines are going to step forward as well.
Alright, I'm back.
Fuck back. What the heck did the chat do?
Oh, nothing. We had to... They were talking a lot about how much everyone is making money in general. And I think at some point, you know, it's good to have some facts, at least so they can work off that.
So you told them that you're basically halfway there to the mansion, right?
It depends on how expensive the mansion has to be.
Yeah, okay. Right. Awesome.
My house right now is already pretty much a mansion.
Okay.
Right.
How did you watch the start? It's not been very interesting.
Yeah, with half an eye.
It's just been very uninteresting. It's been very normal, to say the least.
You know what I'm shocked by? Is that this is going to be our first 3-gate blink, and it's not even with a prism.
Yeah. It's why I was just thinking this is such a standard for Max Pax, and here we are in game 3. Finally seeing something of it, but you're right, not even with the prism to be aggressive with it.
Yeah. I just don't understand that at all. Do you?
I don't. Why not just?
By far, that's his best win percentage build, no?
Yeah,
against Clem?
Yeah, 100% his best win percentage build. And if you're not gonna go with the prism, is there a reason not to just go with 2 gates and expand a little faster? Like,
I think honestly, I think 2-gate is not. It's probably not valid at the highest level. I think it's valid at my level. But okay. I feel like whenever I do it versus the best Terrans, I die, and none of the high-level Protoss players do 2-gate. So it probably... I'm not sure if it's valid. It's so hard to know whether something is valid if you're not the very top, you know? Because I think Max Pax doesn't really like playing different builds most of the time. But he's never played that, the 2-gate stuff. And I don't think any of the high-level tosses are playing 2-gate right now. Only Christianer, who actually does perform well against high-level Terrans. They really though, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
Did as well.
That's interesting to think of. There's a lot of gates coming up now, as you obviously just rush into the charge next. It's just going to be mass gateway unit for the moment. And that really does mean that Clem's going to struggle to move out, struggle to make pushes. He's actually going to drop, which is maybe one of the better ways to do this. Like a straight up push has struggles against those charge loss, but at least a drop can obviously lift up and retreat away. He actually tries to maybe catch some units as he unloads and starts to walk across, but Max Pax already moved around. Raven's going to get back as well. As, yeah, Clem keeps bringing some units on the map. The Prism flying across the left-hand side is not going to get seen. Clem just takes that Stalker down instead.
Six Zealots being warped in. On the left side. This is kind of how Zest used to play, you know?
Yeah.
Actually very reminiscent. Zest would just send all of his Zealots across though. He wouldn't keep any at home. He'd be like run buying with 15 Zealots. Like, alright, that's cool. 2-3 sentries holding chokes, hell yeah. It's gonna get a Robo Bay here, Max Pax that is, as 2 Zealots drop in the natural, one of them targeting down SCVs, the other on a wild goose chase after some Marauders. Prism in the main base is also going to force another stim, as well as maybe a burrow on these mines. 5 workers going down in total. Good on burrows there. 8 workers going down. That one Zealot killed 6 workers in the natural. A huge blunder out of Clem. This is the second time he's done that this series. I think in game 1 he left a couple. Now he left one more in the main as well. Look at this. This is serious damage, Wardy.
5 kills. Yeah. I mean, basically all this damage was done by those couple of Zealots. No, the Stalkers just sat there AFK. Clem gets a bunch of Stalkers for free to follow up from that. I mean, the Prism goes back in the main. The single Zealot shows up, but we can obviously warp in more here. Clem is going to pull back to deal with that. As, well, this was amazing for Max Pax until he lost a few Stalkers extra than he ever needed to. Just going to be seeing the auto turret's going to drop down, and that's not going to do much either. Buys you a little bit of time maybe. Finally the rest of the units get there. Max Pax does not have much else on the map, but a few Zealots on the third will be good for some SCVs too.
Yeah, you missed it, but 2 mines in the middle shot 2 Stalkers, so that actually kind of sucked. Max Pax wanted to stay in contact with the main army. Prism at least gets to piss off here and gets to stay alive. 2 Vikings moving out. Are gonna clear it. Oh, that's dead. Absolutely. That sucks.
Yep, just going to chase that down. The Zealots that dropped off get cleaned out very easily. A couple of Zealots still inside as it falls. As the Dark Shrine, Forge, Colossus, Thermal Lance all continuing to come around. The extra Stalkers
he
also
overdid it a bit, didn't he?
Well, the harass. Yeah, like he did really well, and then he's just lost a lot for nothing extra.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's
so
good just
hard,
to cut at your lead, right? Like, yeah, you feel as though you're going to keep doing damage if you already did damage, but
yeah,
I think Clem was very happy in stabilizing and just sitting there. So I think it was a bit of a mistake. Like, if Clem was running across the map, then I think, sure, you keep doing it. But yeah, I think this was a moment where you got to have the maturity to figure out it's going to be.
I think what happened here, though, is that in the middle, Max Pax lost vision, right? Because the mines were pushing him back, and there was a tiny army chasing him. I thought that was the entire army coming in. And then he was like, all right, let me commit to the harass a bit more. And that ended up not going too great. We're going to have 4 Vikings out on the map already. We have 2 Colossus, no thermal. 3rd Colossus, not really close to being done either. I don't mind Clem's position here anymore now. I think it's pretty playable. He has an army on the top side as well. If he manages to max out, he gets some Ghost in this mix. He's going to have a strong 200 supply timing.
Yep. As our Zealots are going to go charging in. A few SCVs going down. Bio going to get across to hit those Zealots as well. So it's going to get a bunch of those. And it's just going to be seeing the Zealots go down. Vikings and the Raven up in the skies. And again, a few more Ghosts, Shoot 2 upgrades all coming up. Clem's going to have this run in the right side. He turns around.
Max Pax completely missed that. And the worst part is he believes he has vision there, right?
Yeah.
So he's not thinking about it at all. He's not preparing with like a pre-split. He thinks he knows when something is coming, but he would miss a run-in completely. DT is now moving towards the north side of the map. These DTs could cause a little bit of chaos. Turrets are going up somewhere, I think. Oh, around the edges. None yet in the 3rd base, though. Did we just have a scan for an observer, or was that a DT? It must have been for an observer.
Yep.
Because there's no extra turrets going up yet. These DTs could actually cause some trouble. They really could. It's 3 DTs. We have how many scans available? I see 1. Just 1. This could be game, or at least serious damage.
Yeah, I think serious damage is the way that we're going. He does scan the first one, snipes the DT down. As the DT in the natural nearly ran into missile turret range. The other DT actually turned away from the main and goes towards the third again. The ghost turned around, doesn't get it. Yeah, I mean, just not having scans available kind of sucks. Clem is going to dive the fifth base, and that will go down. So he gets there nice and easily. Picks that off as +3 attack and Shadow Strike him. Nope, the Disruptor is going to land quite nicely, so that's a good first connection out of a Disruptor in this. As Clem stays aggressive, trying to hit this base. Also dropping in on the right-hand side. That drop finally showed up, and Max Pax does handle that pretty well. 9 SCVs dead. I honestly thought there was going to be a lot more with those DTs.
Me too. I thought we were looking at 15, 16. Honestly, 15 to 20 is where my mind was at. Overall, probably still a fine trade for Max Pax. He has Disruptors on the way right now. His upgrades are fine. He's going to be 3-1 against 2-2, which is completely okay. I would have loved to see speed for the Prism. It ain't here yet. Viking count is at 7, which is enough to clear the Colossus currently out on the map. The Disruptor transition is exactly what we need here, and I love that Max Pax is getting aggressive. He probably needs to keep momentum for at least a little bit, get a 5th base, maybe even a 6th base, and start adding onto that gate count.
Solid Stalk Colossus coming about, Immortals Disruptor's coming over. Shots coming through, Disruptor shot fires, another Disruptor shot fires in as well. You'll see the Stalk Disruptor still coming across.
Okay, no more Disruptors available, but because a lot of that supply is in the Vikings, the ground army that belongs to Clem doesn't actually look super scary. Like, you can just, you know, gonna run in there and kill stuff. Max Pax now in the very luxurious position that as long as he keeps trading and going back to max, he's going to be in a fine spot. He really does need a bit of an eco lead though, if you want to play like this, because otherwise you'll need good trades the entire time, which can be difficult to get against a Terran player. 10 Vikings out, and this is, I actually think just getting the Colossus away from this is fine. Just leaving them back a bit. Like, they're not really helping you here in this battle.
Yeah, just back them off, don't let them get caught in a retreat. As you do see the Vikings going to chase through. Disruptor goes down. There's a lot of Vikings, a lot of firepower up in the skies, ready to fire up at a moment's notice, as we do see the army of Max Pax pulling back over the left. Clem still sitting about 180 supply. It's going to split again, get a couple more shots off. Keeps that Disruptor shot. I'm not sure what he was stimming forward for in that moment.
Yeah.
That's one Colossus now.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to do anything. Oh, Clem's actually landing the Vikings. I think he forgot there was still a Colossus. Like, oh,
yeah.
well, he still have one. That's weird. Thought I cleared all of them much faster. Max Pax moving in forward. Disruptor's now moving as well. That's not what you want usually. Prism heading towards the top side. Still without speed, by the way.
Yeah, Force Field accident wasn't really for the Disruptor protection, but it ended up being the Disruptor protection in the end. That was a little amusing.
It's an interesting warp in here in the main base. Quite a few units off of those 10 gates. At the same time, fight at the 4 is probably going Clem's way. New Disruptors need to come in to at least have a safe retreat. Colossus manages to stay alive, and more Vikings going down. That is a good shot right there in the middle of Clem's army. There's no more Purification Novas available, but Clem does not want to chase, as there's still Zealots and DTs in his main. Man, Disruptor's really packing a serious punch so far. We had like 2 or 3 big ones already in today's game.
Yep. This is, he was doing such a good job splitting on the 4th as well. I was like, oh, what great, and then he just runs into one. It happens, and unfortunately happens at a bad time as well, because that's going to give Max Pax a lot of momentum now. Supply's still looking great for him, going to continue to use these Disruptors to zone. Look at the Disruptors go, man. They just keep on connecting. Now they're getting massive shot after massive shot. This feels like a matter of time before Max Pax just whittles down that Clem army and probably pushes in to take a base. Obviously, he's already on 5, going to 6 bases as well. DT's going to blink in for the planetary over here as well, and that's a lot of DPS. You do not out-repair that. That's a game-killing move.
Wow. Beautiful game. Honestly, beautiful game. And this is kind of what I had expected in the first game as well, right? Like, all the ingredients were there to pull off similar moves. Like, he had the ability to continue pushing and transition into Disruptor. And you can often make plays happen with a Prism, with Zealot run-bys. I don't think the Disruptor Colossus army versus Clem is brilliant if all you're doing is focusing on one fight. But if there's other stuff going on, you always have a safe retreat. You can almost always hit something, whether that's SCVs or a couple of Marauders, a couple of Marines. It doesn't matter so much, but at least you're getting free trades while you're busy harassing. And yeah, Max Pax honestly playing that so freaking well.
Very fun game to watch. Good to see Max Pax bring it back. He was scared of the 3-0. Max Pax won't let 3-0 happen.
Yeah.
Point for Clem to join the game. Going to be Alcini for map number 4. Let's see if he can get back on track, or if Max Pax will keep some momentum.
Yeah. Alcini is a tricky one, isn't it?
Wait, man.
You like it?
No, not really. Turns too much like a macro for me too often. Like, I never like. I know this doesn't like super force like late games like some maps have in the past, but to me right now, this and Golden Aura are like the closest to like, hey, you kind of have to just play a lot of base and play a very long game in some matchups, and I think it's just better maps. That's all. I don't think it's a bad map. I just think there's better maps. I'd rather watch games on other maps. I don't think this has much of an issue in TVP per se, but yeah.
Yeah, TVZ tends to be a little
TVZ,
bit. PVZ as well.
PVZ, yeah. TVZ, PVZ, TVT, and PVP.
Maybe the issue is Zerg.
Yeah, I mean,
too
well,
strong.
it's just Zerg playstyle kind of works like that, right?
Yeah, I hate Zergs. Don't love these guys one bit.
Alright, we're going. GLHF called. I think Clem just wanted to give my ad some time to play out so people didn't complain.
Yeah, I think so too.
What a nice
Clem is
guy.
like that.
Good guy, Clem.
Do they often reverse sweep each other or no?
Yeah, usually I feel like reverse sweeping doesn't happen as much as like it goes to game 5 and then the other guy wins anyway. I feel like winning 3 in a row is kind of difficult between these two.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens
that.
sometimes. I think it's more likely that Clem gets reverse swept though. I think he more so gets a little bit tilted by how it's going, and then just lose one game.
I've seen him smash some tables as well.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite things of WTL, seeing him smash stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Max Pax in the top right, Clem in the bottom left. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Ah.
Start doing dumb British voices.
Yeah. It's because I went to the Harry Potter studios last week.
Yeah.
So all the British,
Is in your head.
Sorry?
All the British is in your head still.
Yeah. And I was in London in general. Yeah, brilliant place. Love it. Just so many British people around. We also saw 2 guys that got stuck. So in London, you have some streets, they get closed off at night,
Yeah.
So that you can go party there or whatever. It's like so you can walk there without getting hit by cars.
Yep.
So some guys, they drove into a street. And then they went to like like a crossing with like 4 roads. The way they came in, and the other 3 were all closed off. Because it was like a party street,
Yeah.
So then the first guy that hit that side was busy turning around, but it was hard because there was many pedestrians.
Yeah.
And he finally managed to turn around, and then 3 more cars show up from the street where he came from. But these 3 guys, rather than trying to fix the issue or maybe think that something is wrong, just kept honking.
Yeah.
They kept honking again and again. Then at some point, the guy in one of the cars that drove in gets out of the car and starts flaming the dude to turn around. It's like, it's a one-way street, just get out of here. And then the guy, is like, oh, you can't because it's pedestrian only. And then, he looks confused, gets back in the car. And then the other dude is still honking. It took like 10 minutes to solve. It was hilarious to watch. I stood there, Irene got like one of them, what do you call them? The juice with the bubbles in them.
Oh, bubble tea.
Yeah, that one. She got that. And it was like right in front of the shop. So during the ordering process, I was just watching. And then we got out and we just stood there watching. And there was like a huge crowd just watching these clowns, trying to figure out how to get out of it. It was so good. It might have been one of the best things that happened the weekend.
Nice. Good to know you really had some highlights on your trip to London.
Yeah. I love this type of stuff. Zealot moved across the map, killed an SCV, and is now going to kill a Marine, Clem, sloppy. Also lost his Reaper on the other side of the map. Oh. Clem. It's going to have to deal with this adapt. This is a bad start.
Yep. He's going to get in the main base now as well. It's a very painful start, in fact. It's going to be rough.
And the next adept is also going to show up. It's going to cost him like 3-4 SCVs or so.
This is a very bad position. 3 SCVs go down, so much lost mine time as well. Like, so many workers have been pulled. I was going to say, this feels like Clem is going to be full tilt. And he's just See,
maybe
this is the
double smash?
This
Can you
is
do
the
a dash smash with two fists? You never really see that, right? It's always one.
Yeah, because no one takes the effort to double smash. Has anyone ever? I'm trying to think. I feel like Rogue might double smash sometimes.
Yeah.
Rogue and Dark used to love smashing their desk.
Yeah?
Yeah, WTLs when they lost to like Clem and stuff, they would desk smash. Absolutely. Creator.
Didn't you once smash a hole in your wall or something?
Yeah. I threw a glass at it.
Ah, right.
Yeah, I threw a full-on pint glass, like with like full of water, because the guy cannon rushed me, and then offensively GG'd me and said, "I can't believe you still lose to this." So he must have done it to me before or something. I was having a bad day. And I'd been like getting cheesed. Like I played like 8 games in an hour or something, right? And I was like on 0-7. And this guy just cannon rushes me, and I'm like, obviously I'm not playing well. And I like misclick the probe or something. And he said something like, "GG, can't believe you're still losing this. This was such a bad day." I literally picked it up and just flung it like the length of my room, probably about, it's like the long part of the room as well. It's probably like 4 meters long or something. I just flung it. It just went straight across through the wall into the stairs.
Jesus.
And it was full of water, so water, glass everywhere. There's definitely there's a story.
That is a story. But you've calmed down now.
I've not smashed anything in a long time.
Nice.
I was just annoyed, man. I just wanted to play some games. I was having a bad day. I wanted to play some StarCraft. Not a good idea to have a good day.
What was this, with the 6 or with the 12 working start?
Must have been 6. Because while I was at university.
Yeah, we had more build orders back then. So
more build orders. Yeah, more chance for me to rage. No wonder I didn't like the 6th working start.
Yeah. Your last memories of that are bad. So you're biased against it. Your opinion is now invalid. Alright, 2 gas coming out for Clem. This feels good. Max Pax has been, I don't want to say he's been cutting corners against 2 gas, but it feels a little bit like he's been cutting corners, you know? He'll skip a battery here or there. And I've often seen him just straight up lose to like the 3 Reaper 2 Hellion stuff. If you have a wall though, that should be hard to lose to, but if you don't have a battery, it's very easy to lose to. So we're gonna have to wait and see what Clem is up to.
Probe be moving about. It's gonna see our Reaper, Cybercore, Nexus all coming through as well. I really feel like this is kind of one of those games where we actually do get the reverse sweep.
Yeah, you're feeling it?
Yeah,
because
the way game 4,
yeah.
I also think like game 3 even, like I feel like Clem had a rough start, but mostly because he messed up some of the defense that was just so unnecessary, but then did enough to bring it back, only to let it fall apart again, you know? I feel like those are the kind of games which really get to him, and then that last game kind of show, you know, it's spiraling.
Yeah, he's spiraling. Oh no. He's gonna go 2 Reaper at least. 2 Reaper, if you just go 2 Reaper and you're playing against a gate wall, it uber sucks. Because you should never be capable of getting something done. Like legit never. With 3 Reaper, you know, I can feel it. He's gonna go do 2 Reaper. This is the worst timeline for Clem. 2 Reaper Cyclone, because you can't jump up. So you just build a 2nd Reaper that shouldn't be capable of achieving anything. Oh my god, Max Pax just what? How did he know? It felt like he was, you know, trying to attack them from the back. Yeah. Trying to catch him in the act. Kind of worked as well, except there were 2 Reapers.
Didn't quite work as well as you wanted.
Absolutely.
Zep comes back over the right. Blink and the warp gate coming through. Gateway, probe, stalker all building up as well.
Oh, Reaper's gonna walk up a ramp where there's 2 adepts waiting. That's not what you want. Loses a Reaper to that instantly. That's gotta be triggering. Now the adepts are moving forward to see the Reaper. Dude, this is some really good movement for Max Pax, and it's kind of lucky, honestly. Like, he got the good end of every gamble here. Like, Clem did not dare moving up the ramp with the Cyclone or around. The Reapers went up the ramp as well. This freaking sucked for Clem. It's going to be 3-gate pressure. If you get to execute 3-gate pressure against someone that went 2 gas, and you didn't have to build a battery, it is actually very, very good for the person that's doing the blink pressure. Because this build, it's banging, you know? You're gonna get a couple of worker kills guaranteed. Max Pax is now managing to shade by with the adepts as well. There is a 2 mine drop following this up, and it gets scouted, or at least the medevac gets scouted. This game is falling apart very rapidly here for Clem.
Yep, Marines dropping SCVs off the mineral line. He has to pull everything back. Obviously, the mine drop can continue across, but yeah, this is bad, man. You lose 2 SCVs. The Marine, obviously, all those SCVs ran away for a long time as well. The mines unload early.
Also the worst timeline again, because he probably thought it was going to be Phoenix or something like that. He wanted to confirm, and now it's Blink, and now Blink is going to be done. Third base is already on the way out. We have Tank Liberator, no second barracks yet even. Let's not even talk about a third barracks. There's no second barracks here. Mine drop is going to come in. There's no observer, but the Blink micro should be good enough to dodge this Widow Mine shot. There we go. Does get the dodge. It waits until he sees it. Mine in the main base, though, might get some damage. Nope, the control is too good. It does shoot away. 1 mine goes down. Tank on the high ground is going to get a shot off on the Stalker. Should be a fast pickup here for Max Pax. Now Blink's back. Clears the Reaper still, so that was nice. I mean, this is a very committed push here coming out of Clem. He has no stim, no combat. Max Pax is playing an aggressive build with which he can deal damage, but as long as he survives, he will be in a good spot, which is very odd.
Well, this is pretty rough as Tech Lab will finish up. The Starport can start up a Raven at least. The medevac trying to drop in toward the main, maybe back toward the natural, figure out what it's going to do. The rest of the units from Max Pax still set up. They're going to blink into the main base. A couple of tanks, but obviously just going to lose stuff around the perimeter. You know, this barracks is going to get cancelled. I don't think we save that unless we actually, you know, really commit to a fight here, which I'm not really about fighting here. That's not even cancelled. That's killed. We're going to lose a couple of Marines as well. The Marine tank Cyclone there to push things back also. This is... feels like everything is just going Max Pax's way at the moment. He's the Widow Mine drop coming back in. It dies.
Yeah, but the Liberator, this was a distraction for the Liberator. Liberator, however, is not probably not going to get a whole lot of kills. Maybe 3, maybe 4. Actually, Max Pax miscontrolling there.
Yeah,
that's a big
really
deal.
bad.
Look at that. That was really poorly done.
A lot more lost mine time now as well, because the probes take even longer to get back because only 1 Stalker damaging. There's do blink out from the main base, and Clem just about forcing this away. Feels like we're just an eternity away from upgrades though, right? Like Stim and Combat Shield is so far out, and Max Pax has already had so much control. Now a bunch of extra gates +1 and most likely charge come through. This just feels like Clem is so far from doing anything significant, no?
Yeah. I'm not loving his position. His CC is pretty late. Like, everything is just late. Like, I think Max Pax could just be throwing down Robo Bay, Nexus again. He's going to have an insane counterattack possibility. He does need to start charge. You think he forgot about charge?
Yeah, I do. I thought he was going to start charge.
He starts it always before Robo Bay. Always.
There's no way you go all these gates without charge. There you go. It stops it now.
Yeah. I mean, there's really nothing that Clem can do here for the next minute.
Yep.
Clem is also double eBaying here, which probably means he's not planning on doing anything for the next 1.5 to 3 minutes. Like, usually your best timing is going to be with 2-2 with this type of build.
Yeah. I think he's just, like you say, you can't do anything. You can't really move out. So, sit back and you just wait. You hold out. Try and get the third base as something you maybe can push towards doing. And he's gonna try that now.
I mean, I don't really see Max Pax attacking into this, right? Especially not without charge. Of course, Clem doesn't know that, but you do know that Max Pax really prefers waiting for Colossus to hit the field before making any seriously committed aggressive plays. Like, Max Pax is not really a Stalker Zealot all-inner. He is someone that uses Stalker Zealot to survive to Colossus, and he uses the Zealots mainly as a counter-attack tool, not so much as a fighting unit initially.
Raven taking a couple of shots, just about getting away. Also, gotta be careful with that. You'd like to keep that Raven alive. It does have some utility. No point letting it go down freely, but Max Pax is lingering around the edges, seeing if there's anything he can do.
Yeah, charge now finishes, so
Finally.
he managed. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty obvious he was gonna survive to it. It was just, you know, scary whether he would remember to get it, but of course he does. Second Forge now on the way. I mean, he he could be starting a 5th base before Clem starts his 4th. And Toss is supposed to be up a little bit in eco, but that is pushing it. I think the best chance Clem has is going for a maxed out push, but with the goal of what? Denying a 5th? That doesn't sound like a great plan. Like, there's no objective really for Clem that he can achieve. So it either needs to be a kill push, or he just needs to sit back and wait until he has an actually very powerful army with maybe 2-2 upgrades.
Cyclone 2 wouldn't mind going to deflect the Prism at least, so the Prism doesn't get in. Clem scaring the Stalkers off, but that's kind of about all he's doing. I don't think we really have a shove across the map. He's getting Vikings, Ghost Academy, Armory. Future is definitely getting set up for Clem, so like I say, definitely not looking to push in all out right now.
Yeah, I don't actually know what he's... Like, what do you play for right now as Clem? Do you think he should ever move out?
No, I think you just defend. I think you play this kind of like what you didn't see it, but Yun did that yesterday, where you sit on 4 base, you play defense, you play very good defense. Like, you don't let the Zealots do anything, you let Max Pax bleed out some supply like that. You just get to a very large army, and then you start taking those very large army trades, and just kind of maybe hope Max Pax doesn't tech up as much as he maybe should in that scenario. Maybe he gets carried away trying to attack into you for a bit too long. I think that's maybe the better approach for Clem in a scenario like this, because I don't see any move out really seeing too much success. Like, maybe a drop here or there, but yeah, just let this game settle down, slow down, and do your thing. I mean, Max Pax is going to try and push in around now. We'll see if he can do something.
He's gonna try. It seems like an interesting move. Yeah, does get 3 of them. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Snipes one of these tanks. I think he needs to disengage ASAP. Blink back here is wild, because now the Vikings are free to shoot at this Colossus. Does create a bit of space for himself at near the 4th base of his opponent as well. Gateway count only at 10 is an issue. I think that is the first thing that we have to increase right now, going up to maybe 14 or perhaps even 16 gates.
Moves back up the same position as before. This time gets quite a few of the Vikings. The Zealots are trying to deal some damage over here. There's a bit of a bio drop to try and deal with it. We're going to warp in even more Zealots there, so Max Pax really resilient about trying to deal with this 4th base position.
This is phenomenal army movement out of Max Pax. Disruptor does get sniped in time. There's not enough Vikings to deal with the Colossus. We have a blink forward, but he needs to be careful. He's exposing himself here quite a bit. Zealot's now coming in from the south side, should be capable of helping out. Disruptor from the north might get sniped before the Purification Nova gets off. DT's coming in as well, though. There's still so much cash for Max Pax in the bank. As long as he doesn't lose everything for absolutely free, he just made some game-winning moves.
Yep, that was a very good set of plays, as we do have Zealots still warping into the main base at the moment. And they go, Zealots and DT going to go pushing straight through. There's the +2 armor upgrade coming in. Ghost coming about, missile turret coming in as well.
DT start smashing this turret. GG gets called, and Clem does get reverse swept here by Max Pax. From a 2-0 lead into a 2-3 loss. You hate to see it. Unless you're a Max Pax fan or you like Protoss.
Yep. I like the fact that we see 5 games. I don't really care who wins, so.
Yeah, true.
GG.
I wish the Alcyone game was different.
Yeah.
No? Are you happy with today's tournament?
Yeah, anytime it goes 4.5 hours, I'm very happy.
Yeah, you just go based on time? You don't care about the quality?
But the games were good as well. Like, obviously, like, I'm happy for it to have been the right length, and I'm happy that it was good games. You know, we had some fun games in the finals. We had, you know, your PvPs earlier were quite fun as well.
Yeah, they were very fun.
Yeah, I mean, the first game of Clem Hero I thought was really fun.
True.
So, yeah, no, I'm very happy.
Nice. Glad to hear you're happy, Wardy. If you're happy, I'm happy. I'm pissing off, though. I'm gonna eat something. I'm hungry like a dog.
You're hungry like a dog?
Dogs are often very hungry. Or at least they're always down to eat.
Alright, well, I'll see you later, mate.
Yeah, I see you later, too. I see you on Thursday night. Friday?
Yeah, Thursday night if you go for Grill Pass after football. Otherwise,
I think we'll go. I'm not sure if we go to Grill Palace after, but we might.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'll see you there.
I'll see you.
Text me when you arrive, alright?
Sure.
I'll see you, buddy. Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
Bye. It's always...
Alright, guys. That's going to be it for today's games. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure. Hope you guys have had a wonderful time. Not really much else to say or do or to add on to all of that, I think. We're just going to kind of round this one up and call it a day. Shout out to Max Pax bringing off the reverse sweep is always impressive. We'll be back tomorrow with Alima League, guys. Tomorrow's Alima League. We will not cast it live. As again, we cannot cast it live. We're not allowed to. But we will cast it as a we'll cast it as a replays afterwards. So that's going to be the plan. Alima League tomorrow is already preset, by the way, as well, because it's the finals. So it's Hero versus Skillers, Shin versus Zaun, Trap versus Bjorn, Clem versus Dark. That's the bracket. Round of 8 into round of 4 into finals, and it's all best of 5 or finals best of 7. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow in the evening. So you guys have a great rest of your day. I'm going to run a set of ads in the outro. Thanks so much for watching. There's a donation I wanted to shout out quickly, maybe. What's the donation I want to shout out? There was definitely a donation. It was £10, and it came in from STRFKRTX. Thank you so much. Says thank you for the hard work. Keep it up. Thank you so much. Iceman Melting, thank you for the resub as well. And I think that was everyone. If I missed you while we were casting with Hearthstone, I'm sorry that I missed you guys. If you did enjoy, do consider supporting. It goes a long way, helps us out a whole bunch. And I will see you guys tomorrow for some Alima League, and then I'm away. What time? Literally like 24 hours from now. I might go live an hour earlier than usual because Alima League starts earlier. So if I can get the replays in time, I would like to start a bit earlier myself. But that's just we'll see how it goes thing. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.